out here as they do have the pit onto the A site.
All right, so looks like the idea here just to double check A heaven since that's where something last was. Now something with a great reposition. He's trying to get a different angle here, and I don't think GenG quite expects it. I think they expect both people to be within the site. And look at where he's hiding. Surely GenG checks for this. They're trying.
Oh, I don't know. It's rough. They're going to see him now. Down goes Savai. It's not a lot of time, though, and they don't know where something is. And he can just, okay.
Now they know. Ooh.
And he's able to deny. He's able to hold on. Even if he goes down, there is not nearly enough time for this defuse as the clutch comes through and something will barely hold on.
Oh, it looks like there might have just been, maybe not enough communication there at the end from GenG, right? You either have to stick it with someone covering you and just hope that you don't die, or you have to really just commit to the Cosmic Divine half a second earlier.
Yeah.
And alas, while God Dead, miraculous kills and miraculous duels, it's not in time. You got to feel for God Dead. He's 11-5 right now, and a lot of these on their eco rounds.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say? He's keeping it in it. He's keeping them in it for the team, but also they only have 2 rounds. So
yeah,
what can you say? I mean, it's rough to play against PRX, the W Gaming, the double duelist. They're so good at this style of play, and not a lot of teams have had success against it. And so far, based on what we've seen from GenG, it hasn't been too different. Although, of course, it's still early on in map 1, so let's see how it continues from here.
Taking that back.
All right, CS just trying to buy as much time as possible here with his smokes. He's activating everything just to hide as long as possible, but this time PRX is well aware that GodDead's going to come to support.
Oh, man. And GenG is just popping off in his own right as well. Holding down the fort, something doesn't have to do the hard carry if GenG's already doing it.
Well, that's also the strength of this roster, right? I mean, even when it used to be GenG and Forsaken, it was like if one of them had a bad day, the other would make sure to shore up that weakness.
He got him with the paint shells as he was trying to jump away from there. Unfortunate for GenG, but already got 3 kills, so what can you do?
Yeah, now King, ideally, I would say, trying to get into a duel. He's only 1 point away from his Viper's pit. Yeah, if he had gotten the kill, of course, that's the best case scenario, but either way, he's able to fill his ultimate. Now, Sylvan wants to just die to the spike, but he's not going to be given... Oh, he's going to try to run away! He's finished!
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They just come in and, yeah, a lot of sheriffs picked up there, essentially. PRX can just add that to their arsenal if they want to. So take a look. The entry here was so clean. GenG gets in, and there's no real defense for the side of GenG.
Yeah, and I'm kind of maybe, this is just because of the sense of relativity here, but GenG just seems to be playing actually quite calmer than we've seen him in the past, right? A lot of times when they really come into the W Gaming, he's just swinging everyone. They're still getting shots. But GenG just seems to be much more disciplined about the corners he has to check right now on his entry. And it's paying off.
Yeah. Cosmic Divide is in. They are looking to commit to the A site. Still 2 people of GenG on the B site at the moment. Not 100% believing this, but something gonna peek and make quick work of Meteor.
And they check that people are still left here from PRX, so GenG not able to rotate off of that movement here, but they can't follow through either. The guiding light had to fly out so far ahead, and Divide still gets 1 more as well.
Yeah, Divide just hanging out, hanging around, lurking while this team is rotating, able to get 1. Get really good information for the team as well. And they say, oh, well, that was scary. We're just not gonna,
what?
He died?
There had to have been a gravity well. I'm not quite sure, or maybe it lands right in the smoke. TS not aware and gets caught as he enters. I guess he dies right outside of it. I mean, he gets stuck either way, and now GenG says something. Don't worry. I'll open up the site for you.
Yeah, and PRX are really bringing the pain now. There were a couple of rounds that GodDead was able to sneak away from them, but this looks so one-sided at this point. I mean, it's looking like a 7-2. We got a save here from Sylvan, and... yeah, that was a buy round as well for GenG, so they are in a pit of despair right now. It's not looking good for them.
No, and you know, the very aggressive Cosmic Divide had actually forced out the Seekers as well. Meanwhile, I mean, Something and Divide, they each get a pick, so that's the cherry on top for Paper Rex. Quite frankly, I think Paper Rex, after the Seekers come out, they were willing to just start to fish for info on B anyway. But Something and Divide picking up the extra kills really put the nail in the coffin here. And GenG, I mean, while you're receiving, these are the times you got to really make use of, you know, what information have you gathered so far. And here's the thing is that, let's be very honest, a big part of it is they're losing a lot of their opening duels, right? GodDead's able to pick up some, but he's always in the second line of defense. And with the style of, you know, the W gaining and the double duelist from Paper Rex, if you don't have a true Sentinel, you can't possibly rely on just utility to buy time against the attack.
Yeah, it's not really working out. Also, remember Something just pokes his head out, gets a clean pick, pops away.
Careful.
While the team is rotating.
There.
Okay.
Just able to get some stuff like that as...
Yeah, so just a very forward toxic screen this time from GenG, just to set up an angle here for Meteor with his Marshall. And even that, Paper Rex is trying to combat against anyway.
Yeah, just throw a smoke on it, it'll work.
Oh boy. Surely you don't push this. I mean, you know that they're on an eco. It's absolutely not worth it. Now, the only reason they would potentially consider it is because they don't have control of Heaven yet either, so they don't have great post-plant position for Paper Rex, but they have to trust in the fact that they have the better weaponry, and now they're going to push together to get control of Heaven.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. That's kind of the angle for this plant. As you can see, we do have one guy on it at the moment. Mind Freak able to spray them both down. As Forsaken and GenG able to get one apiece. Only TS is able to get the headshot with the Seraph in the back here. He's running through the sewers. As he has picked up a Vandal.
Oh, they are coming. Oh! And it's not him who gets the kill. Device steals it right at the end. Oh, Paper Rex looks like they've regained their confidence and their whimsy that they were so famous for. Just really, you know, I think just they realized we are running away with this map. We can have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Freak has all the time in the world. See, Device steals that kill. Something just floating down.
you got to start to wonder on the side of GenG, right? They banned Pearl first, and I get it, right? I mean, you haven't quite figured out a better answer. Your Pearl also is one of those maps that started to kind of slip away.
Hey!
Hey, look, it's our good old friend.
Welcome back, Tech Pause.
But yeah, and then, you know, of course, we have Paper Rex who's been playing that Phoenix on Pearl, and while it may look like they're really just running, you know, into duels on Pearl, clearly GenG did not feel comfortable in having a strategic answer to that. So they say, let's try our chances on Split. And so far, it's not good. They even chose the defensive side with the Sage, mind you. So they were really relying on getting a lead here in the first half, and that's already way out the window.
Yeah, I mean, not much else you can say, right? As guys, by the way, this shouldn't take too long. Should only be about a minute, so don't freak out and say we're going to 2055 or anything like that. We should be getting back into the game in just a moment. As
shipping GodDead and Coach Bile, very, very passionately.
Yes, let's go.
All right, well, you know what? I mean, GodDead and Bile. See if they can make a miracle happen. GodDead's definitely doing his part in this game on Split.
Yeah, he did pick up the Sage, so although we weren't sure, you know, what the Sage offers compared to, I mean, we know what it offers, but comparatively, we're not too convinced by the pick. And yeah, I mean, at least he's been able to get, I think, a couple of reses already just because of his performance, but other than that, it hasn't amounted to too much. So now, once again, Paper X gonna hang around a main to potentially push this.
All right, so Paper X is, here's the thing, this is, I think, what we're starting to see from Paper X is that they're actually, in some crazy way, they're actually getting much better about overall tempo management. Ever since they've really tried out all these different roster and role shuffles. They wait for the aggression. Now they're sending out the Seekers and the Trailblazer. If this doesn't work out, they're not going to commit to it. They're already sending their forces over to B.
And GenG just hold their ground. They are able to take GenG out of the air, but as you mentioned, everybody is rotating over towards B. GodDead is here, alongside of someone back in the site.
All right, so GenG not surviving as long as Paper Rex would have wanted. I think Goddead spotted something there for a brief second. However, mid is taken over. Now they're going to have to break the wall. GenG very well aware of this. They're just trying to bunker down in the site.
And Goddead once again just holding it down for the team, as that is a clean sweep, flawless for the side of GenG. They pick off Jing entering the site alone on A. The rotation is read perfectly, and they did not miss their shots.
I like the idea from Paper Rex, though, right? You're so far ahead. Might as well try this here in the last 2 rounds. See if it works out. Really make sure you can run it all the way to the 10-2 scoreline is probably the goal there. Unfortunately, Jing just gets shot down before he can even fire off his showstopper, and that kind of ruins the entire plan. Of course, Sage Wall also buying enough time and info over in mid. Now, a little bit of a reposition here on the side of GenG. Heavier focus on the B side, but they're not pushing out of it just yet. So, again, I mean, at any point, if Paper Rex wants to just blast through, GenG's defense does look relatively weak.
Look at this angle that Something is holding. He's got the smoke on ramps right now, so just hoping to pick someone off. Sylvan was peeking there from heaven. So far, just trying to slowly move in, making no sound.
Hide the operator. Yeah. Everybody hides except for Devi on the Viper. Now, because of that, GenG does not know if the entire force is here or not. They didn't push out of B garage, out of B main. So they're just like, okay, well, there's someone still here in A, but we're not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, really nice slow push comes in. It does look like GenG are kind of left uncertain. Goddead is the perfect person to take out first. As King on the back of the site, just gonna get Shorty to the face. Something so good at doing this on the attack. And he once again lines it up.
Well, showstopper, I mean, yeah, you're trying to make sure that... Okay, Meteor picks up a kill. Does look still very difficult.
James trying to hold the angle. He holds it. TS is alone.
Yeah, not much he can do. I mean, again, the idea being that you can try to buy more time. TS went for the very far flank, but the teammates are all gone by that point.
Yeah. And now, you're GenG, you have to swap over to attack. You have just the raise. Now, the Sage's not going to help out too much when it comes to the attack. Maybe some setups if you can get onto a site, but that's going to be difficult in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just going to have to make sure that your toxic screens and your nebulas are placed very well. I mean, you're going to have to, for GenG, you have to kind of invest everything on the first entry you do, right? You have a single duelist. You cannot afford for him to get caught, so you got to invest your gravity wells. Maybe both nebulas at the same time, a toxic screen, a snake bite, and then the guiding light, and then you got to hope that he's able to get a kill. That Meteor gets a kill.
Well, that's a nice...
yeah, there's a lot of play on words here going on, but it's actually pretty clever. But just cheering for Meteor at the end of the day.
Yeah. Meteor's been doing pretty well. I mean, as well as you can if you only get 3 rounds. He, I believe, is in the 2nd spot behind Goddead, on the scoreboard at least.
Yeah, I don't think you can really blame any single individual this time too much in the first half on GenG. I mean, I guess there were a couple early rounds where TS was getting caught a bit more than he would have liked. But at the end of the day, it's really just the fact that they didn't really sort out any answer for the double duelists until the last couple rounds. And even then, they weren't able to win the duels that they set up for themselves. So Paper Rex with a 9-3 score line. Of course, just as a reminder before we go into the second half, we are currently going through this match without the Observer UI, so we apologize for that. We had to go through some tech delays earlier, and since the match can be played, we want the players to be able to play it as soon as possible. And with that, Jing also playing not under his own name right now. Couldn't set that up.
Yeah. We got some nice drawings over there. Looks like Jing and potentially some Pokemon. Although, actually, I think it was just the Boombot and Blast Pack. So it just kind of looks like an oyster of some kind. But, good stuff. You see Jing, he is up top there for the team, 16-6.
Doing very well, actually. He's been kind of middle of the pack overall recently, since Something's been stealing a lot of his thunder, and then Forsaken on some of these lurks. Devi with some of the clutches. But on this split, he's back with his raise. I mean, this is definitely where he shines.
All right, this round, always, we mentioned, will be critical. See if GenG can slowly catch up, or will PaperX be able to take this pistol round and potentially put them out of their misery earlier rather than later.
Yeah, so with all these smokes coming out, okay, well, if Meteor wins that does change what I was about to say. I was going to say, you know, maybe you just accept that the utility's been used, but now you have 2 people in backside, but the spike still has not entered. You have to recharge your toxins, and now there's a consideration here. So GenG chooses, let's just use this as a bait.
Yeah, I mean, it can potentially work, especially Meteor. I mean, he's got 10 health, right? So trying to just get out, but Sylvan's going to be stunned up on his way out.
All right, so Sylvan's stuck. He doesn't have a way out, so he's just looking for picks here. Finds one. He gets a kill.
All right, and look at the entirety of the team here from PaperX. They're all on
Sylvan! Oh my gosh, the bait works perfectly, and this works because... Oh, Meteor even with a second one, but it works because Sylvan had sent the Trailblazer into Alley, and that, before that, PaperX was like, we still don't know, and then they heard the Trailblazer come out, they're like, oh, they want to get that extra space because they don't have Heaven Control. PaperX bites the bait fully, and GenG just a free plant on A.
Yeah, there's no way Devi gets in here. I don't even think he's going to get a chance to die to the spike. Let's see what he can do. He's just trying to run in.
Well, they're setting up for, the healthy members to pick up this kill. And Meteor actually gets a third.
Yeah, he was on 10 health when he got that second one. Looks like he got healed up a bit from God Dead and then was able to finish off a 3rd kill. So good stuff on the pistol round here for GenG. Gives them a chance in this map.
Yeah, a great start. And again, making no noise, just walking through the smoke. I would have considered it a bit risky, but Meteor wins the first duel, and that changes everything. So now, because of that, they can continue to work off of this B site toxic screen just a bit longer, right? It can continue to apply this pressure. So King just being given for lurking duty, and to combat that, PaperX now pushes out of it. They say, okay, we don't want to play any mind games with this toxic screen. Let's just make sure that they're not setting up for anything crafty here.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, you have a Jet and a Raze also that can get a bit aggressive, even from the defensive side. As a Snakebite trying to pick up something, but he skirts out of there.
Yeah, very low health, though. And one interesting thing, of course, King was standing on that smaller box there right next to the rest of the crate, so he just, something not able to get the initial headshot. King's just going to really whittle him down. Now, with that means they had to PaperX had to give up B main once again. So now GenG has a bit more freedom to do whatever they so choose. As soon as King makes the call, they will probably go for a 2-pronged attack onto B. They've already taken control of mid as well.
Yeah, might as well. Entering right now into tower. Should be able to just run on into this one, as we know.
Yeah, but they're still not taking any chances, right? You put the slow over an alley, you put the wall over by stairs, and then King only starts to peek out once his team is in the site, because otherwise you don't know if someone's maybe waiting right in that little entry point into the site. GenG understanding that they cannot take any hits here if they want to catch up, right? They got to really roll the snowball as much as possible to carry over all their weapons.
Forsaken here is looking to see what he can see, but he's about to come face to face with the Spectre.
I think Forsaken maybe just waiting to see if he can get some kills and then die to the spike at the last second as well. That seems to be his positioning here, and King suspects it.
Well, the blind actually works out. Forsaken got the kill, but he did die to TS.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Meteor stuck here with low health, not able to keep the weapon. So that is a little bit of damage done. Now, of course, Kings was recovered here by his teammate.
Yeah. So good stuff for GenG, able to pick up 2 in a row. As, even from the attacking side, it's been going well for them.
Going to the Astro 4?
I'm not sure, Astra. Let's see what they do pick up here. We do have just, another Spectre picked up. We have a Ghost held on to for TS. Not really overcommitting onto any buys. They're holding on to a lot of credits here.
And they're going to just roll it in. With the shorter weapons, they're just going to wait to see if anyone peeks out initially. And then once they're able to just inch forward bit by bit, they'll probably continue, manage the toxins like that, continue to check each corner at a time. And they're not hoping for everyone to survive. They're just trying to get into the site and get the plant.
Oh, boy.
The perfect lineup there.
Yeah. What can you say? They gave it a shot, but something was in perfect position to pick up 3. And now TS is alone. Something will take him down. Paper X are back on the board.
Yeah, and Paper X, I mean, again, a nice adjustment 2 rounds in a row to that toxic screen. This time they have a over-under double angle setup, and so something's able to get the spot first on the shoulder jiggle peek, and then they just all fire despite the poison cloud coming up as well.
Something a little bit late on the reset, I feel. He was just trying to spray through even after he got that initial burst onto the 2 of them, but he does clean it up in the end.
Ooh, okay, so now finally a toxic screen change from GenG, and looks like their idea here is let's contest for mid control while we fish for info on how Paper X adapts to this new toxic screen, right? King is just waiting to see if anyone pushes out. They're not actually trying to proactively use the screen just yet.
Something still peeking out of there as King is waiting. He's going to come face to face with the dog as here's Forsaken, pops out and takes him down.
Oh, King had the idea that he was going to get the debuff onto them with the snake bite, and he just has to choose to fight. Otherwise, they lose entire control of that area. But now Forsaken's already gone forward on the minimap and taken out TS on the lurk as well. 3 members of GenG now stuck in the middle of the map.
Yeah, definitely an issue if essentially one guy, I mean, he was joined by one of his teammates initially, but essentially one guy is just popping out and winning duel after duel.
Yeah.
You're not going to win a lot of rounds that way.
And this is all expected here from Paper X. Devi has no reason to greet this. They have main control as well. Mindfreak making sure that he doesn't get caught off guard. They still have a crossfire now with Devi relocating over to Alley and something on the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Mindfreak just waits for the perfect moment. They totally shut this down. The Flawless comes through for the side of Paper X. It's 2 rounds in a row. They only need 2 more to take down Split for the first match.
Yeah, Mindfreak has some really good smoke setups there right at the end of that round. So despite having the numbers advantage, despite having full information of where GenG was, again, not taking any chances. And I mean, once you get spotted there with the Trailblazer, I think King made the best choice, right? Put down the debuff and try to get an unfair fight in your advantage, but Forsaken just powers through it.
Yeah. Now we're going to have second timeout here called by GenG. Not too surprising. One last burst to try to catch up on this map. But to be honest, you know, I think there's a reason why all of us did predict Paper X to take this match today, and it's because their aggressive play style has got them such a huge lead. They keep on winning these 1v1s, these 2v1s, and they're just dominating so far here against GenG to start us off.
Yeah, I would agree. And as they talked about on the desk briefly as well, it's not just mindless aggression, right? I mean, we're kind of seeing the top peak potential of Paper X once again. We're starting to see hints of that where you really see them having these micro adjustments in their movement, their utility to always set up for these double angles, these double peaks, and these crossfires, even on the attacking side in the first half. And of course, surely now on the defensive side, Sheriff round coming in for GenG. And if they lose this one, it's match point for Paper X.
Yeah. Well, just pray to God dead and hope something goes right, and maybe GenG have a chance. It's not looking too good, William.
Yeah, but if God dead, then who will hear your prayers?
Oh, no.
Blinded.
That's a question for another time.
Well, just hoping that someone walks into their crosshairs. And Paper X, I think, giving respect to especially God dead, who's been on point with his Sheriffs today. Uh-oh. Oh, he doesn't get bitten by it. Yeah, there he is again!
Yeah. Not before GenG is able to pick off one, though. And now trying to push in here. They do not see Devi, who is always holding these weird angles. That one not the weirdest we've seen, but that's going to be 2 kills to him. And now Sylvan says, well, give it a good try and see what I can do. He might be able to upgrade here.
Yeah, but he's not aware of something already behind him. Yeah, he has no idea. Too many angles to check.
Yeah, something has Blade Storm. I mean, there's It would take a miracle at this point.
Absolutely.
It would take a miracle, actually, for GenG to come back from this one.
And I think especially on, even though we all predicted PRX to begin with, now having, once we saw the map's picks and bans, I don't think anyone really expected GenG to come out swinging on split. Even though that they left it open, even though we've never seen it, this has just never been the type of map that these players would absolutely excel at. Meanwhile, obviously, it's one of PRX's favorites, so not surprising, but GodDead saying it's not over just yet.
Yeah, they got Seekers, they got Meteor already on the site. This will be a strong entry for the side of GenG. Up a member already.
Found one.
And eventually they will plant that right.
There's another.
Yeah, just making sure GodDead, not only does he block off Alley, but he creates this nice second angle for Heaven. Going to be an extra kill that they absolutely want. Now, GenG had waited to plan as well, just trying to draw out utility, see if they can whittle down the numbers on PRX. Also, since most likely GenG will close up this round, actually, hold that thought, Forsaken's in the site.
Sky's out.
Yeah, they are just really forcing this one. They have a pretty insane economy at this point, but now that it's 2v5, I guess they're just going to save from here.
Yeah.
Not the most PRX thing to do, but, I mean,
Might
as well in this case, because there's basically no chance. Something's still going to peak this angle. And again, their economy is great, so.
And especially for something, as you had noted earlier, Valdez, he has that Blade Storm, so I think probably just trying to see if he can take away the weapons on the side of GenG. Meanwhile, Devi, one thing is to try to save the op, but the other, of course, you don't want to potentially give it over to the side of GenG. Even though Meteor is single duelist on Raze, they could always have someone like TS pick up that operator, maybe even GodDead. So just don't want to give them that potential option for free. So it ends up being a save. But what I wanted to mention was we saw yet another different toxic screen here from GenG, right? It was clearly just to get the plant safely off the back of the Seekers. I don't expect them to use that again unless they have another ult combination that kind of guarantees the entry. And now without those options available to them, they do have a Resurrection and a Showstopper, so this could be another one where they power through, right? Just send Meteor in.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Raze, and Raze being Jing, getting some good information at this point. Boombot also going to be shot down.
All right, they've planted Meteor, right? The Boombot gets spotted on the other side of the toxic screen towards Sylvan, and they're just trying to bait PRX to push out of somewhere. Now, the thing is TS, he's aware that people have pushed out of mid, but he's now stuck. He has to check both angles. He's doing whatever he can. He calls that they have to entry now, otherwise he's going to get spotted.
And there's the entry. TS will also get 2 kills. Meanwhile, in mid, I thought they knew he was there. He's going to get a third one as everybody's pushing into him and just dying.
I mean, I don't blame the observers for focusing on the entry into sight, but clearly the main dish was on TS because he just holds his ground, knowing that he's about to get pinched.
Yeah, they sent a dog into Ramen. I was 99% sure they saw him, but just not able to win the duels as down goes Jing as well. Another flawless to the side of GenG, and maybe the miracle is actually happening.
I mean, quite frankly, if we weren't at match point, I would say it's starting to look a little dangerous for PRX. The only saving grace is you literally just have to win that one round, but just hiding right under. And he actually gets the first kill right before the Seeker really spots his location, so something caught off guard there. But TS, great setup there. And the real impressive part is, again, he calls to say, we have to go now. I'm going to set up my smokes because otherwise I might die. Because even if I get 1 kill, I might get traded. So he sets up all the nebulas. And then, of course, the cherry on top is he gets a triple kill.
Yeah. That certainly helps. As now Alex is going to be going to town on the voice comms, no doubt. Not going to be happy with the way this one has gone, but I think it's okay. I think that GenG have had some pretty good setups on the attack, so props to them to making this possible.
Yeah, so probably one of the things, I mean, wow, that is a big sign here. And this is for Jing. Going with a bit of a Korean rhyme there, but basically, don't steal my heart, Jing is the last line. That's the most important one. Wow. Where was I? Alex I think the thing you have to consider is you can't really tell your team not to push out of any side, right? That's the only way you're going to get surefire info. But probably the biggest part of that timeout was to just kind of calm them down, right? Cool off a little bit. You just lost this triple duel against TS. Don't let it get to your head. And then kind of reconsider how else do we want to set up these potential push-outs right around the 1 minute mark.
Well, we got operator versus operator now. We have something also picking up one. So we'll see how it works. He's just going to hold down A by himself. He's got the Viper and top screen over there as well. But this push from GenG is looking like B at the moment.
Okay, so GenG purposely hides the operator. Only King trying to be shown to the Trailblazer. And meanwhile, they've also checked the close corners. However, because of the further smokes coming out from Astro, they're just going to give up on it, right? Especially with the operator in hand. They don't have too many options. The other reason they're now fishing for info in mid is because no one has pushed out of A main. So GenG now has to take the action themselves and accepts the fate that if we don't whittle down the numbers, take control of one part of the map, eventually we're just going to have to go in blind. And it's up to Meteor. Ooh.
Okay.
That doesn't hurt him at all, actually. Dodges all of it.
And we are biding our time here on the side of GenG. 35 seconds. They're going to have to make a move soon, and it looks like the spike is run over towards A. So this is going to be up to something for this first pick as they enter into A main.
Now, they have Resurrection, right? So GenG, their optimal thing is for someone else to peek out and take the hit. They're actually just going to rely on the Cosmic Divide, but they have to stick the plant at this point, and they have so many corners to clear.
You got to go in. Something is trying, and here we go. Just trying to deny the plans as Jing gets into the back of the site, and they can't get the spike down. They cannot plant it, and it doesn't matter who kills who. That will be the end of it. 13-7 in favor of PaperX with a very nice defense on that last round.
Oh, the idea itself was not that bad, but the amount of time they spent to get there from GenG. I mean, again, just too much they have to handle, and on top of that, I mean, Jing had a showstopper. What do you do against that? I mean, Jing not only gets a kill, stays alive, which allows the rest of his teammates to all jump out like some superhero movie out of the Cosmic Divide, and they'll clean up the site. 13-7. You know, GenG, I think they finally started to get warmed up there towards the end, but they just gave way too much of a lead to PaperX.
Yeah, I mean, 9-3, no curse today. Feels like that curse doesn't exist here. Haven't seen a lot of 9-3 reverse wins happening.
It's been a while.
So it was just a great start. The double duelist, the W Gaming, they took too many rounds on the attacker side. GenG not really able to get much done as once again, every single time I see split, it's like, oh, well, this is supposed to be defender-sided. The attacker side is always seemingly getting a lot of wins in the rounds, and our stats are telling the same story overall. Just seems like our teams are finding a lot of success on the attacker side on this map.
Yeah, I think that's especially even more true in Pacific. I think at least up to last week, I think Pacific had the highest attacking win rate on split. And I think part of that is also a lot of Pacific teams just don't like this map, so even their defense maybe not as well trained. But here's the thing, I mean, Jing popped off this map, and while, you know, some might want to say, well, they just really won off of Jing's carry, on the other side, Godden was trying to answer back, you know, at that same tempo, but overall, PaperX winning more duels and having a great explosive attacking first half will be able to secure map 1.
Yeah, it's basically what it came down to. Something also started off pretty slowly. He ended up with 3 first bloods, so not half bad. He was also second place on the standings. Also Mindfreak with 3 first bloods, pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, just a pretty solid attacker side. They were able to close out the map a bit slower after that with the double duelist on defender side, and they made it happen. So that was map number 1, William, as PaperX will take the lead here. We're going to have a break and come back with the desk. Don't go anywhere. This is huge as well, as everybody's trying to just pile
Down to a duel here. Oh,
in at the fight. That Jing was just so...
lower the numbers.
The fight begins. And meanwhile, Sylvan just going to go down. Okay.
Now they know. Ooh!
Deny. He's able to hold on, even if he goes.
He's activating everything just to hide. The other would make sure to short.
I'm believing this, but we do have one guy on it at the moment. Mindfreak
Very well aware of this. They're just trying to bunker down. Yeah, you're trying to make sure they don't. Okay.
the angle.
With all these smokes coming out, finds one. He gets a kill.
All right, and look at the entirety of the team here for Paper X. They're all. Oh boy.
The perfect lineup.
Something will take Dog as here's Forsaken.
30 seconds left.
Now trying to push in here. They do not see Debai, who's always holding these weird angles. That one not the weirdest we've seen, but
I thought Forsaken's in sight.
Hey, you're watching VCT Pacific, and we finally got down to getting through our first game of the day on Splits, which was Paper X's pick, and clearly they continue to be extremely comfortable on it.
No doubt. And this is just like they're home now, right?
Yeah.
That's 4 wins in a row on Split for them. They're just dominating a lot of the aspects, especially on the attacker side with this double duelist setup they've got. And you don't even need something popping off on the attacker side. It was really just GenG who was, you know, kind of carrying this team. I'm sorry, that's not GenG. It's KR Extra 002.
That's right. That's his true form. That's his real
right.
identity.
That's right.
We've unmasked GenG.
Yeah, GenG, that's like his Bruce Wayne name or whatever you want to call it. Look, we saw kind of what we expected to have happen. I don't think GenG looks bad, but PRX is popping off. They're playing really clean. They're very in control. Obviously, we think that's a pretty good map for them as well. And I think things are kind of par for the course so far.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they were GenG. You're right. They struggled. I think there was 5 rounds during the first half that GenG just couldn't get that win. Any rounds back in their pockets. They had to call those timeouts, and obviously it didn't work out in the end. Now, yeah, GenG was really popping off, which was great to see. Usually something's at the top of that, like, you know, that kill chart, but with GenG and 21 kills, I mean, he's in form on Split. I think Split is definitely his map. Now, GenG did have really good strats as well. We did see it on round 5, a really interesting play.
Yeah, this is really like a highlight of a lot of the things I wanted to see for GenG, and I had like a lot of confidence that this was going to be good. So the first thing I want to note here is, yes, GodDead gets some huge kills here. This is like setting the tempo, but the toxic screen is a change here on the A side. They had been setting it up to cover pipes up towards A heaven. Instead, they changed the direction to counter the toxic screen that PRX was using. This forced PRX over to B a little bit, I think, and this also forces then on the re-rotate into the hands of Meteor, who's got that Marshall. He's absolutely nuts with it. We've seen it time and time again, also with his Showstopper. So this is just a really well drawn up map. It was on the fly. So this like hit a bunch of notes for me where I thought, okay, GenG really could do this today. GodDead playing well. They're able to find those mid-round or mid-map adaptations without taking a timeout. So I was like, this is good. They're looking good. And then after that, it was not.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the second half did look a little bit better for them, almost. But before that, you know, we were talking about the first kill to round conversion wins for all the teams, and PaperX was just astoundingly high, like 82% conversion rate, which is crazy, and they definitely proved it again today.
Yeah, there was a clip I wanted to look at. It was with something up here, and you know, we talked about, you know, this is a lot of this is going to come down. Can they get that first kill? And something absolutely delivered here. I mean, one thing about PaperX is they're just good when it comes to their picks, and so, you know, a straightforward round here, but this was an important moment because in the early part of the second half, it did seem like momentum was beginning to build here for GenG to come back, and players like something that come out, they shut that down, and you know, I'm starting to feel like this is probably going to be a 2-0. Would you guys agree with me? It's looking pretty straightforward.
Yep.
What would you say?
Yeah.
Yep. Especially with King playing as bad as he did. I mean, if he can bounce back, have a better map. But King had 4 kills total. That's unacceptable from a player of his caliber. And he's been, again, sliding in the wrong direction for GenG, just like a lot of the teams. So I have deep concerns. I mean, yes, Split is a very good map for PaperX. They've shown it to us, you know, throughout this stage. They're comfortable on this map. They like it. This is the first time we've seen it for GenG. But also, you should have a ton of time to prep and prepare for this map because you've seen it so much from the side of PaperX. And GenG is a team that I would think with their coaching staff and their players should be a good anti-strat team.
It's been a little weird, isn't it? I mean, seeing King perform as poorly as he has. The truth is, GenG, when we talk about this team, this is a player that we a lot of times are highlighting. Like this is going to be our pick. This we want to be following this guy closely and seeing how he performs and can he keep up with the other MVP on the team. But yeah, I mean, almost no action from King at all here.
Yeah,
Really quiet,
that's right. I mean, look, the next map is Ascent. That is GenG's pick. I don't know. I mean, PaperX does start on attacker side. I don't really know. I feel like it might go into 2-0. It's almost like PaperX is making up for all that lost time in the beginning. But, you know, in the second half, GenG was looking stronger. But what was it? Was it just, I mean, are they just not on form today? Or is PaperX just too good on Split?
I mean, I think I think they're too good. Their firepower is really good. They do a good job mostly of pushing and pulling the map. I liked some of the ideas from GenG, especially on their defender side, giving up some space, but they weren't able to recover. Some weird mistakes here and there as well. So, but they were on the ecos a lot. Yeah, I mean, they switched over to the attacker side, and they had some good maneuvers, like the pistol round. They're able to sneak Sylvan in deep into the site underneath, you know, like Will was pointing out, underneath the noses of PaperX a bit. But at the end of the day, that 9-3 start for PaperX is just, it's just too much to recover from.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it would have been way too much of a climb to come back. Yeah, good try, though. 13-7, they did climb a little bit. I do agree with you guys. I do think it's going to be kind of a 2-0.
It could be. I mean, you know, it's been weird just seeing GenG underperform the way that they did. I mean, this is such a, I think, coming into this event, it's like a pretty straightforward team pick, right? I mean, GenG, first of all, the lineup was obviously so solid. I always think of them as just, these are all the best players in Korea that are not on DRX, right? GenG showed up a little bit, you know, later here to the Valorant game, scooping these guys up. But yeah, I mean, they're the team that started out looking strong, and it seemed like it was going to be an obvious second place or third place, and maybe it still is. But what's been going on the last couple weeks? It's kind of weird. It's kind of hard to figure out. They just are not making the right connections. They seem to be a little bit more disorganized. PaperX, on the other hand, they seem to really have leaned into their form. They're looking great. They're feeling confident, and it shows.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, they lost the last 3 matchups already. GenG knows. I mean, look, they're also high up on the standings, but at the same time, you know, losing another match, this is not good. Even if you make it into playoffs, like going in looking like this.
Yeah, you can't be sliding downhill like this, and like, you know, it's tough to recover from that. Some teams can, you know, like we saw Talon was able to turn it around and get some pretty impressive wins and at least give themselves a slim hope of making it to the playoffs and things like that. And GenG is a team that I would think can do that. I would think with the players and the staff in place that they should be capable of doing it. But this split, I wanted to see just a little bit more. I mean, I didn't necessarily expect that they were going to win the map, but it wasn't like that, especially their defender side. With having the stage and the double controller, I thought they'd have a lot better ability to sort of manipulate the map to, you know, to kind of keep PaperX in check. They really couldn't.
Yeah.
So going over to Ascent, a map that somewhat plays a bit like Ascent in a lot of ways, where it's sort of a 3-lane, sort of kind of similar idea. I'm not sure that they necessarily can do it. Now, they've been great on Ascent the last couple times we've seen them. They beat T1. They blasted T1 when they played them. It was 13-5. They beat DRX at the Guangzhou Esports series, but they've only played Ascent like 2 times in the last 6 months. So, again, hard to say exactly what GenG's going to do.
It's weird, too, because, like, with them winning all their wins in a row, and then they're comboing all these losses. I mean, if this keeps up, they're going to kind of just be another team that's right square in the middle that we're going to have to basically wait for the bracketed format to figure out where exactly they stand. But hopefully they can pull it together. It did seem like those timeouts they did call, they were able to kind of tighten the bolts, so to speak, and kind of improve and take it step by step. But, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Paper Thin. I don't know really what to make of GenG here. And, again, it's really self-evident when you look at a team like PaperX, which is just so in your face, so able to make stuff happen, so able to shut you down.
Yeah. Something on Split, on A site in particular, we saw this last week too. Him and a shorty on A site is so scary. Like, if I would never want to be in that situation when you know something's on the other side and all he has is a shorty. That's all he needs. And he did it again. He's
got such an interesting way of maneuvering himself. Like a lot of jets with a shorty, right, will cloudburst in your face and then dash in and then try to use that. He finds angles. He doesn't even have to use his utility. He uses the passive dash.
Yes.
Or the hover, excuse me.
Yep.
The hover that she has to kind of keep people off balance and sort of make it harder to find the crosshair placements.
Yeah,
he's very good at aerial shorty jet plays. It's really interesting. He's very good at getting right above you and punishing, but yeah, I mean, I think that's why he's such a scary player, right? I mean, he's obviously very good with a rifle, but between operator and the shorty, you're kind of covering the full range of all the weapons and abilities, and it's very impressive.
Well, something's laughing.
Yeah,
and
he's
laughing. Somebody else had their head in their hands.
He just imagined a new way to fly down and hit you with a shorty is what happened. Yeah, little wrinkles forming on his brain as we speak as he finds new places to pop out with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, something was great last round, but Jing, I would have to say, or what's a VCT KR Extra was, you know, a star player on the last map. But we are going to go into Ascent now, and let's see what their team, or the agent comp's going to be like this time around.
I do think that this is a good map for GenG.
Good God.
What is
what is
bigger.
that?
It got bigger.
It's like a...
That's bigger.
It was like a tiny whole paper towel roll for a mouse or something. Like, there was a bigger one in there. He needed more toilet
like
paper than
roll.
Yeah.
Ooh, Forsaken's back on Fade. But, okay. I mean, that worked last time.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, look, I think GenG, this is probably a good map for them. I think they should fare better. I do think PaperX probably still takes it. I think it's going to be a lot closer, maybe a 13-11 or 13-10, something like that.
Yeah. What say you, Paper Thin?
I mean, it is a super interesting composition, you know, Jing on that Sage and, you know, kind of an off duelist, sort of like everybody talks about the Battle Sage and that kind of thing, but it is a really kind of weird comp with the way that the walls get broken so fast. They're more about information than they are other things. Sometimes there's some TikTok-y stuff that comes out, but we'll see with PaperX how they want to handle this, but it looked pretty good against ZETA on one of ZETA's strongest maps.
Yeah. That's right. All right, with that, we are ready to get into Game 2 on Ascent. We have GenG versus PaperX. Casters, we have Will and Valdez. Do you guys ever going to end it at Game 2, or are we going to go into Game 3 today?
I'm expecting a 2-0. What about you, William? I think that first map was pretty convincing and kind of what I thought even before the first map, to be honest.
You know what? I'm going to be the odd one out. I think we're going to
You
go to
always
map
are.
3. Maybe there's a pattern there. Well, I will say this, right? I think this map better suits the matchup on the side of GenG, right? Not to say they necessarily have the advantage, but I would say we should expect them to hold a better fight than on Split. On top of that, it seems like some of them is finally getting warmed up on stage towards the end of Split. So I think there's a decent chance here. And, well, again, like Paper Thin was saying on the desk, we'll have to continue to see what more Paper X can show us with this composition, because we've only seen it once from them here on Ascent, and that wasn't exactly all off the back of the theory behind the comp, but much more their individual performances as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really took it to ZETA last week, so I'm not surprised that they just go for what worked and try to run it back. Looks great on Split. And here we go once again. It will be... Yeah, so they tried to really throw a wrench into the gears, and the gun got jammed halfway through, I guess, because their strategy fell flat on its face as Paper X cleaned them up in mid. As they'll take another look. That's just totally blind.
Yeah, it was flashed as well. It's been less than a minute, right? I can take that back. I think it might be a 2-0. I don't think we're going to go to a map 3. I mean, Paper X, not entirely well prepped against that push, but also not taking, their own risks. They are able to regroup very quickly, and of course the early kill helps.
Here comes the push. Paper X not wasting any time. So they make their way into B. You see that King is way back here on the spawn. They're going to give this one up for free.
Yeah, GenG just, they decided to stack A site. Now they did leave the turret here, and King just watching mid, but that didn't stop Paper X from wasting any time to get into the site. Now, GenG's doing what they can to get an entire wraparound, and Jing's ready for it.
He's on the run, but he's not going to get away.
Yeah, didn't quite expect the omen.
Enemy down.
Okay, Meteor buying time.
Oh, he got a couple of really great shots, but the shorty from that angle not good enough. As that will be the cleanup from Devi hanging out around the wall. Got pretty interesting there as Jing pushed out aggressively, but it's still a Paper X round win.
Yeah, but just right there where we saw the shorty actually being used by Meteor, it's funny because the desk was talking about that right before we got into the game about how something uses a shorty, he's always floating in the air. You got to imagine if Meteor had done another jump peek, could he have gotten the kill? Maybe he might have been able to close the distance just a bit. But at the end of the day, Paper X will be able to get that, and they're going to continue on with 2 rifles here and just evening out the rest of their weaponry to try to match on this bonus round.
See how this goes. I mean, it's like he spots Mindfreak, who gets out somehow.
Yeah, Mindfreak just goes for the early swing out to not lose any speed, and Paper X doesn't waste any time.
Something's taken out as well. Fantastic help from GodDead. They keep him alive. And that's going to be the end of that push, although Mindfreak is in main, and he'll also get taken down.
I don't think it spotted him, so Jing just count his blessings, but there he goes.
All right, there you go. GenG on the board in the bonus rounds. Able to hold on to pretty much everything. Actually, everything.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, GodDead with great coverage here, and just because they have their own Omen Smoke over by A main, trust that he can just hold that spray towards that door, towards tree.
Coming back. Placing alarm bot. Turret out.
yeah, trying to make sure they don't fall too far behind. I mean, that was one of the other reasons they had such a hard time in the second half back on split. Now, this is one of the other reasons I think GenG has a better fight here, is that we have King on the Killjoy, who we know that he's very well versed in, especially on Ascent.
Forsaken trying to get as much information for his team as possible. This is what he mentioned in the interview. This is part of the reason why he plays the Fate on this map. And they do not run a Killjoy as GodDead is caught with a dagger in his hand. Down he'll go to a Bulldog.
Yeah, TS, he can't grieve this. Yeah, he just has to back out. I mean, he wanted to try to get one kill on the entry just to even up the numbers. I think that's fine, but now he has to back off. Now, something already notifying them that he could be up in heaven. He does drop, of course, after just spraying through, but see what the retake looks like. I mean, you know, you don't have your lockdown yet, you don't have much else, but you do have the recombo and the paranoia, so the tools are there here for GenG.
Yeah. Let's see their entry into the A site as Device down in hell. Couple of smokes link up. Something spots one, but Meteor down here, able to get one. TS as well, but Devi trying to hold it down against two. He is going to survive for so long, but eventually Meteor will take him down, but he's alone. And he does not have much health. He does get cleaned up by Mindfreak, who will take a third round for PaperX.
Yeah, a nice try from GenG. It wasn't as explosive of a retake that as we might have seen from other teams, but still very methodical, even making sure that they can set up that crossfire against the switch, right? We first had King kind of looking down from the far corner of heaven, and then Meteor drops down next to Gen. But the problem being, you know, of course, that they're not able to win the duels immediately, and Meteor left all alone to try to fend the eventual 1v3, only able to get one of those remaining three members.
Yeah. Well, don't tell Achilleos at home about Eco and his gun choice. But other than that, it does look like, wow, Mindfreak with a first blood this time. Don't see that every day up there on top of the wall.
Yeah, just counters the potential play here with their own util, and they're just pushing through again.
Meteor in the smoke, he's gonna get one. King also there as he's up on heaven. He takes down 3, as that was almost as many kills as he had in the last map.
Jeez, you didn't have to do it dirty like that. My goodness. Well, I mean, a great hold and some great reactions as well. Now, Mindfreak, oh yeah, they didn't even spot him. It wasn't like the haunt was used there in a main, it was used deeper. And it was taken out immediately, but King's already here. Just a nice reset on for the third kill.
Very nice.
Now, I expect this to be the pattern. If PaperX continues to try to push through within the first 30 seconds, I mean, especially if they accidentally choose the site that King set up on, it's not going to go as well as it normally does for PaperX. I mean, Ascent in general is a much harder map to just push through. You're working off of a single duelist, and then you're, okay, going up against King on the Killjoy, and there's a lot more difficulties. Ooh.
It's not able to hit any of the knives, so Meteor's like, well, I guess I'll just back away then with my poor little classic.
Yeah, but it's a pretty classic.
True. I mean, yeah, not very poor, I guess. As Something able to win that duel, King not able to get it this time. And that's unfortunate for him, as Something now showing that aggression on the Jet.
Yeah, now PaperX, because they didn't have any further setups and they're currently waiting on another smoke to recharge from Mindfreak, they can't fight for mid control, so they just have to gamble that they will be ahead in the rotation. GenG, they're playing for retake on B, and they actually intercept the spike.
That's pretty huge. They're trying to take down top of mid as well. Devi is alone here with the Sheriff. And he's not going to be able to get anyone as they get onto the site, but they don't have the spike.
But they have the Omen ultimate. Now he he just gets off of that debuff, and they're all trying to crowd around it. They couldn't block it. I mean, that's one. Cute. Yeah, that's one way you can try to do it. Make sure that the Omen can't place close enough to it. But yeah. Alas, all right, his own ultimate here from TS just to get a crossfire. I like it.
Yeah, and
enemy remaining.
But weapons recovered here.
Okay, TS. They're going to play it safe. They're going to wait on the site here. We got Something in Boathouse. He is not going to get picked off. TS very low. And down he goes to the Phantom of Jing on the site.
Man, I mean, GenG even aware of the fact that the Omen could use their ultimate, you know, doing what they can, but here's the thing that the initial weapon from King able to be recovered, and then Eco not able to stay alive you know, in that connection to defender spawn, gives away another rifle, and then GenG standing on top as well. You can just see, you know, him kind of smirking and saying, "Yep, that's how I expected it to go."
Yeah, I mean, Paper Thin mentioned the TikTok angles with the Sage wall. That's definitely one of them. You're not going to expect to see a Sage flying in top of the air on the B side unless you know about that specific one, as, you know, it's not the first time we've seen it, but definitely kind of messes with your brain in terms of what you have to check.
And man, I mean, this is just so PRX, right? Meanwhile, you know, teams like GenG or other teams like DRX, they'll often use all their utility within the first 30 seconds to gain info. And PaperX, what do? They say, okay, let's change up the tempo. Let's just cut noise and then break into the site, because at the end of the day, we're going to go in as 5 anyway. And now they, you know, they keep main. They have another high angle. I mean, at this point, you got to expect it. But even then, it's still such a hard angle to choose because you don't know exactly which railing he's going to peek out from.
Exactly. And they are getting so much value out of these pushes on the B because of this as well. As trying to redefine the VCT Pacific meta, and Divide just pops out, and Meteor is alone, and Market gets taken out by his opposing Jet, and PaperX's dominance does not end with Split. They are coming out to play here on Ascent as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last couple of duels just shows once again that PaperX is absolutely much more dialed in here. I mean, that kill, sure, it's the position, but and Divide with the surprise on the first kill, sure, but not, you know, not able to get traded right away. The peek from something onto Meteor. PaperX is just quicker right now, and a lot of their duels just a bit more accurate, and it's starting to show.
I'll find you.
Yeah, now they're going to go fast on A, really mixing with this as they do have the Fade ultimate. As something gets in, and he gets the kill with the shorty again.
And that was the only thing he was given to do. His one mission was to, okay, break open the site. Now GodDead with a spam through the smoke. It's still a little difficult because of the operator.
Okay, Rez straight up on the site here behind the box as they are protecting him as GenG. He will not be denied. This plans on the A site.
Now you gotta say, I mean, you had a chance when it was 3v3, but the Rez came out. You could not deny it. And in some ways, I mean, GenG with the very proactive Rez actually basically using it as bait, right, to get an extra kill here before the plant.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. And that's going to be another clean round to the side of PaperX. GodDead nearly able to stop them in their tracks, but again, we keep saying his name and pretty much his name alone. King had the one round.
Yeah.
GenG don't really have an answer.
Oh, something's coming for the op. He wants, I mean, listen, he has nothing to lose, right? I mean, you have economy. It's not like you're going to give away a weapon upgrade. You might as well try to fish for it. Now, of course, he's not going to go in recklessly, so we see on the minimap he won't eventually reach his destination, but a nice attempt here from something. And I just want to say, I like this timeout, because here's the thing, is that while PaperX is also, yes, just better in their individual mechanics right now, it seems, on today's match, but if you think back to the rounds, I mean, PaperX, they have been changing up their tempo every round, right, and the site that they hit. And because of this, it really ruins GenG's style of, let's play default, fish for utility, go through cooldowns, and then choose a rotation. I mean, you're just not, you don't know if your default is going to work against the next round because they've been switching it up every time. So, okay, my recon didn't hit anything this time. What does that mean? We don't know, because it's always a different position from PaperX.
Yeah. Their attacker side is, maybe that's part of the reason why some of our attacker side statistics are all messed up in favor of attack, because you get teams like PaperX who are just so good at attacking. W Gaming. What else can you say?
GenG will remember this. Well, they surely will, but whether it'll be a good memory or not is going to be a different question here. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's a lot.
She's like, also take a look at my entire portfolio.
Wow, impressive though. Very well drawn.
Please hire me. Now you got to shoot your shot, I guess.
Yeah, you might as well take the opportunity you have. Now Meteor saves that operator, but it's just him and Eco. Right, Eco not having the greatest of times as he gets put in here for map 2. Placing Sylvan, of course, primarily because he's playing that Sova. And yeah, so GenG, they're just kind of playing a style where, okay, we can only rely on the operator. Let's plant him forward with the assistance of the KO. And PaperX says, well, I guess the op's not an A, so we're just going to enter.
Divide going to steal that one away as well. Just sitting on the back. His ability to support his duelists that run in has been also key. He's actually on top of the kill score right now for the team. As a pretty straightforward entry here. They're trying to maybe look for an angle here with the operator, but this is very well locked down.
I mean, yeah, Meteor. I was about to say. Oh my.
Oh no!
Oh my. I was about to say Meteor just thankful that he survives and, you know, doesn't get picked off by GenG, but at the end of the day, can't get out. I mean,
Yeah.
this is looking rough, Valdez. I mean, here's the thing is that PRX is doing everything they can with the composition they have, with the style they have on this map to get the victories. And then on top of that, they're winning the duels. So at that point, GenG, you really don't have any answers left.
Yeah.
You know, we can speculate all we want about, well, you should push out from here and use your ability at that time, but that's all very theoretical in a utopia where it's all controlled, and PRX is the one breaking all those variables right now.
Something looking to do what he does best, which is charge in with the shorty. They will be stopped, though. Little KO action from each side is going to kind of put a stop to the action for now. I really loved how we got the voice comms, actually, of PRX on the attack. It's just so clean as, oh, Meteor holding it down outside a tree. He will be taken out, but he's able to at least get that first blood.
Yeah, but Goddead wasn't able to provide support, and he actually can't protect the site either because he's not sure what the tempo is from either mid coming into A short or A main.
Oh no, and TS not able to get that. They weren't even looking at him. He just gets flicked on, headshot by Mindfreak.
Oh.
This is such a one-sided battle right now. I cannot even overstate it. Because PRX are just unbelievably strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say it like it is, right? This is one of the most one-sided ascents we've seen, especially on the attacking side. And listen, Ascent, generally a defense-heavy map or defense-favored map, at least on the pro scene and the pro level. And, you know, the map layout kind of explains why. Oh my god. And the fact that PRX is able to do this.
They're just hunted down like
I mean,
rabbits in the woods.
Oh no!
Come on!
Okay. Come on, Forsaken.
He's like, you think it's one-sided, now let me do this. Well, he did get punished for it, you could say. He gives a free kill over to King, but either way, that's going to just add salt in the wound, I would say.
Yeah.
If I'm GenG, I would be not happy.
Well, yeah, the fact that, you know, PRX is kind of in their element, feeling like they can do a little bit of trolling for fun, do a little bit of a showmanship right here, a performance for their fans. That's not what you want to feel as their opponents.
Had to do it for the gram, you know.
Had to do it for the gram.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, just going to have to run away. You're on an eco. You chose to stack B this time. Last time you were on an eco, PRX came B, and GenG trying to, you know, work off of that memory, and they're not going to find anything. Now, PRX not taking any chances. Something actually scouts out with, I believe he went in with his own shorty, so.
He's doing the same entry again. Just Cloudburst right in the middle, and then he just updrafts on top of the generator here, just trying to see what he can see. Scout out the entire site. He's really good at immediately communicating as well, like where the enemy players are. We saw that a couple of rounds ago as we will have a lockdown, finally.
All right, it's being used. They're going to use this because they need to get another round here to try to make it an 8-4, right? Even though it's an eco, they got to do what they can.
Oh no, Forsaken just stands on the lockdown, takes down 3. As they are trying to hold this defuse right now. And they're not going to be able to. GenG and Mindfreak push on in 2v2, and they do take them down.
Well, I mean, nothing is going GenG's way, right? I mean, they try to work off of the lockdown. They just get taken out before the lockdown's able to go through. I mean, here's the thing is that GenG, that's the theoretically best way to play with the lockdown, right? Is the last 2 seconds, you peek out, they're probably exiting. But PRX just says, hey, we got better weapons. One of you guys just sacrifice yourself. And Forsaken says, gladly.
Yeah.
I will get some free kills.
Yeah, if there's going to be one guy who does it, probably him.
Get out of my way.
As now, don't show Achilleos again. We got a Odin set up here as Forsaken. Trying to see what he can see through the wall. Not going to really clip anyone here.
Yeah, I'm GenG. You know, they're just, again, they've practically just ditched mid, right? They said, okay, us trying to play this 2-1-2, go with all this util, it's not working out. And then this happens to be the round where PRX says, ooh, let's explore mid. It's the last round of the half, might as well.
Yeah, you know, unexplored territory. We haven't had a lot of market fights or anything like that.
Oh, and look at this. They immediately go towards A. They send in the Fade ultimate, and it draws out TS's ultimate to come help on B, but it's the wrong site.
Yeah, the rotation, I mean, this is what happens when you have total mid control. You can go anywhere you want. GodDead desperate to try to hold the site. Meteor is here. He's going to pick up 2, but he's alone and shot down through the box. That will be the site won by PRX.
I mean, this is just outright dominance, right? Not only in the mechanics, not only because it's W Gaming, haha, but they're also just messing with GenG's calls. I mean, they are absolutely picking apart this team.
It's disgusting.
I mean,
cover your eyes.
God.
So 4K for Forsaken, as again, he is the hunter, actually. It's not Sova. He is the one that is hunting him down bit by bit. And note that he's doing these crazy, you know, Instagram plays, but actually it's Devi who's 15-4 quietly, like, on top of the scoreboard.
I mean, everyone's popping off right now. I mean, in terms of aim, no one is slouching today on PRX, right? I mean, earlier we even saw Mindfreak doing quite well over on Split.
They're having a good time.
Yeah, I do like listening to PRX's comms after the round ends, because they always have something to joke about or kind of ask each other, like, was that real? Like, did that happen? They're always having fun.
Yeah. And, you know, they're having a lot of fun. They're on a winning streak here in VCT Pacific. GenG is the exact opposite, right? They are on a losing streak, multiple series in a row. This is looking like, I believe, number 4 in a row that they might lose.
Yeah.
And it's rough because I think they hit their slump at exactly the worst time. Like, they couldn't really afford some of the losses that they took to some of the other teams, and now they have to face off against one of the strongest teams in all of Pacific. I mean, I think at this point, the only team that really compares to them is DRX. Like, we'll have to see what T1 has, but they are a pretty clear top 3, and PRX just seems to only get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride, right? I mean, yes, I know a lot of us, we miss Benkai's walkouts and the style of play and calling he's had, but clearly PRX has figured out how to make it work, and the fans begging GenG for a win, but here's the reality. If they lose this map, I believe, not only is it their fourth match loss, but it's their 7th map loss in a row. Their past 2 have been 2-0s. And then, you know, they of course lost the last map of the match before that as well. I mean, GenG, like you said, Valdez, they are hitting their low point. They're discovering their low point at the absolute worst time.
Yeah. They're not out of playoffs yet, but keep losing and find out, I suppose.
Yeah, anything's possible here in Pacific.
Yeah.
You know, other than DRX, no one guaranteed a spot just yet. There's all sorts of possibilities depending on how these go. Now, PRX, of course, just 2 steps, 3 steps away here from locking themselves in for playoffs, and I believe maybe even potentially that 2nd seed as well, so getting that early bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, 2-0, as always. In case you can't win the head-to-head, you got to move on to that map differential, so lose as few maps as possible. You'll feel pretty happy about that. Now, let's see how this pistol round is going to go. There's no 10-2 curse, as far as I'm aware. So let's see if GenG have a chance on this map.
Well, yeah,
I guess not.
Yeah, the sound, I mean, they heard it all, and PRX was just waiting on these off angles to peak right after they enter the archway. The drone coming late, but here's the thing, it only spotted something. There's still more members.
Okay.
They're not aware of Jing, though.
He can't cover both angles. Something gets a second as he moves in the face of Eco, takes him down. TS gets 2.
Okay, yeah, a bit of a mishap there.
You know where he is.
King. Oh my god.
Oh man. That's Valorant. Jing gonna pick up the pistol round, and this is looking 1 step closer towards the 13-2.
Man, this is one of those matches where even as casters, you really start to feel bad for the losing team. And here's the thing, this was, while we all favored PRX, we did not imagine it to be in this much of a dominant fashion on GenG's pick of Ascent.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if there was going to be a time where GenG stood up to this team, it was going to be here, but in fact, this looks the worst so far out of any of the map losses they've taken against any of the teams.
Yeah, and Forsaken's got a judge, too. He's really digging into the get hated by Achilleos Club
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Oh, there's one. There's. Oh, no, he doesn't get two, though.
It's okay. Device here to lurk and take the kills again.
As he often does.
He's happy about this.
Oh,
One
man.
enemy remaining.
What is going on? Something.
You really had to do it to them like that. I guess so.
Oh, my gosh.
Match point.
Just dancing in the air in front of them.
I mean, yeah, PRX, they're in their full element. I mean, this is PRX. If anyone ever asks, why are you a fan of PRX? Probably everyone should
On my
point to
way,
this
need a
map
drop.
because this is the style they enjoy the most.
Yeah. This certainly has a lot of the highlights of why you would enjoy this team. That's for sure.
All right, well, half armors
Here.
across the board. You know, up against the wall here for GenG. Last chance to try to continue to stay alive in this match.
Meteor trying some W gaming of his own, just runs straight in. He's got some help. He's got Eco with him with the spike.
And once again, look at the setup here. Mindfreak already prepared to help out a mid. Now Jing does get taken down. That's going to force Mindfreak to rotate back over to A, but the setup in market is still there. Device looking to bait and cover for Forsaken, who's really going to be the one who gets the kills if GenG decides to go towards B.
Well, you got through the wall. Now you have to get through the smoke from the Omen.
Yeah, GenG, you have your drone, you have your recon. You got to start to get information. You even have your shock darts. You got to start to push out corners because if you just go down to 40 seconds again and then start to slowly creep up, it could be bad. Now, we see that it's a 2-2 split here from PRX, but GenG has no idea.
Yeah. At this point, what they know is kind of what King is seeing here,
Oh,
that,
my.
okay, well, there's not really a lot of defense in B main.
30 seconds left.
All right, something just, okay, he just trusts Mindfreak to hold, and something's now going to just try to survive in A main.
Yeah, Mindfreak just holds the spray, even as he's flashed, as here
Oh
comes
my
something!
God,
What?
something!
Come on! They just keep doing it to him.
10 seconds left.
And now King is all alone. He's got 7 seconds. It doesn't matter. He pulls out his knife, and that's going to do it. 13-2. That is the end of this map and this series.
What a brutal match for GenG. Not only is it a 2-0, they just look outclassed in every role, in every division, and even their calling, which might have been the saving grace that a lot of GenG fans were hoping for, but PRX, not only do they come with their classic fast tempo W gaming, but the reads they had, really just picking apart TS's brain and saying, nah, you will never figure out what we're trying to do. I mean, you can see everyone just trying to console each other because no one was in a position today on GenG to be able to hold their head up high and cheer each other up, right? They all just got outclassed one by one.
Yeah. As we'll take a look at some of the highlights of PRX, that is. There's the one round that King had. That's the one I remember from GenG, and that's about it. God Dead some moments.
I mean, that's the one clip we get from the GenG viewing party, right? I mean, there weren't too many times to get excited about their play here today. Now, again, I mean, this is one of those matches where it's really hard to tell, where do you pinpoint for the root cause? Because, yes, GenG, they also looked quite shaken up overall in terms of their mechanics, but at the same time, PRX was playing so well. Their tempo changes round to round were so good. And then just the kind of individual performances as well, the showmanship from something. Got so many shorty kills today, by the way, against GenG.
There's at least 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's definitely a sizable amount over 2 maps. As great sportsmanship from both teams. The fist bumps, but at the end of the day, it's PRX who move up to 6-2 in VCT Pacific. They secure their spot in playoffs, and as you mentioned, William, they have even secured their 2nd place spot to allow them to skip the first round of playoffs and put them in a really good spot to potentially challenge the top of the league and also make it over to Masters Tokyo, etc., and continue with their just momentum of success that they're on right now.
Yeah, I think this is the PRX a lot of people wanted to see at lock-in at the beginning of Pacific, and it took a while to get there. But with the addition of something and, you know, a week or two of shuffling the rosters and roles and figuring out what works, looks like Paper X is back in form in that explosive style that only works for them. And I think the rest of the teams here in Pacific, they got to start to get a little scared about what Paper X might bring out here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't even know if DRX will have what it takes to stop Paper X on this momentum. I mean, obviously, they are the one team you would expect to be able to, but
Yeah.
it's rough. I mean, they keep looking better and better and better every single day to the point where it's like, well, I'm just really waiting forward to that rematch between the two RX teams.
Yeah, I agree, because here's the thing. Back in the day when DRX seemed to always be the kryptonite here for Paper X, it really was true W gaming, right? Sure, they had different set plays, but it was always the same tempo, go, 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 go every round. But now we're seeing they're changing it. They're going in by cutting audio. They're switching up sites. They're waiting for the push and then going in as 5. The eventual execute's the same, but the macro strategy has definitely evolved one step here for Paper X.
Just keep looking better. GenG also, to talk about them, I mean, 4 in a row, 7 in a row.
Yeah, 7 maps in a row.
Of the loss side, that's a really damning stat, because you would hope that at least in some of their losses they're getting some maps, or that they're at least close on some maps. From my memory as well, like the maps weren't even that close, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, none of their past
nothing's
matches
going right.
really stick to my mind, right? And I think that just goes to show, because when they kind of put up a fight against DRX, we're like, okay, but yeah, this is why they're currently number 2 on the leaderboard. This is why a lot of people have big hopes for GenG. And then right after that, it was quite frankly right after they lost to DRX, they started to just get dismantled by everybody.
Yeah, to be honest, you know, we do our predictions every week, and this one was the first prediction of Super Week, and it was the fastest, I think, in my mind in terms of which team I was going to pick. I remember after last week, I'm like, GenG just look hopeless. I can't vote for these guys anymore. And Paper X looked insane against ZETA, so I'm like, well, okay, this is very obvious in my mind. I thought it was going to be a 2-0. I didn't think we would have a map that was actually 13-2 like this, so that was definitely surprising, I think, to a lot of us. But at the end of the day, Paper X just continue with their leads.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scoreline, again, just pinpoints the fact that not only did they lose as a team, but also individually, right? Because if they were able to have some of those heroics, they might have had a couple more rounds like they did with GodDead popping off over on Split. You know, over on Ascent, not even GodDead was able to do that for the team.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have the interview ready right now with something on the stage. Let's go down to GenG and see what he has to say.
Yes, I'm on stage with something of PRX. I'm so glad meeting him. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you had 4 wins in Split, so how confident are you for today?
For today, a bit shaky, but it's okay. I have very good teammates in my team.
Oh yeah, yes you did.
Yeah.
And also, like, everyone was thrilled for today's match with GenG, so were there any worries or special preps for today?
I mean, not worries, we just must win this game, because if we win this game, we go C2 in playoffs. Yeah, that's all. We must win, and that's all. No worries, just need to win.
Oh, you just did as you did on the scrims, right?
Yep.
That's perfect. So at Ascent, it was PRX comp with Fade and Sage. It was popping up again, so how satisfied were you for this comp?
For me, it's okay, but for Jason, he can play old agent, that's why he can play good on Fade, why not? If he can. Why
so
not?
Was it like fun to watch or kind of nervous?
I mean, just W stress, you know, this Fade.
Oh, so you like be more excited
Yes,
for
yes.
all the comps
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Oh yeah, we can see that coming. And for the last question, now PRX has locked in a spot in the playoffs. So which team would be the most threat for you guys?
I would say it's DRX, of course.
DRX?
DRX,
Oh.
of course DRX. But let's see in playoffs in 10 days, yes?
Yeah.
Or 15 days like this. Let's see who will win.
Yeah, but PRX will be better for every match, so for that too.
Of course.
Yes, that was something of PRX, and I'll toss it back to Victoria. Bye-bye.
Hey, predictions, eh? 100% prediction rate for Paper X, and looks like
We did it.
We did it,
guys.
Good
Woo.
job.
We got it okay.
We did it.
Good
God,
job,
we're good.
Twitter. Oh my God.
We're so
your
good.
back.
Activated.
Pat your
Oh,
back.
yeah,
Good
yeah,
job.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
job.
We did it.
How
Look,
did-
there's
how
nothing we
could-
can't do. There's nothing we can't do.
If you dream it.
I mean, I don't even think people can understand how it is to be this good. Like,
Yeah.
it's just...
This good, 13-2 good. And again, we were talking about that first kill to round conversion, to win conversion rate. I mean, here you can see Paper X with like 10 first kills, and well,
Look at their post plants.
and
9 out of 9.
Ooh.
How?
Yeah.
How?
That's crazy. Yeah.
This is a defender-sided map, kind of.
Honestly, it was sort of. There were moments in this game where it was sort of deja vu with on Ascent with ZETA last week with Paper X. Their control of this map was amazing, and I have to say, you know, going round 1 into Ascent with GenG, almost taking a page out of Paper X's book and trying to W game like aggressive defense, but it, you know, got thrown back in their faces immediately shut down by Paper X, and that kind of dictated the mood for the rest of this game.
You know, it's funny in map 2. I was pretty sure that Paper X was going to win. I didn't think it was going to be a 13-2. I was saying.
Kills than GenG just did on Ascent by himself. I mean, just absolutely just abysmal. There's no other way to put it here. GenG just got styled on. It was an absolutely just dunking that Paper X just put on him. And I mean, something was doing a lot of the dunking. He was absolutely just all over the place on top of their heads and blasting them. But
Yeah.
it's concerning. I mean, on a map that they picked, they looked even worse than the map that Paper X picked.
Yeah. That's right.
It's, yeah, no, I'm worried for him. I mean, I don't know. What's weird about it is I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong internally. Like, you know, I don't know if it's a communication breakdown, if they've been trying to lab out some new styles, if they were resting on their laurels. I don't know. But for GenG, we got to see something stronger here.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's not working out. This is yet another week where they've lost their match. On the flip side, another week where Paper X, not only did they 2-0 it, the map, the differential and the score was even higher than last week. They're just literally getting better and better every single week. But GenG did have some, like, you know, again, they had 1 or 2 good moments in this game, some good ideas. Why don't you bring us through that, Clinton?
Yeah, I want to give credit where credit's due here. On round 5, I thought GenG handled themselves really, really well. With the way that they responded to a bad start. So you're going to see that there's a bunch of utility dumped by both teams here at the beginning. You know, it's both knives from the KOs. Mindfreak gets up right on top and somehow, some way just blasts Goddead through the smoke. That's nuts. Now, a ton of utility is used in response here to try to track down Meteor. But Meteor, based on all the information he's got, he knows there's at least 4 players here. Calling in the reinforcements. A recon dart from frickin' downtown from, like, the back of defender spawn comes from Eco. That sets up the initial kind of couple kills here. King comes in, gets a couple big ones from Heaven. So it's a good response here. It's good delay by Meteor and, like, good communication there between GenG.
Yeah, so you can see they had some good ideas, but they just, you know, kept getting out-dueled for that matter. Now, on round 12, honestly, there was getting a point where I'm always afraid that Paper X is going to overheat, and there was a round where it looked like they were going to overheat potentially, but they take it back in control.
Yeah, you know, this was the Paper X that I got the opportunity to cast last week, which was just, you know, out of control. So to start this off, Forsaken gets that first kill. We do see Meteor recover it, right? So now it's going to be a 3-3. And this is the one where I thought, okay, well, GenG now has an opportunity. This is even playing ground. But the thing about Paper X, and it sounds basic, but it just couldn't be more true, is the picks, especially that Forsaken is able to get. So Forsaken comes over here, pops off, immediately gets the first kill, and the second. And it's moments like this where it's like, okay, I think honestly GenG had a pretty good tactical setup, but it doesn't matter. If you're never going to beat Paper X in the gun duels, you're never going to beat them.
Yeah. Absolutely, and they are quite formidable in that department. Forsaken was looking outstanding again on the Fade, but our key player, I think it's going to have to be Divide.
Yeah, Divide's KO once again here, really, really good for Paper X. In my book, I thought the key player on their Ascent. Last time on his KO, here again, he puts up tremendous numbers, huge ACS, huge KDA. tons of assists. Yeah, the first bloods aren't there. That's what that's what something is for, and he does that job especially well. But again, this guy's like always like kind of Johnny on the spot, kind of putting his utility in good spots at the right time. I mean, he follows up, with good flashes, with good fragments, all these things that you want out of a KO. And he's been stellar the last couple of sets for PaperX.
I love watching Divide play. Honestly, this was like a tough one for us to call. We were deliberating backstage, like, okay, who's really, an MVP in this moment, because they all look so good. But I think at the end of the day, you got to go with this guy.
Yeah, he was fantastic on Ascent. Now for the MVP for the overall series for today, that was also a tough pick, but we've decided to go with Jing.
Yeah, I mean, well-deserved here. His Raze performance on Split was kind of almost what we've come to expect from, I think, our best Raze in the league. Absolutely just dominant. And his Sage was, at times bailed them out from a couple bad rounds. With that Resurrection bait, he, used something and got a couple big kills. So a couple good placements with that, too. But in my book, you could have picked anybody. For me, I thought Forsaken maybe, the MVP here today. I thought, again, he's showing us that he's so flexible. He plays Fade just as well as he does just about any other agent, apparently. He could have gone with something, in my opinion. I mean, just the way that he was just so flashy today, even though he maybe, the stat line wasn't the best, but a solid team effort all around.
Yeah, I like the pick here for Jing, but I do agree with what you're saying, Paper Thin. I really feel like each one of these players can hold water. They're really able to hang. They don't appear to have any kind of weak link, and PaperX looking very scary to maybe take this whole thing.
Yeah, I do think they have a really strong contention for even getting into finals. So congrats to PaperX. We thought this was gonna be a longer night, but they're like, nah, we're gonna go home even earlier than
We're
last
gonna catch
time.
that 10 p.m. movie after all.
Yeah, they made it just in time. Now, after this, we have another matchup. We have Japan's #1 team, ZETA, versus Korea's T1. So don't go away. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. And don't worry, we solved all our tech problems. See you guys in a bit.
To it!
Oh, no. Okay.
Not lose any speed, and PaperX doesn't wait.
The end of that push, although Mind
They don't count his blessings, but
yes as well, but Divide trying to hold it down again.
Zero again.
Meteor in the smoke. He's gunning also there as he's up on.
And now they keep railing. He's going to peek out from.
He's trying to redefine the VCT
What?
Pacific. Divide just pops out, and Meteor is a lead ultimate. As something gets in, and he gets.
Meteor. I was. My support, and he actually can't protect. Explains why. Okay. See what they can.
Hold the site. Meteor is here.
Balls. I mean, they are absolutely picking up. They had only spotted something. There's still more
Both angles. Something gets a second as
my
he moves.
God. Okay, a bit
King
of a miss.
King. Oh yeah. Oh,
well, there's
yeah.
one. There's.
He's happy about this.
Oh.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
ゼータデップです。T1 は僕が過去にやってたゲーム出身の人が多いですね。ゼータもちらほらいるんで頑張りたいなと思ってます。いやもうマンチキはマジ最強で、ドライピーク絶対負けないし、カバーの打ち合いも最強で、めちゃくちゃ警戒してます。カルペさんは僕が唯一勝てないと思ったオーバー打ちプレイヤーなので、集中して気をつけていきたいなと思います。カルペがオーバーウォッチの時のすごいところは、車線管理がうますぎたのと、ウィドウのエイムが俺よりちょっと強かったです。T1 戦の意気込みは 2-1 でも何でもいいんで、とりあえず勝てたらいいなと思ってます。応援お願いします。
You're watching VCT Pacific. We're live in Seoul, South Korea, and we just finished our first matchup. A very quick matchup with PRX more or less securing their entry into playoffs along with DRX. But we're going to go into the second matchup now and break down T1 versus ZETA. Now, both of these teams have sort of an even scoreline in terms of standings right now. It's gonna, I don't know. We said this about the last matchup, that would be a long 3 games, but it might, I don't know. I feel like it might be the case again. But who really knows?
No way. I'm saying it's going to be long. It's going to be dramatic. Overtimes. Maybe 3 overtimes.
Yeah?
No, I mean, seriously.
4 games.
I think this is a tough one to call, honestly. These teams have had some real ups and downs. I mean, ZETA, when they're on, they do look really, really good. I was picking them as the team that's likely to take it. But, T1, I think they have made a lot of their own adjustments and kind of cleaned up their play as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Now, ZETA, they've been having some ups and downs, right? They've been kind of inconsistent. They had a really strong showing initially, and then it's kind of like this back and forth wins. Last week, they were playing against PRX and weren't looking so good.
Yeah, and there's so many funny things when you look at their stat lines and their teams or whatever, but a big part of this to me is that players like Depp and 10 aren't consistent. Depp in particular, a couple weeks ago, was the top performer in almost every metric you can look at.
Yep.
Now his ACS, I think, is dipped below 200. It's like he's gone from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows as a Jet player. At a time I thought he was maybe the best duelist in our league, and now I'm maybe he's the worst duelist in our league. It is so up and down with him. 10 as well, all over the place this season. Crow, Sugar Zero, everybody's had so many up and downs. Laz has really been the only consistent factor for this team.
Another thing to note is and it's been a feature especially of Japanese teams, but they seem to be occasionally a little bit too slow. It's it's okay to use all of the clock in some of the rounds, but you don't want to use it every time. And a lot of times they're so slow with getting the spike planted, or they're so careful and kind of quietly ping-ponging from A to B and A to B that they don't get the entry in time. They don't end up getting the kills they need, and they don't get the spike planted. So if they can tighten that up a little bit, if we don't have a couple round losses where they're, kind of dragging their feet and not really getting to where they need to be, I think they can take this.
I really agree with you, because there was, I can't remember who they played, but it was a while ago, towards the beginning of the season, when they started need to get wins because they had a few bad games, and they started pushing space. Maybe it's against Team Secret. But I remember on Haven in particular, right? They got confident and they got aggressive. Depp was all over the map. He was pushing so hard. They were reading their opponents really, really well. And they were just, almost WK gaming. I mean, they were literally just, full forward, full throttle.
Yeah.
And that's why I love what you're saying, Tasteless, because it is truly, as basic as it sounds, something that needs to be a part of their gameplay if they're going to be successful.
100% agree. And part of Haven, especially ZETA on Haven, is pretty fun to watch. They always push out on defense, and the Depp gets his kills. Last week was the complete opposite. It was almost like Depp was uncertain almost going to site. So as long as they can keep those affairs in order, they could secure that win for today. Now let's talk about T1 and their lineup. They've been winning the last couple of matches. So, that despite any doubters, they proved the doubters wrong and go home with that win. So
this is a very interesting team, especially as we get this far in the tournament, because obviously some spots are basically secured where others are not. And we were a little bit worried for T1 earlier on. They did not seem to be performing that well, but you're right. In the last couple weeks, they've really pulled it together. They do seem to be in good form. Let's not forget, T1 is a legendary Korean esports team. For some of the younger people that are watching, I mean, this was an esports team I was obsessed with when I was in high school. Okay, and there
that
are
was 50 years ago, by the way.
That was 100 years ago.
Really long time
when we rode
ago.
dinosaurs to school.
I am the esports Deku tree, okay? I am very ancient. No, but seriously, they've got some big shoes to fill, right? And T1 kind of hasn't really stepped in that way just yet. But it does seem like in the last couple of weeks, they've really pulled it together. I've been especially excited about Carpe and watching his picks and how he's very fluid when he moves on the map.
Yeah, and also Ban. Ban has been a lot better recently. No matter what role he's been playing, he was really shaky at the beginning of the year. He's completely kind of gotten it together. He's found his form. He's been a solid swap out with Intro if needed. Maybe even better than Intro now. So that's like crazy because when they brought Intro in, I'm like, all right, this should be the guy.
Yeah.
Like Ban should be the substitute, and I don't mean any disrespect to him. That just in my eyes was at that time who was being the better player. But now Ban stepped up, and now I'm like, well, maybe Intro should be the substitute. Like that's how good he's playing.
No, absolutely. Ban's been great. He was just like, Papa Paper Thin, I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'm going to step into the big shoes. And he did great last week. It was a 2-0 against Team Secret last week with a really, large score difference with 13-4 and 13-8 on Bind, too, is our first real Bind map. So this is the team standings thus far. And T1 is facing DRX next week, so...
Yeah, well, I think look at both of who they're facing off here. I mean, some of these guys, they had very easy starts where it's like, okay, well, just get warmed up, get acclimated. Both these teams are going up against real powerhouses here. You got ZETA up against GenG. You've got T1 over here against DRX. And, their standings are okay. Not the best, but not bad either. I think obviously T1 a little bit better here. But you got to assume, okay, T1's probably going to lose to DRX if we're being realistic here. ZETA, I think they can beat GenG, but, who knows, right? So each of these, for both these teams, the next two matches this week and then the match they have later on, super important if they're going to make it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, right now, this game, right now and tomorrow, everyone's going to be vying to just stay in playoffs. Just now with PRX and GenG, they're pretty far along. They're secure. Their spot is pretty secure in playoffs at the moment.
And you'd really like to secure that number 3 seed because that means that you're going to be in the bottom half of the bracket coming into the playoffs if you're the 3 seed, which means you get to play the 2 seed the next round, and that's going to be PRX. So you'd rather play them than DRX. Let's just be honest about it.
Yep.
Let's just call it like it is. You'd much rather be playing PRX than DRX.
That's right.
Taking a look at these scores, I'm trying to parse through and find something interesting.
Did they just copy paste it?
I was literally I was literally about to say, I'm like, I think that they just this must be a mistake. Yeah, I was like, well, I guess they're perfectly even. So the 3 overtimes, I was actually right about that. No, but yeah, I guess at least for some of these starting stats, post plant win both at 69%, pistol round win both at 53%. That's wild. And Eco Round win both at 24%.
It's funny because a lot of these stats are kind of skewed because it's been so up and down for them. Like look at T1's rounds played. That's because they've either been sometimes just stomping opponents or getting stomped. It's been no in between sometimes. So whereas ZETA sometimes has been a little more consistent, but recently maybe a little bit shakier. So what's also really interesting here is I think the reason I favor T1 maybe a little bit more here today is obviously you could see by the stats. They're both really similar in terms of how they convert their rounds and all those other things. But the map pool here for ZETA I think is a little bit weaker. T1 has a few maps that they're just a little bit better at, and whereas ZETA has no map that they have more wins than losses. They have 0 maps where they have more wins than losses. Okay, so that's a problem. Whereas T1 has a couple maps where they've been on the positive side of things.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And let's talk about some of the key players that we wanted to highlight today. That is Laz and Carpe. Carpe is interesting. I mean, Depp even said it himself. He's the most worried about Carpe, having faced off in previous titles before. Clinton.
Yes.
Tell us why these are our key players.
Well, I think Laz here, he's been a consistent, rock-steady foundation, doing the IGLing as well, mostly for ZETA. I assume he still is, unless I missed something while I was gone for the last couple weeks. Okay, good. Yep. So he's kind of but the reason I wanted to compare them is they're both info-gathering, initiating players. Carpe, a lot of Sky, and now we saw the Gecko. Laz, a lot of Sova, a lot of Sky. So both these players have to have positive impact in ways that aren't necessarily always visible. Laz in particular, I've seen some shaky Sova utility usage. I've seen some good utility usage. I want to see him step it up a little bit more, not just leading the way with his gunplay, which we know is phenomenal. I want to see him, if they go on maps with Sova, be able to really make sure that his timing and his placements are good.
Yeah, Laz is a really exciting player. I like Paper Thin that you pointed out. He's the most consistent player on the team. Carpe, I think we've all just been more recently excited about. Carpe is just looking so good, so put together. Assuming Laz can hang here today, I think he is in good shape. The question is going to be, can the rest of Zeta really show up? Because T1, especially in just a week ago, they looked so strong.
Yeah, and I think Carpe here, I think the really interesting thing that really intrigued me when I was catching up on the VODs was that, the Gecko was like more about him being selfless, about using his utility to set up his teammates than it was about anything else. I mean, the way that they did it was very smart. I could talk about it a lot, but I don't really want to because it would take a long time. But he really was, a good guy to kind of clear space, set up hits, set up, first bloods and those kind of things for his teammates. So he's a selfless player on top of being a mechanically gifted player to kind of back you up behind the front lines.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with the Gecko last week, that was, I think our first real showing of Gecko and how Gecko can effectively support your team. We haven't really seen a lot of that at all in Pacific, to be honest. So seeing how T1 utilized them in Bind, very cool. I wonder if we're going to see more of that today because T1 was just rock solid on Bind. Now let's talk about our predictions. I know despite what I've said about T1, I've decided to go with Zeta, and so did you.
Me too. I think Zeta's got this. The only thing I'm watching for is can they not have these weird kind of fizzle out rounds where they just don't, they're like, okay, it's 12 seconds. I guess we have to go in and plant the spike. If they can just make that adjustment, and I think they know that they're doing it, right? I mean, it's a very to anybody who's watching, it's self-evident that this keeps happening. If they can just zero in on that and just not even be in that situation, and I think speed up some of the tempo in some of their rounds here where they actually just push in and have just kind of almost random moments of explosivity, I think they can do it. I think they have really tightened up their play.
Yep. And for you, I know all the talent, we're kind of split on this. It looks like a candy cane the way it's divided on our predictions on Twitter. So why did you go with T1?
Yeah, again, like I said earlier, I think it's just the map pool's just a little bit deeper for T1. I think, even though their stats are pretty similar, I think at their highs, T1 has looked a little bit better than Zeta so far this year at their highest levels against some maybe better opponents in some ways with T1. So I think overall there's kind of this gathering storm for T1 where I thought they might be able to be our third place team. I legit thought maybe coming into this season that it would be the 3 Korean teams would be on top. DRX, GenG, T1. Now GenG is the one that maybe is falling out of favor, whereas T1 much on the rise. If they can win here, again, that third place spot, still a lot to play for them. I was really impressed with the way that they played Bind, especially with that Gecko. I mean, I don't want to break it down crazy, but they really used it really smart, and it was actually really efficient.
Yeah. It was very cool how they used Gecko again. I mean, Zeta, one thing that T1 does really well, we've talked about this many times on the desk, is that their teamwork is excellent when they come together cohesively, whereas Zeta seems to be riding a lot on Depth's super power plays, and when he just goes out and demolishes everyone with his team supporting him, of course. So it's a very different approach. I think you're right too, Tasteless, how Zeta and some of the Japanese teams tend to play with using as much of the clock as possible on every single round.
It's like when they kill the animal and they eat every part. That's like what they do with all the time that's left in the round. Let's not forget, there are a lot of Japanese fans that are watching this that really want to see them play in Tokyo. We don't know where all the future Valorant tournaments are going to be at, and this is going to be a great opportunity for them to pull it together. I think that T1, it's a really good opponent for them. I think this is a great one where they can prove to everybody that they've really leveled up, and I'm excited for them.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, that's the other thing is that honestly, we do want to see at least one Japanese team going into Masters. They have such a big fan base, like you guys over there. I don't know if you guys are watching us or the Japanese broadcasters, but we do know you guys love Valorant, and we would love, it would be cool to see one of the Japanese teams go through, make it through grand finals. Now, the other thing that we've also noticed is how, to be honest, the Japanese teams are also kind of emotional, and I think the walkouts are really indicative of the kind of mood they're walking in with and walking into game with. It shows.
Yeah, I mean they're emotional players. We've seen it so many times with the way that after a match, whether it's a big loss or a big win, how much it means to them, how much, they know that they carry the pride of their country. They are the biggest thing that has happened to esports in Japan, period, end of story. It is Zeta Division. They have the biggest story, with their third player, whatever it was, finish at Reykjavik. Their run that they made really set them apart and kind of open the door for this flood that is now coming through.
It's crazy. I mean, here in Korea, esports started about like 25, 27 years ago. But for Valorant Japan, it's like just started. I think a lot of people don't appreciate this. Esports in general was not that much of a thing in Japan. And now we're seeing stadiums that fill up. So they really want this. They feel that love from the fans, and they're hoping to bring it here today.
That's right. Now, the stage is ready, and we are on day 1 of Super Week. This is the very last weekend before we go into playoffs. So let's go over the stage, see what mood they're in today. This is VCT Pacific. We're kicking off match 2 of Super Week with T1 and Zeta Division.
That's wearing a hat.
Yeah, that's different.
That is different. What does it mean, guys?
What does it mean? But how will it affect his play? Oh, man, this is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to this. We're getting each of our players to come out right now. Yeah, I can never get a good read on the emotional state here of
Crow.
Team Zeta.
Yeah, Crow especially. Actually, with some of them maybe, but Crow, I feel like he always has the same expression, which looks uncertain. Hey, Super Zero's looking happy.
That's nice.
Both of them, Zeta too.
Yeah, Zeta always looks happy. I mean, he's just
He's
perpetually
this,
smiling. He's just one of the nicest guys in the world behind the scenes, and I don't know what that was.
What was that? They both did it.
A mini flex?
Neither of them have flexible arms. I'm sorry, boys.
It was a one curl.
I don't know. Scion players kind of got to look flexible.
Well,
like,
but he doesn't have muscle though. I mean, like flexibility is one thing.
Okay.
We saw Laz come out. He touched his heart. He also touched my heart. I think Zeta's got this.
Oh. Yeah, Laz does have that effect on many people. I'm sure there are many people in the audience right now who feel exactly the same way. All right, coach is out.
Got to give a ton of credit to Autumn here, the way that he's been able to make adjustments throughout this season to kind of get T1 back to a really high level, back to a level that I think a lot of people expected them with the caliber of player that they had on their team. There were a lot of questions about them at the beginning of the year. Could they get this thing cohesive in time? Could they kind of put all these pieces together from across different regions and different teams and all these kind of things? And certainly it did look shaky in the beginning, but now they look like a well-oiled machine.
Let's not forget that not all of these Super Week matches are created equally. This is a really important one for both of these teams. They're in okay standing, but they're not out of the woods just yet. So a win here would be huge. And they are both going up against powerhouse teams in their next match.
Yep.
And I think for both, this is going to sound weird, but bear with me. I think for these guys on either side, this is more doable to win than the teams they're going up against down the road.
Yeah, that's very fair. I mean, stat lines are very even emotional line, very even right now. But it could also come down to the coaches, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, with Coach Autumn. and how critical he has been to some of their their new strats and their gameplay. Last week I was commenting how we never see Autumn speak on the coach cam, but then last week he was all about that.
Didn't they call a timeout like after they won a round and he was all fired up? Like,
it was brilliant. It worked.
It did. All right, split gone. Okay, Fracture here for ZETA is an interesting pick. I mean, it's hard to predict what ZETA is going to do because they're all kind of all over the place. This is, the one map where they do have, they have a better win record than loss, but it's because they only played it once and they won it.
Got a set banned here by ZETA. I think it's not surprising. We've seen a lot of games from them on that. And Haven's going to be the next one here that T1 decides to kick out.
So Vine.
That's surprising. That's great.
More Gecko, please.
I'm surprised ZETA's allowing this because T1 looked amazing.
The executes were so good with that Gecko. The way that they used the Harbor and the Toxic Screen is what I've been talking about for freaking a long time since Gecko came out. That the way to use Gecko is to abuse the walls because that makes it a lot harder to deal with his utility. So love the way they played it. It was the way they controlled the space was great. The way they set up the rays to kind of like blast pack over onto things was just brilliant. Again, you could break the great video down on how they played that.
Now, Pipperton's absolutely right, but I wish you guys could see him because he was like pounding the desk just now. He's so happy about this. What if they aren't using Gecko though? I'm sorry they're not using Gecko.
Well, Donna, this is Fracture,
so
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we're not there yet.
I was so like looking forward to buying.
I'd have just thrown my headset off and laughed if it.
No, that would have been crazy. But with Fracture, ZETA's won one game on Fracture already, and
yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Double duelist there, and then Laz on the bait. It's kind of the difference. So. Well, what they both play, it's just a matter of how they can pilot it. It's again, we've only seen it once for ZETA. It looked pretty good. I think T1 is like 2-1 or something on this, so they've been playing good.
Yeah, we've seen already Laz be so consistent before. I guess the question is going to be: is all of ZETA going to bring it? T1 looking to be in great shape, especially just 1 week ago. This should be an exciting one. This should be going to Game 3. It should be long maps, I think, for each one. It's going to get crazy.
Yeah, it is going to be crazy. All right, with that, we're going to go into Game 1 with T1 and ZETA. We've got our casters. I almost said Tasteless. You're here next to me. Our caster today, we have Valdez and Will. Let's go into the Game 1 of today.
Thank you guys on the desk once again for that wonderful breakdown. I'm Valdez, with me is William. No Tasteless here. You will get more of him on the second desk segment. If you do, we all want a bit more of Tasteless. You can find him there. We are getting into Fracture. This is a pretty interesting map pick. We've only seen it once from ZETA. They looked great on it with the fade. But also T1 has a lot of experience on this map as well so far here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and for T1, the big question always has been whenever they come to the Fracture, they go for that, they've always been preferring that double duelist with Ban playing the Jet. And the question has always been, is Ban warmed up, right? Sometimes he's had to come back onto the stage for this Fracture. Of course, now today going up against Depp, who has been farming a lot of kills. Now, I know the desk said, maybe he's fallen off a little bit in the last couple matches, but overall, though, he has been the biggest factor here for ZETA in their potential playoff run.
Absolutely. He is the hard carry of this team. If there is any team that I feel like gets kind of individually carried by one player, I would say it's ZETA Division. When this guy is on, though, sometimes you only need him, right? And that's not to discredit some of the other players. I think that's just that Depp is really extraordinary in his play. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it. T1, a very well-rounded team. They were able to have a great performance last week against Team Secret, but a lot of us would argue that, of course, ZETA is a much more difficult opponent.
All right, so just clearing the initial Killjoy utility. I like that ZETA just took that very slowly. They weren't in a position where they could potentially get jumped on. They even had 10 up north on the arcade side, so they have both sides. Now, they have to choose here. If they're going to fight, they got to stick it, but they both get stunned. They have to run back into the site.
Yeah, that timing from ZETA, not the greatest. Here comes T1 now through B main, but those paint shells very nicely timed from the side of Depp here. As around the corner, but Munchkin's going to take his head off.
Well, now everyone's just stuck in tower. I mean, Sugar Zero was the last hope, but he was getting spammed. He had to peek out. Now Laz doing what he can.
I don't know if they have enough time to defuse this, but Munchkin is holding it down. They get it to half. And the one-shot, they are going to get him down as ZETA is able to take his head off, and that half defuse so critical for them to make sure they get that round very close starting.
Well, T1 ZETA making a statement right off in the pistol
Indeed.
round, which, by the way, we've all been waiting for this match, the ZETA versus ZETA match, but we'll try our best to say T1 whenever we can. But overall, a good retake. Now, all of this comes off the back of T1 just pushing out of main immediately, right? And just really committing. They were committing a lot of their utility initially to get main control first, right outside a tree, because that way they had faith that they could still go for the retake. It works out perfectly. They get the double stun, and that's the pistol round for T1.
Yep.
I'll find you.
T1's ZETA with an excellent performance there at the end to clutch that for the team. Alongside Munchkin, who I think got 2 or 3 kills in the entire round. So nice start here for T1 as they'll take the orb and run the other way.
Yeah, and 4 Bulldogs not going all the way up to, a Vandal or a Phantom and risking potential other utility or defense, but preferring to go for these rifles that they can carry over to the bonus. So T1's looking ahead here on the defensive half. Just a sliver angle there. A little rough if you don't get that shot with the burst with an angle as tight as that, but Ban's just going to get info.
You're talking about Ban. He started off last week as, by the way, Munchkin's going to get 1. He started off last week amazingly on Lotus. Like, he just had the best start ever, and then the rest of the team kind of, like, followed up from there. As Munchkin is just taking people down here on B main by himself.
Yeah, and now they're getting pinched as well by Saya player. There's nowhere to go, and that is a flawless over here for T1. Now, ZETA Division, we should note, they didn't invest much into this round. They were mostly on classics. Laz did have a Sheriff. Of course, that's going to get dropped. They're also one of those teams that has been really believing in the half-armor economy meta. So their own economy, not in a terrible state, but obviously the trouble is... We're only in the second round, guys. A little early to get too happy about it, but the problem now being that T1 had a flawless. They can now all upgrade up to full armor as well. Munchkin only 3 points away from the lockdown. Those are the things that ZETA Division has to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. That guy in the middle, I have to say, he was putting on a great face, a very, very happy face after that second round win. Pretty straightforward stuff. Let's see if they can sneak away this bonus round. T1 have been incredibly clean since last week, but do ZETA Division have what it takes?
Now the stun comes in. I like the setup here from T1. Even though the stun doesn't connect entirely, they were purposely using Saya player to be the scout to then guarantee a fault line to win that duel. Saya will eventually get the first one, but of course he goes down. But in the grand scheme of things, if it's a 1-for-1 trade in this round, T1's happily going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. ZETA Division just grouping up now as a unit, trying to hold all the long angles with their upgraded rifles here. Let's see exactly what angle they want to take on the attack, as we do have 3 members of T1 kind of angling over towards B, but they can rotate if necessarily. Nobody's in tower or anything like that, as the slow push from ZETA coming in through the door. They're going for A.
Yeah, and now T1's fairly well prepped for this. They somewhat expected, but the haunt is so good. They know one's on the second floor. Carpe's not catching anybody by surprise here. But he survives? Okay.
Okay, took a little while, but ZETA now very nicely able to trade one back. But Laz, it's a 2v1 in favor of ZETA Division.
I mean, this is already somewhat disastrous here for ZETA Division. Now a crossfire, they should be able to secure this one, but they drop 3 weapons. Meanwhile, T1 on the bonus, right? They're taking away 3 of those rifles, the Vandals and the Phantoms. T1's going to be just fine with that round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we could see a lot of rifle and half-eyes once again. It was a good start for Saya player, but then Depp is on the ropes, just comes on over and swings in like Superman to save the day. Eventually, they push on to A and take it down. That haunt, as you mentioned on the Carpe, was huge, because if he got value kind of lurking up there on the site, could have seen a different story.
Oh, absolutely. I think that would have spelled absolute trouble here for ZETA Division. Now, ZETA Division doing what they can to change up the tempo each round, right? The main force, they've gone through tree in the first round, and then, of course, on their eco was a little rough. But then, because they got pushed out from A main, they counteract by pushing into A main. Now they're trying to take full control of Arcade. The thing is if they're never going to bring up the tempo itself, the speed, T1 will happily stay on their defaults as they are right now.
Just hanging out. Here comes ZETA Division up into the tower. So we do have a couple of guys in there. Breach and Raze already on the site as they push through main as well. But 10 a little bit slow on that one as the plant is coming in, so they already secure the site for now.
Okay, so Ban was spotted by the turret from 10 as he was trying to rotate in. From the bottom side, Asaya gets an early kill, and the lockdown's now coming in. Because they don't know where Ban is, Zeta Division has to focus behind themselves as well, but it's actually just going to be a 5-man retake coming in from spawn.
Oh, he misses!
The flash! He misses the angle! They eventually still get the kill with the Molly, but...
Yeah, Molly's getting some great value right now as the defuse is coming in. Ban is trying to hold it down in the tower alongside a 2-1 Zeta as they will clean them up and the defuse comes through as Laz on 1 health.
Oh, he wants to survive, and he will.
Oh man, they are barely scraping by in these rounds though. A pretty critical miss there. As you mentioned, the flash, the timing is perfect to make sure that Depp cannot stop that.
Yeah, and again, because they put the lockdown in, people are going to be forced out, and then they have the smoke here on main, and then because Ban had disrupted the turret earlier, the members outside a tree were so worried when is Ban going to show up that Zeta could just get these free picks looking down B main. And this has been happening round and round again already here in the first half as Ban has been pushing out so aggressively once the rest of his teammates get first contact. And then he races the other half of the map. Once again, right? No signs of the enemy. And now they spot the turret, so we already see Ban and Munchkin pushing out once again. Munchkin's going to stay in range of his utility for A site, but Ban's going to push out. Zeta expects it this time, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, T1 just playing really cleanly so far. That's going to be a first blood now over to the side of Ban. And it gets him some great information as well. Nightmare will come through.
Zaya's just going to hold this. He has the better angle on that close smoke. The only thing, he's concerned about is tower. Now his teammates get taken down, so Zaya is stuck. Finally gets spotted.
10's doing a great job. Oh man, the 3 people on the site just mowing them down. Span and Munchkin trying to take this back.
They weren't aware that Ban was already through. Ban is online today.
Yeah, the guy is insane. Both he and Munchkin, I have to say, the most valuable members you could potentially have up for T1 as Ban gets another headshot.
He's 1 away from the ace. Munchkin's going to secure it, but they'll gladly take the round win for sure. And Ban single-handedly just opening up this round for T1.
Yeah, playing the Jet here on Fracture, he has been critical to their success. You see that Munchkin as well, 7 kills so far in 5 rounds. That's a very nice time to take a timeout if you are Zeta Division, because so far, you have had some good moments, actually. Zeta Division getting onto sites, but they're just not winning those post plants.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to potentially look like a repeat of our first match, right? Where Zeta Division, they're trying to adapt. They're trying to adapt to Ban pushing out. And they're doing what they can as we listen to some of the comms. But at that point, if you're losing the duels anyway, you're still going to always be on your back foot. Even there, I mean, they expected Ban to push out once again. You lose that duel, they're like, okay, well, we just got to kind of push through B, right? We just got to go to arcade because we already, got our turret taken out over on tree. We don't have control of that. We can't go through ropes. We're kind of stuck here.
Yeah, and there's a lot to go over. If you're XQQ, try to figure out kind of how to get your team back on the right path. As, of course, we do have many fans hoping for a Masters Tokyo visit. I can't read the Japanese personally, but I caught the Masters Tokyo bit. I know a lot of people are hoping that at least one Japanese team can make it there and perform there. Just, home crowd and all that stuff would be very hype just to watch that.
I mean, yeah, listen, you can cheer for your own teams and such, but the story would just be so good for Zeta to play an international tournament. I think, I actually don't know. I haven't seen the headline for this, but I think that sign might have said the tickets are going. No, the tickets are already on sale, so I don't know. The time was tomorrow at 10 a.m., but not sure what it was pointing to from the fans here.
Yeah. Well, you see once again Zeta kind of doing this thing where they just kind of hold on to the spawn, and it's actually T1 that are charging into them.
Yeah, but okay, so Zeta, once again, clearly the command was given, to watch out for these pushouts. But the thing is if you're not winning these duels, if you're not set up to counteract this, you're just stuck in A main.
Yeah, I mean, this gives so much information now to T1. They're like, okay, they're in A main. We know exactly where they're going to push from. As 10 is holding it down. He was on 17 health. So for him to trade is actually pretty good.
Yeah, but now the Nano Swarms, yep, they're going to pop off. It buys a little bit more time, and Saya's closing in with the showstopper. I mean, T1's got a great position for the retake. Ow. Yeah, Depp does get hit by that.
Oh! What?
Yeah, Saya was just way closer to the wall than Depp expected, and Depp not able to drag it over in time.
It looked like he was flashed too, and Saya was still able to hit the shot. We're going to have to see the replay on that one, but T1 are dominating them on the site right now as Crow is going to be taken out. Munchkin, yet another kill on the board for him.
And what we just saw there, too, right at the end, like, this is how we can tell T1's really starting to find their consistency in the way that they set up the baits and the crossfires and the trades, right? Their tempo and who peeks out when, who's swinging out wide to just draw out the crossfire. They all understand their role. No one's greedy for the kill on their own. Oh, he does dodge it for the half flash, but man. I mean, yeah, just look at this, right? They're all communicating and saying, I'm holding this angle, I'll peek out here. If you listen to some of their comms and some of the replays on Bind last week as well, you'll hear a lot of that. Saya calling for Carpe, swing out and get the kill, I'll hold for you, things like that.
I mean, especially at the professional level, you need to be so crisp with those call-outs.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to get dominated by teams like T1 who have the incredibly crisp call-outs, so...
Oh, and now Ban's got the operator, so how does that change things? T1 now pushing out with the Breach Raze combo to gain aggressive control. The other thing is I think T1 also recognizing we've already done enough mental conditioning, right? We've already done enough macro damage, whereas Zeta Division has to be worried about our pushouts. And they're ditching B because they have the Rolling Thunder. We can always go for the retake there. I'm just going to make sure, you know, the Breach here, T1 Zeta, providing support to make sure the operator and the Killjoy utility are not taken out for free on the A side.
Yeah. Well, let's see it from the side of Zeta Division. They have this locked down. Will be put down underneath in sewer, as is the way of things.
And again, all read through, right? T1 very well prepped against this. They start to close in afterwards. And Saya making sure that he doesn't give up their spawn area. I mean, T1 is just reading Zeta like a book.
Yeah. Well, Zeta with this lockdown will be able to at least put the spike down. In good position. You got double Nano Swarm on top of it.
There.
As let's see the play from T1, the retake that you mentioned, William.
Oh, he gets hit in sewers as well. They can't push up against T1 Zeta.
So T1 Zeta gonna go down. Depp able to get that swing. So got Aftershock through. Just trying to go for the defuse now is Carpe. As is the way. Nice dodge on the flash.
He stuck the half. Depp needs to start closing in. He can't hold this passive angle.
Ban able to get the first. They're gonna hold it. Saya is able to swing. He's trying to hold it, but he's not able to. As that should be it for the side of Zeta Division. They do pick it up with the very closely timed, but correctly timed orbital strike from the side of Sugar Zero.
Yeah, I mean, that was really dicey. Crow with the spam just to make sure, because if not, if it was, you know, someone else at full health, they might have been able to really barely finish it right as the strike came down. But Crow, they get the ping with the haunt as well, so that just absolutely guarantees it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they had the orbital strike, which is why Depp doesn't push in earlier. But at the end of the day, they do have to commit it, right? And so a lot of investment just to get one more round on the board.
Where are you?
Yeah, absolutely. We did have the Blade Storm and Rolling Thunder taken from the side of T1 as well. So decent committal from them just to try to get on to the retake. Nearly works out for them, but if you're going to have like a setup on the attacker side that is going to be high percentage win rate, it's going to be something like that, right? So can't blame Team 1 for losing that, as here comes Saya player, extremely aggressive on this angle.
Oh, he hides with the assistance of T1 Zeta, but Saya's still stuck. Yeah, he already took too much damage. Now, a bit of a risky play, and I gotta start to think that I think this operator is starting to kind of really cramp on T1's strategy so far. Okay, well, Ban, as I say that, Ban's like, yeah, Ban's like, you shut up, I'll get a kill and I'll open up the map.
I just love that. Like, your point definitely still stands, but like right as you said it, he just like takes his head off. Oh man.
Well, timing is everything. But yeah, overall, right, it forces Saya to have to take these aggressive stances if T1 wants to gain more control of the map. So it's been a little hard, but Ban, if he can still get these kills, it shuts down one part of the map. ZETA cannot get taken out by Munchkin here.
Well, he's
Oh no!
Oh no! They didn't communicate he was in the corner. He's able to get one. The plant comes in. 15 seconds. Depp is so low already.
Now, because it's an operator, this is a little risky on both sides. Of course, Zeta Division much lower on health. Now, Zeta's, yeah, they simply need to not get picked off by the operator, right? They have to draw them in close. Depp's just acting as bait, really. The real thing is Laz over in main. Sugar Zero holds for one.
He's on pretty low health, but he's hitting the shots as he gets an ace at the end of it. Sugar Zero popping off and getting Zeta Division back in this map.
Well, the timeout certainly getting its value from Zeta Division earlier, really bringing them back in. And I mean, even though Ban got a kill, I gotta go back to the point about this operator, right? It's starting to really force T1 to have to play a much more passive style or commit so much utility on the side of the Rays. Of course, this time they're just gonna have to save up anyway. But the tempo change, if you had won the first round with the operator, sure, it might even actually work on a macro level to really pressure Zeta Division out. But Zeta Division figuring it out one step at a time. T1, I'm curious now when they get creds enough again, do they buy the op again or do they hold off on it? Because surely that's part of the discussion.
See that 10 is just doing his job holding down that one as, Munchkin gonna take a head off of 10. With the Sheriff out here, out of B main.
Here.
Okay, so I like the aggressive orbital strike here, right? Because you got the ace earlier. Just use it earlier. Now, because of that, the lockdown can be used for free. Zeta Division has to push in.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Okay, well, this is working out for them. 2 kills for Depp.
Well, okay.
Another for Sugar Zero. And,
all right.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, Crow, he might as well act as bait at this point because everyone else is still fine and dandy.
Nearly able to get that Marshall kill, but not meant to be. Depp with the 4K. And now we have ourselves a map. The beginning of this map was certainly looking very one-sided in favor of T1. Not anymore, as things are nearly tied up.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the, somewhat overcommitment with the early orbital strike, because in some ways, they actually draw out the enemy's lockdown as well on their eco. I think Zeta Division just having faith, even if the lockdown goes down, we have the better weaponry. As long as we group together and don't give away weapon upgrades for free, we should take the round. So they actually get everything they would want. Now orbital strike on the side of T1 is available. But I think Zeta Division, they might go for another fast push. Again, they have Rolling Thunder and Showstopper if they really want to chain things together.
Ban just biding his time. Has the breach to try to help him out, but now he's just in position to peek them here as a lot of members down in sewer for Zeta Division.
Yeah, now you gotta expect the Rolling Thunder. That's partly why Ban also trying to hold an off angle over on tower. Of course, he also spotted that the Prowler was coming out of sewers as well. So Ban, if you're sitting in the middle of the site, yeah, your teammates better be ready to cover you here in the form of T1 Zeta and Carpe, because the Rolling Thunder is a very real threat.
Off your feet!
Yeah, well, he's going to give his position away at least, as he is in the Cloudburst. Step takes a little bit of damage. As it's not the cleanest entry, a little bit slow, and now Ban is in position to try to stop this push up. Huge flick, and he gets another 3K from Ban as he holds the site by himself. Make it 4, and Crow is alone. They're not gonna, well, now he's got an opportunity for the ace, and he will pick it up. Our second ace already of the first map. Ban gets it.
Wow, I mean, we've always posed the question, is Ban warmed up? And he says, yes, absolutely I am. 14-6-1 after 10 rounds here in Fracture. And here, oh my gosh, here's the thing, is that when Depp first flew in, he didn't actually get sight of Ban, he just got shot at. And I think maybe Depp assuming, did I get spammed through the smoke? But he was too afraid to peek out because otherwise he would get pinned down and maybe get taken out. And at that point, no one's checking that potential corner.
Absolutely. Well, now we got an aggressive entry here from Depp. He's going to get stunned up, though, and Showstopper doesn't get much value.
I mean, ZETA, they take control of Sand, so it looks like they want to commit to this. They don't quite have to, but because they have the alarm bot, they could still push back out.
The timing of the peak is huge. ZETA from T1 up on rope is just able to peek down on them. Tendo is able to pick up 2, and all of a sudden, ZETA Division strike back.
Well, one thing's for sure, neither team, no player on either team is just getting too shaken up, right? They're always recovering in the next round, bouncing back and forth. So this, the initial couple rounds looked like maybe even mechanically T1 was just in better form today. I think that is now a moot point, and it's really going to come down to round adaptations here.
It's pretty insane aim from that angle as well, from that range. Transfer from the top, reset, get the second kill. 10 gets very low. He's been playing a very defensive role so far for his team, but we know he's able to pop off as well.
So ZETA Division, after a couple rounds of the aggressive attacks, they now go for another slow pinch, just waiting to see if there's a push out. I think 10 even recalled his turret. So at this point, ZETA Division just committing to the fact that they're going to go A, right? No one's watching behind them. You surely have to expect that someone could have gotten your flank. The thing is Ban is very, very close. Look at the pings coming down. They know they're in main. Oh, what?
Zaya pulls it at the exact wrong time. Here's Ban.
He's got the flank.
That turret's going to be annoying as the flash is good. Depp is holding it down in Sands.
Oh, Ban all alone. I mean, yes, he's had quite a few heroics so far, but this is looking tough. Now, if there's an H thing to do it, it's probably a Jet.
Yeah. Last round, so just got to go for it. Do your best.
He's just faking that he's going to go through Sands, and he wants to jump into the site. Oh, doesn't get stunned, but it's starting. Yes, do you dash through? He does. Oh, well, now he's stunned. Well, now he's out of time, I think, but you know, obviously still doing what he can.
It's the mental game now. Just wants to take him out. Nope, Depp gonna take him down. 3 kills for him on the round. 6-6. And we got ourselves a map. This is looking like a very, very close one between these two teams.
Yeah, let's remind everyone, this started 5-1 for T1. All right, I mean, ZETA has just turned an entire new chapter within the first half. And now you can reset as you switch sides.
That's all you gotta say.
Nice, yeah.
Nice.
Well, and here's the other thing. We haven't heard a lot of nices from ZETA Division so far in Pacific. That used to kind of be their trademark cheer. But overall, their comms definitely seem, you know, a bit more upbeat today, a bit more proactive. And I think maybe they're finally feeling good about whatever is coming through in their scrims. Maybe they feel confident that they've hit a stride here. Let's see if they can continue that. I mean, I think a lot of the questions were that when they lost to Paper Rex, you know, maybe it's just because it's Paper Rex, right? You still had a good showing as Team Secret, ZETA Division. You looked like you were on the path to an upgrade. And they're proving that, yeah, you know what, Paper Rex, that was just a match against Paper Rex. Let's forget about it.
Yeah.
Now we're back in our own style.
Yeah, it does feel like these two teams are definitely much closer matched. I think that T1 had an excellent performance last week, but I think it was against a Team Secret that's not really finding their footing right now. So, as we mentioned before, for both of these teams, it's a very difficult opponent that they're going up against tonight. And that's making a pretty close match so far. As, of course, the T1 fans are out in throngs here. We got pretty much a full stadium to come and watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, I think, really starting to get behind this T1 roster. Of course, we have a lot of Japanese fans, as they always, you know, somehow find a way to visit us here in Seoul for these weekend matches whenever a Japanese team plays. And, you know, as the desk was talking about it, ZETA Division is that team for Japanese Valorant, right? Yes, more and more players and teams are starting to come up and make a name for themselves, but ZETA's been that representative for that country and that region, and see if they can continue to keep that hope alive to get a ticket to Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, well, we're going into a pistol round now. ZETA Division is going to be on the defender side from here.
Carpe 0, 7, and 7.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 assists, yes, that's good, but man, you haven't won a single one of your duels. That is rough, especially after, you know, a lot of the praise that we gave him. He looked so consistent last week, and if he wasn't getting kills, it was because he was playing kind of more of that supporting role at times, but very rough start here for him.
Yeah. Certainly does feel like he's kind of just hanging back and, you know, getting defuses, getting plants, kind of just supporting the team. But, yeah, to have 0 kills in a half, that's it's not good. It's not a good thing. We'll see if he can turn it around. T1 going to get a pretty free entry onto A as ZETA Division look for the retake.
Yeah, a little interesting that ZETA, I mean, stacking one side is fine, but, you know, not even taking either Dish or main. Just trying to come through from spawn.
Ban maybe a little bit over-aggressive there after the first kill.
All right, Sugar Zero is going to make sure that he checks. The spike is up top as well. Sugar Zero just drawing out all the nanoswarms now. They do have to start to stick it, but here comes the molly as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just have pretty much everything they need. Saya player in position.
Oh, and the
player standing.
Yeah, they're just winning this with utility. He's going to stick it, though.
Does he have time?
Ooh,
I don't think
no.
so. Yeah, wow. That, oh my God. Well, okay, but here's what ZETA Division needs to take away from that is that, oh, we like can't give a site for free. The amount of utility chaining they have. If we do give it for free, we have to pressure one of the other sides. Because if they could just set up literally every single ability, we just simply don't have time, right? Or you have to sacrifice someone to get the half and then chain it. So, so hopefully ZETA Division keeps a note of that after that pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we saw from T1 Unbind is that they do their homework. They come extremely prepared. That's yet another example of that, especially on the attacker side. They have a very nice setup pistol. Very nice setup pistol round kind of utility win by just pushing into A. And essentially, if you get the spike down, you can delay for 20, 30 seconds.
Yep.
And that's basically enough time as ZETA Division all rotating over to B.
And now they're going to regroup to come through spawn again. Well, the question is, do they just die to the spike here?
Just going for a run. You know,
yeah, no.
A group run.
Get your exercise in, get your steps in.
Yeah. Need some of that
all right, well, now they're going to
exercise.
Get spotted as well. It doesn't look like they plan on just quietly dying to the spike, though. So curious as to what the idea is here, just clearing out every part of Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, they might try, but T1 is already in position to deny that from them. As they have to get into A main if they want to.
Oh, and Munchkin just closes the gap here with his Spectre. They've got Phantoms as well.
Oh!
T1 getting a little greedy.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to pick up all the kills. Munchkin gets 4. But, yeah, they kind of all grouped up for that one.
Yeah.
Necessarily didn't have to push into 5 people from ZETA Division.
You had Phantoms and a bull. You had a Phantom and a Bulldog. And I believe everyone bought, maybe 4 people bought. You definitely took some damage, okay? You got to keep the most expensive weapons in the Phantom and the Bulldog, but now you're really making this a true bonus round just to even out your economy. Meanwhile, ZETA will go for that half armor Vandal, all Vandals for the ZETA Division players.
Yeah, I mean, they have the smokes and the brimstone, I guess, but just trying to click on some heads, and that's exactly what Depp does. Takes that Phantom already away from Ban, who was the guy who was holding on to it.
Now, what we're really seeing, I'll touch upon this in the next start of the round as well, is that ZETA Division is very well aware that the easiest point of entry for T1 is Dish. And then if they just win the duels elsewhere, they're fairly confident they can hold on to A site.
Well, they did exactly that. Wasn't much of a contest here as everybody ran into the open arms of Laz, who generously... well, I guess it was T1 in this case, being generous. But he gladly took all those kills, as we'll take another look here.
Well, that was very generous from Munchkin. Just a true Christmas gift here for Laz, but 4 kills. Man, we are seeing just several rounds of players on both sides getting multi-kills and aces. Now, we saw pings earlier again. Again, the focus is if we can keep control of main, let's just check to see if the entry is eventually coming in from Dish, because if not, we can reposition. You've got, look at the setup here from Killjoy. on the side of Zeta Division on B site, right? It's just to buy time. You know, as soon as one of those activates, the Brimstone's going to smoke, just lock down the site, and try to hold on to it together.
Well, you got T1 Zeta trying to open for his raise. This Ban makes it in, but can't get the kill. He nearly takes out 10, who's on 19 health.
Oh my God!
Amazing look away from the flash. Zeta Division are going Super Saiyan right now.
And that's the spike still locked up in tower. They can't recover it. 10 with an heroic, absolutely crazy hold in B tower.
Yeah, Ban trying to, put on his something pants. Wasn't really able to get in range. 10 gets that first kill, looks away from the second flash, and holds it down. And he was really the linchpin of why they were able to hold on to the site.
Man, yeah, especially after taking all those hits from the shorty, surviving with 19 health and dodging the aftershock and the flash. Very impressive from 10. And what this allows Zeta to do is kind of relax about B site, right? Is that generally, okay, we can kind of trust 10 to just hold on to the site. So T1 just aggressively pressuring it. They're going to draw out the Killjoy utility early, but you've still got Sugar Zero nearby to assist.
Curious to see how this entry is going to go. Right now, Ban with the Blade Storm, he's by himself in A main, actually. As T1 haven't really committed to anything just yet. They're just kind of waiting on the outskirts, trying to scout out. And they could certainly try to rotate over to A if need be.
They've done this before. T1's done this before where they just go to B and have faith that Ban will come in on the flank. Now it looks like because they couldn't clear out the utility fast enough, they want to rotate, but now Ban, he has to get these kills, otherwise they're just all stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, this is potentially going to get pretty awkward as the smokes are down for the side of T1 as they try to make their way onto the A site here.
Okay, Zeta Division not getting too feisty. I like this from Zeta Division. They're playing it safe. Now, they have no idea where Munchkin is. Curious when the flank's going to happen.
He got hit by the blast. And now Ban up in the air. It's just taking off heads. This is an eco round right now for T1, but he's got 3 kills.
But now they surely don't expect Munchkin to be coming in from Dish again.
Oh, no. That's just... They're getting ran around the ring right now by T1. There's not enough time.
Yeah, this is secured. You have too many things to consider here for Deb. I mean, Munchkin really, yeah, the reason he jumped down is, at the last second, maybe I can get a free rifle upgrade, but my God, Ban!
I don't know how they didn't take him out either. I mean, he was in there so aggressively, but the timing of when he went into that smoke on Dish,
yes,
I think was the biggest thing.
Yeah, so right here, he gets hit by the Fade Ultimate and just crosses paths with Dep. Gets a triple, and that, I mean, yeah, at that point, you're like, surely there's not another member of the band looking confident today.
Yeah, I love that little shake of the head. He's like, you guys can't beat me today. He's got 21 kills already.
This is a performance. And let's remember, this is what Ban was known for back in Challengers in North America.
Munchkin is kind of like, okay, well, I'm going to get the job done now. I will not be outdone. Oh, I'm sorry, Munchkin. It's already happened, but I really liked that play.
You should bring them down.
Zeta, I think a timeout's in order, right? More than anything, I think they're not able to kind of group up about trying to get a read into T1's ideas.
Oh, boy.
All right, Crow going for the high risk, high reward, right? Let me just sit here and even the numbers out before I go down. They even still had 10 get detained right at the edge.
Yeah. So maybe just see if you can spray someone down, but they are just going to run away. And yeah, I think you're right. We need to see a timeout now.
Yeah, I think more than anything, I think the players in the server right now on the side of Zeta Division, they're not able to collect themselves in time before the next round starts. And so they're just kind of going for these passive ideas of, okay, let's hold the site with Killjoy utility and just wait to see if we get contact. If there is, let's rotate. But T1, they've now figured it out. We have double duelists. As soon as we get contact, Zetas continue to play their safe and sound style. As long as we're not getting stuck in close quarters with Killjoy utility like B Tower, we can just break into the site.
10-8 current score. Doesn't look like anyone's going to peek anybody over there around Dish, so that's the end of that. And I don't see any timeout called by Zeta Division, so they're going to try to win with this one.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you still have one more, solid opportunity in the next round before it goes to match point. Now, of course, your economy, I guess if you go for the half armors, you should be okay in the next round as well. Now, you do have ultimates that you can trade, so Zeta Division, their goal should be, let's push out one side, try to force the ultimates initially from T1, and then use ours for the retake.
Dev kind of misses the top, but a lot of spam comes through as already here comes T1 in onto the site. They're behind them.
Oh, because of the showstopper, yeah, now they're concerned about Saya player. Originally, they wanted to pinch Munchkin, but right now, Zeta Division is the one who has to watch both sides.
Oh, Munchkin gonna get pinched over here. Getting from two sides, it's now Saya. Here in main, trying to hold it down, gets one, gets two.
An excellent flash from T1 Zeta, and now with the stun as well.
And an aftershock just to buy time, and now they know where Sugar Zero is. Carpe finally gonna get a kill here.
Yeah, I mean, he uses Orbo Strike as well just to eliminate everything, and T1. I think, again, T1's just in the minds of Zeta. The fact that they use the showstopper on top of the Rolling Thunder despite Zeta Division having pushed out of B main tells me that they wanted to counteract the push. Right? Use Munchkin as bait.
So this is from the round before, actually.
Yeah, this is from the round before. Because this time, of course, Munchkin does get taken out by Dev. But, I mean, what an incredible round. Yeah, see, that guy in the middle, he expended all his energy cheering in the first two rounds.
He's tired now. He's like, oh, wow. Good job, T1. Yeah, second time out here for Zeta Division. We wanted to see it for the last round, but it's okay. 11-8, you could certainly come back from this, and there's so much to go over, though. You only get like a minute in your timeout. I don't even know what I would say. That's why I'm not a coach.
Well, I mean, I think one thing's for sure, right, is that like if you're gonna push out, I think you have to commit a bit harder. And here's the thing: is that clearly the blindly pushing out, T1 is somewhat prepared for at this point. And if you do it after a timeout, I think it could never be more obvious. Now, on the contrary, perhaps you change up your Killjoy utility just a bit, right? Put it in these areas that might be a bit more, where you can get a bit more forward, like Dish, or where you can just get information and try to stop the initial push. And then, off of that, push out the other side and get ready for the retake. Because right now, you're kind of going halfway, right? You're like pushing out, but not committing enough to win your duels. But at the same time, then you're not taking the area, so you have to go back to respawn for the retake anyway. It's a little iffy here from Zeta.
Yeah. We got a couple of ults here for the side of Zeta. A couple that could be very critical. As Prowler's coming out, and Laz gonna take out Ban, who, again, he was alone here in A main.
Yeah, I mean, Ban, he tried to swing out right before, as the sun comes out to try to get an early kill. Does get taken down. Now, initially, T1, like I mentioned, we're waiting for a potential push out off of the timeout. Now they're somewhat stuck in Dish. However, if they can get into the site, it comes down to Munchkin.
That's good information right now for Zeta Division. Munchkin, as you mentioned, he's doing his job. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 are rotating away from A.
Zeta's overthinking this. They're thinking that, okay, if the push hasn't happened right away, should we refocus on A? Is T1 trying to play mind games with us? But in the meantime, T1 is just committing here. No, they're going to rotate back to Dish? No way. They're literally using the overthinking of Zeta entirely against them. They had kept Carpe here on Dish.
Well, they hear them running over. There's not enough time as Dev is in the corner, and there's an aftershock. He just waits, and Laz gonna take all of them out, basically. And yeah, very strange round from T1. Maybe it was they who were actually overthinking their own attack as well.
Yeah, I think both of them kind of tripping over their own shoes here. But at the end of the day, the way Zeta adapts to this entire sequence of no action. Great C's from Laz. Yeah, he's happy about that one.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, Zeta Division, again, because it was kind of radio silence, and then they heard the orb in arcade, Jet correctly positioning against the potential dish execute, and that's a good defense. The timeout coming in handy for Zeta Division.
Yeah, another orb into the hands of Saya player who's 2 away. This looks like more of a standard B push, although we do have a lot of members going underneath.
Now, the orb control, much better on the side of T1, much more proactive. On the side of Zeta Division, I mean, they even take over a main, and they weren't able to give it over to Crow.
Oh, 10, he's got to hit that. Carpe just flicks onto his head and takes him out. It's going to be a plant here for T1 Zeta.
I mean, you got to imagine if you had given that orb over to Crow, he could have that Rolling Thunder. Now, Depp aware that someone could be here. Oh, okay, he baits it out with a just shot, trying to spam to fish for info.
Yeah, gonna clear out the sewer. There's no lockdown here for Munchkin, but
Right there. Yeah, but Zeta Division, they have decent positioning, but they have to start pushing in now.
Oh, they have the crossfire, but they take out side player in the corner. Laz once again showing up big.
Sewer's been taken over. No one to cover for Laz. Laz just gets the half.
Aftershock coming through as he's on the half. Munchkin gets it, and Laz just has to try to hold it.
Does he hold it?
8 health, and yes, he's going to stop him. T1 just barely able to stop the defuse from coming through.
Wow, literally at the very last second there for Munchkin to get the swing. I mean, just having confidence about the timing. A great retake attempt from Zeta, right? They able to jump through on the first duel, get 1 kill, and then set up trades, but oh wow, Munchkin was shaking his head. T1's, they look very confident on stage today.
Yeah, they look like they're having a lot of fun.
Yes.
Especially Munchkin, he's catching up to Ban. He's got a better KD right now.
That he does.
He wants to be the guy who picks up those MVP votes. See how it goes, though. He's back in position.
Yeah, Zeta Division, if they're going to continue setting up the Killjoy utility like this, I mean, it's clearly set up just to buy time. 10 and Sugar Zero cannot get greedy about the initial duels, right? I mean, just wait for the 5v5 retake. You already have control. Hero of Attacker spawn on the south side. Just have faith.
Oh, Munchkin.
What?
How did they not kill him? It takes them so long. As now we have showstopper advantage, you could say, to the side of T1. And it doesn't look like Saya's going to find anyone, but I may have misspoke as actually going to, I guess, distract 10? No. Very weird round.
Yeah, Zeta Division able to come out on top on the trades there. Seems like players on both sides a little slow on their triggers in this round. Meanwhile, just making sure. Yeah, T1, here's the thing. I think they just want to close it out this round. Now that could become a butterfly effect, but the reason they do that, you only have 2 people. You want Ban to be able to secure an extra area so you can always have a crossfire, but Ban couldn't push all the way through off of it, so, I mean, Sugar Zero, the longer he waits, the better it is. Yeah, for Zeta Division.
True.
Oh, no.
Launching smoke.
He's going to launch some smoke, and he's behind Ban. Ban doesn't have any idea.
Wait, no. Ban hides away from Sugar Zero.
See if he can flank him, but Ban is probably going to get the jump on Depp and Crow first. As he gets the kill, he gets the cloud burst, but he is taken out. And Crow will get this defuse.
I know, almost crazy twist of fates there, but Zeta Division able to get the retake, and all because, they were just 1 man ahead, right? And that initial trade over on B side.
And now it's T1 who called the timeout.
I mean, I like it. When we see these teams just calling for these timeouts, it really just goes to show that the players are kind of expending what they can to try to keep the lead. And then it's also forcing that you need that extra brain power, that extra kind of timing maybe just to cool things off. It just goes to show that the match is in good hands if it bounces back and forth. And we're definitely blessed with an excellent map. One here in this best of 3 between Zeta Division and T1.
Yeah, Tasteless was talking about 3 overtimes. I don't know if we're going to get exactly that, but we're getting closer to at least one.
Do you think Tasteless would be upset if there was 4 overtimes instead of 3? Like, is it a 3 or more scenario? Because, I don't know, with these teams, I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
It's a very shiny sign.
Yeah, I've been actually seeing that sign from afar. Oh, some of the Japanese fans bring these custom-made signs. There's one for Depp out there as well that's very bright.
Yeah.
And surely those, even the players kind of spot in between the games, and it kind of makes them happy about it because you can absolutely see it from far away.
Yeah. This is getting interesting. I think that Zeta Division are actually in a really good spot here. The next round is going to be critical because this one, yeah, you're up a couple of ults, but T1's kind of like on a half buy round, so not really getting much. Van is hoping to get his Blade Storm for the next one. So we'll see how it goes. If they can win this round, Zeta Division, without blowing either of their ultimates, I think they could potentially force the overtime.
Okay, well, Zeta Division, they've cleared the north side just entirely as we were opening up that round. Now they do have... what? Well, that was not in the books here.
Yeah, you don't really prepare to get shortied in the face in the tower the second you pop out. So Ban is going to get T1 in an excellent spot.
Well, yeah, he just has to accept his fate that he's going to get detained. Just needs to get whatever kill he can. He's trying to just buy time here. He's trying to just bait them out. And he has to drop.
Get out of here.
I mean, he was just buying time for his team.
Yeah. Speaking of buying time, it's the orbital strike. The aftershocks coming through. And there's really not that much time.
Yeah, but
if you hold from here, you can get it. He's holding it.
Yeah, they gotta stick
He's holding it. He's gonna get the defuse. Zeta Division will force another round. T1 not able to hold on for long enough.
My goodness. That round, just the entire time you were casting it, I just kept having more and more question marks off of each other. But it all starts with this insane kill. And then Ban's able to kind of recover his footing. Now, of course, this came at the cost of both the Nightfall and the Lockdown being used, right, from Zeta Division, because they lost their initial control of B Tower. So they had to invest all the ultimates. Meanwhile, Munchkin only 1 point away from the Lockdown. Surely you expect T1 to maybe vie for this ult point, and T1 says, no, we're going to twist things one more turn and just go for a very fast execute.
Yeah, well, he's able to open up spots for the orb to be picked up. He hasn't picked it up just yet, as in they go. Judge in position, but he can't get it. Zeta from T1 is able, though, to follow up on the breach, and now he's on this side. Side player is able to get one more. The plant is coming in, and that's going to do it. 13-11. T1 will take map number 1 of Fracture.
I love the way T1 chose to play that last round, right? You think about everything that's happened. Zeta just used both their ultimates. We've been going back and forth here. Zeta Division's been catching up. We're 1 point away from our lockdown. Surely Zeta Division wants to play the slow to not give up the ult orbs, and T1 says, we have no interest, because what if we just win the map? And an explosive entry, Ban with the Judge actually just simply buying enough time by drawing everyone's attention while T1 Zeta cleans up. And an excellent win on Fracture here for T1.
It got pretty close, though. Zeta Division nearly able to run it to overtime. Ban definitely my key player for this one, just for the incredible clutches that he was able to pull through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had such an amazing, I want to say, like, first 80% of the game, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, single-handedly, quite frankly, really putting T1 up ahead, into a lot of these rounds, especially in the first 6 where they were leading 5-1, even picking up an ace for himself. But Zeta Division, a couple of their timeouts really helped them bring it back, and I think that's a good sign. It shows that they have ideas to recover. They're not just going to get swept away once the momentum gets out of their hand.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Zeta Division, they fought tooth and nail. Like, there were some rounds that were completely theirs. Like, they absolutely wiped T1 off the map. They just need literally just one more. And then we get overtime. It's a totally different position, a totally different situation. So I don't know what that says, but the sign is very cute. Saya player fighting as well.
Well, that's a pun with Saya's name because it kind of sounds like to buy in Korea. But anyway, cheering for Saya, wanting to steal their heart. T1 Zeta as Harbor, it looks like, which he has been playing quite a bit here in Pacific.
Yeah. He looks at his own sign. He's like, okay, I've used that one. I'm going to put it away now.
Yeah, on to the next one. Probably has a whole arsenal of signs here. But
yeah.
T1 continuing to look good, right? It wasn't one-sided, but I would say their recovery and the reads they had on Zeta Division and the pressure they put on across the map looked very good. And quite frankly, I don't mean to put him on the spot, but if Carpe had just gotten a couple extra kills early on, I think this would have looked a lot more in favor of T1.
Absolutely. Pretty close map either way, guys. We're going to go to a commercial, come back with the desk, and then go over to Lotus for map 2. Hope they have enough time to defuse this, but last week, by the way.
And now they're getting pinched as well, player. There's nowhere to go. And even though the stun doesn't connect in Crossfire, they should be able to secure this.
Coming in, Ban is trying to hold it down in the tower.
Expects it this time, but
was Flash too.
And what strategy so far? The real thing is Laz over in main. Sugar Zero holds for one.
He's on pretty low health, but he's hitting the shots as he gets it.
Zeta Division has to push in.
Yeah, they're going to have to free a little bit slow, and now Ban is in position to try to stop this push up. Huge flick, and he gets A from Ban as he holds the sight for the ace, and he will pick it. Rope is just able to peek down on them. Tendo is able to
just trying to come through, but here comes the volley.
The Division are going
again.
Oh no!
I mean, Munchkin really, man, was known for back in Challengers in North America.
Munchkin is kind of like, okay, well, I'm gonna track 10.
Oh, yeah, she has to drop.
Hey, welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed game 1 of match 2 today. It was really, really close. We also saw our first ace of Super Week happen by Zeta's Sugar Zero. But, you know, your wish, Tasteless, for like we almost went to overtime because that was what you wished for.
It was almost, it's like Santa came on Christmas and he filled up, like he got lots, all the presents, but the stockings weren't totally filled up. We almost got that overtime. This is a terrible metaphor. Anyways, it was very, very close. Delightfully close. T1 did take it. I thought for a little bit ZETA was going to pull through there at the end. But yeah, I mean, talk about a very even matchup. We were basically right about what we were saying. We're like, these two teams are a great match for each other. And even though T1 takes this, I think it's a very realistic possibility that ZETA can even this out 1-1, bringing us to map 3.
Yeah, although T1 was, and this is ZETA's map pick, T1 was really strong, though. Did you guys see the number of first kills that they had? That was pretty crazy, the stat that was on the previous screen. But yeah, but Ban really showed up on the Jet this week.
Yeah, this is like what we were kind of talking about at the desk before the match, was that one of the players that's been surprising us with his performances has been Ban. And here on Fracture, when the first time they played it, his Jet looked pretty shaky.
Yeah.
Now it looks incredible. Yep. I mean, he is confident. He is flying all over the place. The Blade Storms were incredible. Everything you could want out of a Jet on Fracture and more. And so this is a really exciting player to have now on this team. This is really exciting for them because, Fracture here was ZETA's pick, and they're able to take it away. Carpe maybe not playing as well as he would have liked on the Brimstone. He's been pretty good on Fracture previously for them with the Brimstone. Here, for whatever reason, wasn't his round. That's okay. Munchkin and Ban there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever he was failing, basically Ban was able to catch up. He looks phenomenal. And, had he not played as well as he would have, I think we would have either had a ZETA winner over time.
Yeah, the second half of this game was really interesting. ZETA did start coming back. Their defense, there were certain moments on defense. ZETA just looked really strong. I mean, there was one particular moment with 10 just holding that tower control completely. And also even during their executes, too, on attack side, when they enter into A side, they looked good. They looked okay, but still, considering this is their map pick, not as strong as I would have hoped for. Laz, too, also nailed multiple 4Ks, which was really impressive.
He was nasty.
Yeah.
He was nasty.
That's right. But it wasn't enough. Now, round 7 on the first half of the match, ZETA wasn't looking so good, but this was one win.
This started to turn things around here for ZETA. I mean, they're down 5-1. And, they needed some kind of jolt to the system here. So it's a lockdown to clear space. And then they're, able to get the plant down. They're able to cover the site with the nano swarms, trying to get set up for that post-plant utility. Now, watching completely for the rotation from attacker spawn doesn't come through. So they know pretty well. They're able to dodge the utility for the most part here and kind of wait this out. And then, Depp gets that opening big kill, and now they're able to flank out. Now they're able to start taking space because they know that no one's coming from attacker spawn, so they can hit you from multiple angles. And look, Ban is incredible, but the utility stacking here is going to be great. They have the orbital strike to back this up on the backside. This is everything you could want here. T1 even getting some big kills, but, Crow there able to come in at the last second and make sure that just in case that orbital strike damage didn't tick fast enough that it was going to be done. So it's a good, setup here, a good kind of planned round. We're able to come in, use their big-time ultimates to get a big win that really changed the dynamic of this map.
Yeah, that's right. And let's talk about Ban on Jet again. Let's dig a little deeper. Let's pull in some examples, some beautiful Ban moments.
We had this crazy clip as we were watching this. So Ban, look at how quickly he's able to switch. He knows that someone's back there. Okay, can he take that shot? He waits for the flank again. This looks like an aimbot. Now, notice carefully, he hasn't reloaded yet. Okay, he gets one more bullet there. Now he's down to 2 bullets. And, there really is an art to knowing not to just, insta-reload. He uses an entire clip to ace a team.
Yeah.
It's some John Wick stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Who killed Ban's dog?
That's right.
Yeah. I think with that, let's pull up our key player. It is Ben, and you're right. He had a really weak showing earlier on in the season, and then something happened to his dog, and he was just monstrous ever since, especially in the last 2 weeks. I think last week he was also one of our key players, or MVP. So for this game, he is our key player again.
Yeah, it's been so impressive to watch his transformation over this season. Again, they bring an intro, and you kind of have this, lingering question in your mind, will he, won't he? And then he's the one that is now stepping up. It seems like maybe bringing intro in was the impetus for him to really pick up his play. I mean, we know he's a pretty solid player coming over from NA, but his first blood percentage, that's through the roof, 20.8, is really darn good. So this is everything and more. Again, like I said earlier, you can't ask for more from a player like this.
Yeah, I like how much he's really improved. You know, in his interviews, he seems like a very thoughtful guy. I think he's definitely, you know, whatever he's been doing has been working. He's coming here in great form, and some truly inspirational moments he's shown us.
Yeah, no, he's been doing great. I'm not sure going into Lotus for the next round if he stays in or out. I'm kind of curious, but Lotus, T1, honestly, it's not going to look good for ZETA. I think T1 has shown, like, initially I was like, is it a fluke? You know, the first or second time that they won against Global Esports. But by last week with Team Secret, it was such a stomp on that map. It's like they clearly know Lotus. Do you think it'll be any different today?
It could be. I mean, this is going to be the toughest opponent that they faced on Lotus in a way. Maybe you could argue GE, but like GE, DFM, and Team Secret are the three teams they faced on Lotus. So certainly this will be for T1 the biggest challenge they faced out of all of those teams. What does that mean? I don't know, because they've looked really darn good. And like you said, they dismantled Team Secret last week.
Yeah.
I want to point out that ZETA does seem to be a little bit better at managing their time here, which is good. That was one of our major concerns here. And it's been a big issue throughout the last couple weeks, is like they're just letting – it's like just because a spike, you know, needs to be – how do I say this? Just because you have 2 minutes doesn't mean you need to plant the spike in the last 5 seconds. There's a better approach to this. It's okay to do it sometimes, but it was too habitual, and I think that they really cleaned that up. They did look explosive. They looked a lot less predictable. Even though we saw T1 take a little bit of a lead here as time passed, you could see that ZETA was really making the right adjustments, and we didn't know who was going to win that until the very last round. Yeah,
you could see that there were rounds where they had done their homework, like where I think it was like T1 all tried to come out a drop or something, or they all just got mauled. And like, but there's like, that's something I always see from ZETA. They've always got at least a couple rounds in there where they've just like read you like a book, and they're just going to destroy you that round, and there's nothing you could do about it. But like you're saying, the timing, the spacing, and the aggressiveness were there, and that's why it was close. So can they do that on Lotus? We'll see. I mean, it's definitely possible.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious who Depp is going to play this time. It might have to be another Raze at this point. There was one weekend where
he was good on it today.
Yeah. There was one weekend where he had a really strong showing on Raze, I think 2 weeks ago. Last week, obviously, not so great. Today was
Just
okay.
forget about that one Raze ult. Just forget that one. Other than that, it was fine.
Yeah. But I don't know. Is it going to be another overtime? Fortune teller.
I was almost right.
Sage tasteless over here.
Absolutely.
Impart your wisdom.
I've got my what is that ball that tells the future?
Crystal
my
ball.
head.
My crystal ball.
Yeah.
I was backstage. We were all there. We had the
Magic
Ouija board out. We were like, it's going to be. Oh, is that you with it? No, it's not me. Overtime, like that. Yeah, why not? I think it's going to be overtime. I was almost right.
Yeah.
Why not be right this time?
That's right.
Let's do it.
Oh, ZETA and Lotus. I don't know. When you have a track record like that, I know it was Global Esports and DFM who are, frankly speaking, the bottom of the standings right now. But
I mean, for ZETA, they lost to Team Secret on Lotus, right? So it's like, by law of, you know, Valorant transitive properties or whatever, I suppose, that like they should lose this, and it should be pretty one-sided. But I don't know. They beat RRQ on it, but that was earlier in the season when RRQ was kind of shaky, still kind of figuring themselves out. It's to me, I don't know. I don't know what ZETA I'm going to see, like game to game, map to map, match to match.
It's crazy how much has changed since week 1, right? We're on week 8. We've been watching VCT Pacific for 8 weeks right now. For those of you who don't know what Super Week means, it means each of the teams play twice. Today and through Tuesday. So the teams that you're seeing playing today, they will be playing one more time over the next 5 days. And after this, we narrow it down to 6 teams that go into playoffs. And then from there, it's 3 teams.
Super week. I mean, more like super duper week. Am I right? This is a lot of fun.
So dumb.
It is in all seriousness pretty sick though to have all these teams out here duking it out and to have such close good games.
It is really close, huh?
It's been super. Well, you know, especially after we had the PRX games, which were just so one-sided. It's like, man, it's nice to have this, you know, be a little bit more back and forth. We've got our agent lineup.
Nothing crazy. I mean, Depp on the Raze, like you alluded to. I think that's, perfectly normal. Everybody else is playing what they usually do. Of course, the Harbor coming in here. For T1, I think that's a really big deal, actually. Like, the way that the Harbor controls space, controls tempo, is really difficult for teams to deal with. Now, you do have some ability to do that with stuff like the Sky, but then, they've got the Sky on the other end, too. So I definitely favor T1 here just a little bit more, but who knows? Maybe ZETA's got something in the tank. Maybe they could show us something explosive here.
That's right. I do find it interesting, though, that T1 decided to go with Jet as their main duelist for Lotus. But who knows, except fortune teller Tasteless, who's the only person who knows.
I know for sure. I'm just not going to tell you guys. I'm going to guess, but, I don't want to spoil the fun for everyone at home. I am from the future, okay?
Well, thank you for that, Tasteless and Paper Thin. We're going to switch over to our casters, William and Valdez. Over to you.
Thank you, Victoria and Paper Thin and the sage that is Tasteless.
The sage.
The truly all-knowing, omniscient being. As we are making our way onto Lotus here, T1 3-0 on this map so far, but as the desk did point out, the competition on the map not as potentially good as ZETA, but T1 very confident on this one. They were able to take ZETA Division on ZETA's map pick. What do you think, William? Are we going to have overtime? Will we have a third map?
I mean, let's be honest, on paper, it does look like it should end 2-0, right? I mean, T1, the way they use the Harbor and then the Harbor Sky combo, and sometimes even with the Viper, is so well drilled at this point. Now, the only thing you can hope for on the side of ZETA is there is a lot of tape to study from T1's Lotus. But the thing is just composition-wise, I mean, you've got the Omen that you kind of have to commit to really create space, right? You have to throw your paranoia, jump forward with the shadow step, things like that. And I'm just curious if ZETA's going to have the confidence to do so as this map plays out.
Yeah, I think they have to find it within themselves. As you mentioned, T1 very well drilled. I feel like it's DRX and then it's T1 when it comes to that. As Saya, he's playing the Jet on this map, which is pretty common for him. He's looking for it. That's a dog.
Okay, but what Saya's done is he's really forced them to guess how many people might still be here. And just the fact that he's still alive at full health creates such a big question mark for ZETA Division. And now ZETA's trying to do the same thing themselves. Ooh. Oh, but now, the Viper duel going down. You even find Def as well. Oh, man. ZETA Division, the only one with question marks on the map now, while T1 basically has all the information they would want.
Yep, well, they're going to attempt to push through rubble here and try to make their way onto the A site. We do see the talk screen is available outside of course, the door area. Asaya is still just holding down the fort here at Mound.
All right, ZETA, I mean, they've made their call, right? We're just going to wait until we can try to get the jump on to Saya. Ooh. Oh!
Spike down.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
At the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, a nice fake with the guiding light, but a lot of damage already done. Depth's so low.
Yeah. Carpe's got the perfect gun for this position as well with the Frenzy. Gonna just look to spray him down, gets the kill. So he's already on the board, much better than last time, as that will be 2. As it's all up to Depp with 15 health and 9 seconds. And it's gonna be shot down. Sprayed down from Van, who was behind.
Yeah.
That's it. 4 members of T1 survive for the pistol rounds.
But just again, I mean, we're starting to see T1 really hit their stride in terms of overall potential. Like just that kill right there as well with Carpe. When we saw it from the enemy's point of view, the way they trade places and they're trying to really throw out the crosshairs and create a better advantageous fight. And then Saya not actually falling to the same tricks that ZETA tried as they were trying to eventually push into C Mound. The mechanics are really starting to come together here for T1, and that's one of the things they were missing to really shore up their consistency.
Well, now hanging around the entrance to be here is ZETA Division. Saya with a Marshall. Not going to hit anyone there.
And lots of fake guiding lights being thrown as well. We should keep note of that on the side of ZETA Division. So Saya players see if that eventually conditions him one way or the other. Of course, for better or worse, we won't know until the rounds play out.
Lock screen set up here for ZETA as they will make their way. They have all classics, no funny business, classics, and a bunch of utility.
Man, T1, we just heard that second guiding light, or I think third one probably off the cooldown, go off as well. But earlier it was used to plant Saya forward on C, and then they use it to clear out B. So even though they don't have more flashes immediately available, they have all the information they would want, and now they are certain it's either A or here into Tiny Door.
Oh boy, Carpe just here with the Spectre. It's perfect. He picks up 3, and the spike is there with them as now not able to hit those shots actually. As Crow and Sugar Zero at least get 1 apiece, but still, round win. Second one goes in the hands of T1.
Just really good movement, and again, this is actually one of those maps where we first saw what T1 has been working on. The way that they set up Carpe to just get information so that the rest of the team can reposition. And a lot of times in the early part of VCT Pacific, it always happened whenever they had the Harbor and the Sky, because you could really push out with the Cascade, throw a Guiding Light. Push out with the Cascade, throw another Guiding Light. We're seeing that same pattern start to unravel here on Lotus.
Well, ZETA's got a Bucky now. ZETA from T1, that is. And he is on the Harbor, sitting back on A. So going to play it very passively with just him on that site. This is the bonus round for them, so they'll have to try to stop ZETA Division in their tracks.
And they've already stacked C. I mean, T1, they've made their call. They're just leaving the alarm bot and the turret to check for B. But here's the thing, that if they do go to B, you have the shorter weapons. You don't mind that too much. Now, they don't know that Depp is planted deep into C, right outside of the site. However, T1 has no interest. They're not going to push out. And the way they're playing this is actually eventually they're always going to stack and then try to retake. They want to get the early positions for these close quarter battles. Already Saya within the rotating door on A.
Yeah, and the Harbor Wall is up. I mean, the rotations are already in. T1 are just kind of mirroring the rotations from ZETA as the door will open up. Saya player in position.
Wow, well, one way into Cascade. You're already down to 30 seconds. I mean, this was what we were saying was always the concern for ZETA Division. They seem to escape it on Fracture, but right now they're running out of time.
I mean, they have 20 seconds. You got to make a play. Okay, they're coming back over to C.
But if they get taken out, right? If Ban gets 1 kill here, if he gets 1 single kill, this is over. Okay, Def saves a round for the time being.
Yeah, he will be able to get this plant down. 10 is waiting, lurking, takes out 2. And he's still here. Carpe gonna take him down finally. But that might just be the only rifle they get out of the hands of ZETA Division here, as they are pretty set up well onto the C site.
Yeah, so the round should be going, of course, in favor of ZETA Division. Now T1, Carpe could save, but Munchkin has no reason to. He can just try to greed for kills. They might even try to go for the pinch here and eventually just have Carpe pick up some kills. Ideally, Munchkin wants it because he has a Spectre. He doesn't have his ult yet. Carpe, of course, already has Seekers, but they're going to run into Carpe's arms. Okay, Carpe not wanting to risk it. Munchkin gets 1.
Yeah,
oh no!
That's 2. And Munchkin, he's just gonna get out of the spike. But okay, T1 a little bit of a tricky ending there, able to pick up a couple. Nice shot from Carpe. He's not gonna hold on to his Vandal. Now he's just gonna have a Phantom, so has enough to buy. This entry was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, ZETA Division should never have lost that many members on the exit there. I mean, maybe that 1 extra one in the site next to Waterfall, but Laz there, his teammates had already crossed mound. They didn't quite get sight onto Carpe. They weren't sure exactly where he might be. Somewhat disastrous, but of course, ZETA Division, one of the reasons they use the half armor meta is because they will eventually get an extra buy if they fall behind.
Yeah. Maybe a play towards B. You can never really tell with ZETA on attack because,
well, the flow
Tasteless said.
Yeah, the flow chart goes like this. Are there 20 seconds left on the clock? Well, then we don't know. If it's not there yet, we're not sure, but this time it is a commitment here with the showstopper. Whoa!
Okay, but not able to get the kill. Deb will survive with 41 health. Enough to get a bomb buddy out here.
Well, the spike did get dropped, right? And T1's already in position. The thing is while they haven't stopped the plant, yeah, they've denied the post-plant scenarios here. Zeta Division couldn't find a good place to set up.
Yeah, and B can be rough for that. They don't have really any utility set up. They're just kind of holding corners right now as Depp, sitting in the middle on 1 health, gets taken out by a Saya player, and that's going to be a pretty easy retake here from T1.
Oof. It's not looking good. Now, of course, we should note Fracture also looked this way in the first half, and Zeta Division eventually put up a very, very tight fight against Team 1. Just cheering each other on there in Korean.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see what the changes might look like here from Zeta. But here's the thing. I don't think they have enough information. I don't think they've gathered enough of a pattern from T1. It's more so just Zeta Division getting red round by round again. Or maybe it's just going to take another time out here for them to really compile all of the data of the previous rounds. Lot of ability commitment here just to get info on C. Ooh. They love the fakes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And Depp is able to take his head off. He's not able to get out here. Picks up a orb for himself. He's close to getting another showstopper. He just used it in the last round.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, he picked up 3 kills on the round, I think, so I guess it makes sense, but it's kind of impressive.
All right, well, I mean, Ban, I think, surely expects the potential that they're going to come in now, especially with the cloud and the screen. He knows he's stuck. Just using the snake fight so he doesn't get pinched from 2 angles, but they're already up above.
Yeah. Maybe coming in a bit faster than he expected. Just waiting for the 20-second mark, you know. But yeah, it's a bit more hasty from the side of Zeta. And it's going to work out for them. They're going to get this plant down with 30 seconds to spare.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
It's going to be a rough retake here for T1.
Yeah, now Zeta Division, they weren't able to push out of the site, but they hold tree. They even hold rubble. What? Jeff gets taken out without a fight at all.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
They know. I think they know he's in that smoke. Yeah, it's just going to spray him down. Sugar Zero. It's 2v2, but now actually it's just Munchkin.
Yeah, he has won these before, but not today.
Not this time. Sugar Zero, great job to hold down there in the tree. And yeah, Zeta Division back on the board here. So more back and forth this time around.
These fake guiding lights. The thing is every time it's thrown at like a different angle as a fake, right? Before it was like deep in, going up to the sky. This time it just nosedives into the ground. But clearly that's something that Zeta Division's relying on, which I don't mind, right? Instead of just always trying to go for the surefire flash and paranoia, which can start to get predictable, really mix in these fakes.
Here comes Saya player. The flash is good. Not quite able to pick up a second kill as this harbor wall doesn't allow Zeta Division in.
Yeah, but look at this T1 doing everything, investing everything they can to push away the rest of Zeta Division so that they can pick up the gun, and Saya player successfully does so. Now a Vandal in hand and the numbers advantage for T1 on defense.
Yeah, pretty technical play. It's going to work out for them. Comes down to, you know, Zeta Division this time actually pushing more aggressively towards Rubble into the mostly eco round of T1.
But this is, again, this is where that stylistic problem starts to come up, right? If they had already had someone push out in the lurk on a different site early on, they would have immediately rotated. But while they knew there were several members on the opposing team, B and C site have such tight corners that they didn't feel comfortable rushing in without information. And now they've allowed T1 just to reposition again and leave the Vandal that's got to pick up more kills.
Just insane reaction time. Crow, though, is able to trade it back. 30 seconds. There's nobody here on the A site, though.
Yeah, but Zeta Division, they don't know that. They're going to choose to rotate because they have zero information.
It's going to work, actually.
It is going to. He should barely have enough time, I think. Yes.
10 seconds
But again, I mean, this is one of those times where they simply just have to stick the plan, right? I mean, the thing is if you're Zeta Division, right, you play your matches, and you're like, well, it worked.
Yeah.
So clearly it's fine.
Crow, he can't hit the shot. He was waiting. He was lurking. They had no idea he was there. And he gets killed by a stinger.
Well, so now they have to use the Viper's Pit, but here's the thing. If you lose this round after using the Viper's Pit, I mean, up against an eco, that really spells a lot of trouble for Zeta Division. Now, thankfully, everyone had to come in from a far side of the map.
Yeah, T1 just don't really have enough time. Ban, though. Maybe. Nope, not going to get it done. Oh, one last shot, but there's not enough time to go for the defuse, as T1 Zeta will be able to survive what they've vandaled, but this will go in favor of Zeta Division.
Man. Wow. I mean, here's the thing is that because we can see the minimap, it's like, okay, well, the wishy-washy rotation was good, actually. It ends up working for Zeta Division. But it's like, in theory, that should never...
A genius read from Zeta Division.
I mean, it shouldn't be the go-to. I think if this is a team that has won more rounds in other ways, then we would say, okay, that was a good call. You know, we would kind of retroactively call it a good call. But they kind of always rely on this overthinking to secure their attacking rounds. That's why it starts to spell trouble. But at the end of the day, they get the win. With the half armor meta, they're able to still all get rifles in their hands, even a showstopper ready to go for Deb.
He's creeping on up. Side player here once again, not going to hit that shot. Nice little peek.
Okay, but now Zeta Division, now that should force them to make up their mind a lot quicker. Just trying to see if someone's in tree. They're always leaving the possibility of going to B. That's why 10 already positioned next to pillars outside of B site, so he's ready to pinch if they choose to run into that site.
Blinded.
Okay, T1 used a cascade earlier for B just to buy time. And then the high tide as well. But this is T1 just understanding that Zeta's going to eventually spend the time anyway, so we might as well drag it out even further, right? Just really put the pressure on Zeta Division.
Here we go, through the tiny door. And,
the stuns.
Well, we're going to open up the site at least.
Yeah, but Munchkin has his lockdown.
30 seconds left.
Plan comes in, lockdown immediate.
Yeah, Paint shows he's trying to angle it to make sure that it can do all the damage it can, and he does take out the lockdown.
Okay, they've got a pretty good chance.
Oh!
Saya with the collat through the door, he picks up 3!
The one wild card that T1 was holding on to, the operator. And it does everything and more that you could have hoped for.
That's just ridiculous. How did he...
Oh my god.
I mean, they lined up for him. He hits the shot. And, you know, it starts off with this. They clear the site, and everybody's just trying to get position, but the door is opening, and Saya is just too much.
Oh, man. Oh, that... Oh, man.
I heard Bam saying, what a collab.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what a collab. If that hadn't happened, who knows how much longer the skirmish would have went on for. I mean, you still have the lockdown going on as well. My goodness. But the thing is if you're Zeta Division, right, even on the rounds you've won, you have to start to realize that T1 still expected those eventual rotations. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't say because we won it was a good macro management of our, of the map and the time. At some point, of course, they can't see the entire minimap, not even the coach, but at some point they have to start to piece the puzzle together and say, oh, maybe the reason the rounds we win are so close is because strategically T1 does know where we're going to show up eventually.
Oh, whoa. Okay, well, Marshall shot isn't going to hit, and off screen we see Munchkin and Ban pick up a kill apiece.
Okay, well, Killjoy set up on A. You've got the Viper in tree. The operator was, I believe, hidden from that Trailblazer earlier. Oh, my.
Down A.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that about wraps up that round.
That's the end of that. Flawless. No eco hope for the side of Zeta Division as they get totally wiped up.
I gotta say, I think Ban's probably playing the best series he's had in VCT Pacific, by the way. I mean, yes, he's had some decent ones here and there, but today is just across both maps.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been slowly ramping up, and I say slowly, it was more like really slow and then exponential growth all of a sudden. So the acceleration is incredibly quick.
Yeah, I mean, something finally unlocked, right? And perhaps it was kind of the confidence, Ban, being, a lot of pressure put on him to play on, the big stage at a tier 1 level here at the top level of VCT. Now he's used to it. Now he's used to the stage. The teams come together. And now an early Viper's pit just to buy space. And look at the way T1 positions, right? They have the operator on A. If it gets the kill, great. But if it doesn't, we can retake because we have Reckoning. We have Seekers on Carpe. I mean, and then the pit is already locking down C site. Ban is in a position where you won't get spammed as easily. Oh, you're even pushing out B. I mean, I think they barely catch sight of at least Sugar Zero there on the push.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, T1 just knows. They know it's the main force is coming to A. And at the same time, they're keeping the Viper's pit up because they know that Zeta Division could still rotate at 30 seconds.
Still a lot of time for them. Here comes a Reckoning as, Laz gonna get hit by that. Seekers to both sides, actually, and Saya's gonna get a kill as he peeks out here.
But T1's done this before. They've used Reckonings to force the enemy to go into B site in the past. So, yeah, they're already ready for the crossfire. And Zeta Division, they have no choice but to walk into the trap.
Yeah, just corralled in. And, I mean, what can you say? Depth, he's alone here. He's going to be taken out. Carpe with the final kill in that round picks up 3. Kind of a weak first map. Now he's really popping off. This is what you wanted, William. You say, hey, if Carpe can shore it up a little bit, maybe that would have been even more one-sided, and it indeed is, as he is on top of the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, again, that's why I didn't want to put too much emphasis on it in the first map, because as Des pointed out, he's actually played much better on Fracture specifically in the past. Also, just overall, I think his individual decision-making and mechanics and the way he's really timing his trades with his teammates has gotten up to an impeccable level. But again, would that have made things a lot easier in Fracture? Perhaps, and like you said, like you're pointing out, it's coming to fruition here.
Autumn just keeping him calm. XQQ just scratching his own head, it looks like, as to what they want to do, because, we talked a lot about their rotations. At the same time, though, it's kind of like an ingrained personality trait in this team, It's like their go-to thing. So at this point, I don't think they can really change it around, as...
I mean...
This is the end of T1.
Yeah, saying that this is as far as you go. But here's the thing. I think they've already taken a step more than you would have wanted. They got the first map. That was Zeta's pick. Zeta Division's pick over on Fracture. And now T1 looking comfortable on their own pick of Lotus.
Yeah. Lotus actually, statistically, the highest win rate for defense out of any map in the pool.
Which is crazy, because
yeah,
it's a 3-site map.
It's a 3-site map. We've played it 10 times, so it's not like the statistics are that insignificant. But again, T1 this is their 4th time playing it. They play oftentimes starting off on the defender side, and they're winning a lot on this map, so maybe they're kind of the ones that are distorting the stats here.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing is while it's 3 sites, yes, the entry points are a little difficult. However, the other advantage the attackers usually should have are the ult orbs, and T1 is not letting that happen on almost any of these rounds against any opponents. If you watch the way they play the Lotus, they will always put pressure where you cannot get the orbs for free.
It's going to be an A-side entry. Looks like it's pretty clean for the side of Zeta Division this time. Maybe XQQ just telling them to keep it simple, just go for a straight-up push. It works out. They get the plant.
Yeah, now T1 did empty it, but at the end of the day, I mean, we haven't seen a plant in a long time here, and oh my. That's a hard angle for him to win as well.
And Munchkin just able to use his turret as bait. Not the first time we've seen that, but extremely effective this time. Although on the site, pretty good stuff from Crow and Sugar Zero, but now it's only Crow on the back here with a Sheriff.
He's going to try to bounce it off, but oh man, Saya's already ready.
And that's the end of that. Round 10 goes over to T1, their 7th round. And Saya has held on to this operator for pretty much forever.
Yes, actually. An insanely long time. And not because his like teammates constantly recover for him, he's just been holding on to it.
He's just not dying.
Yeah. What did he say in the beginning? The mic kind of cut out, but congratulating Saya for his kills, I think. I think maybe even tell him that, you know, do whatever you want or something along those lines. But
I thought he was saying, like, I'm going to love you forever.
Oh, did he say 사랑해? Maybe that's what it was. I heard forever. I do agree with that. But
same. I didn't catch the verb in the sentence.
Yeah. Well, we caught one word each. So. All right, the Paranoia finally being committed to get space, but here's the thing, if you're using that just to get up to mound, what are you using to get into the site?
I love when the little doggy's doing the juke back and forth.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of all of Valorant.
all of Valorant,
actually,
really?
Yeah, more than anything else.
It's not getting an ace.
No, it's the doggy just juking back and forth.
Wow.
He's got a mind of his own. And you saw that time, Saya player was just going to dash out of there. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't taking any chances. He didn't want to get headshot through a smoke this time. And once again, here they come onto the A site, but it feels like T1 are a little bit more prepared for this, although they do have 2 guys on C.
Oh my god. Man just knows how to move around that door. He's been playing that position so much here on Lotus. And then now the one-way's back up. So A site's shut down.
Yeah.
So surely they're in B. The turret has activated. Okay, Dep already deep inside.
Yeah, Carpe couldn't quite get that angle.
A showstopper just to secure the plan. Oh, but he's not covering the angle!
Down B.
Yeah, Dep, you know, he's holding on to the rocket. He's able to get the exit kill, but there's no plant. The spike is still not planted, and Dep...
He doesn't have time.
Yeah, he's going to get the kill. He's going to hold... Nope, no, there's a shorty. Busket's right there. It's going to take him down.
I mean,
so many rounds in a row.
I get why Dep was hiding there, right? You had to check for all the different entry points. You're trying to see if someone kind of rushes in. I think the problem was maybe he wasn't quite sure that someone could have snuck in right under his vision and then got the angle onto the spike as well. But
that guy in the middle is looking pretty tired.
Yeah,
He's like,
I mean,
oh, can't you guys win faster? Like,
he expended all his energy in the first 5 rounds of
he had the
Fracture.
biggest smile after they won the anti-eco on Fracture. And after that, it's been all downhill for him. But not for T1.
Oh. All right, well, spotted the op, but that does make crossing one way or the other very difficult.
I don't know why they're trying to force that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you use the snake bite, but here's the thing. Now you've wasted the snake bite, right? You were using it to just secure your cross. And I think the reason they do that is they're trying to fake themselves going to A, but now they've shown their hand, used, you know, a snake bite, and they're now 2 men down.
Yeah. They take a risk, and Saya player is he's not having any of that.
You should run.
Well,
Right there.
Yeah, they're just going to slowly back out, one of them keeping an eye on the potential entry, see if they can get a free kill. Eventually, they will have to time their retreat. Oh,
yeah.
Carpe not able to make it out in time, looks like.
It's a very last second to get out of there, but there you go. Plant is down, 3v5 for Zeta division, but still a chance with the spike down. Paranoia not able, okay, he's able to get one, but only the one for Crow.
Yeah, couldn't get the kill fast enough, and now that allows the lockdown to go down, and what?
How did he, what?
Again?
Yeah, well, that's going to be a 9-3 for T1 here on defensive Lotus. They are just once again putting on a clinic. Turns out the only team that matters in the equation is the fact that it's T1 playing Lotus again.
Yeah, they look so confident right now, and I want to see the shot from Saya. Oh no, he just gets one each, but how does he? Oh no! What? Oh, he's refound his energy.
He's back.
The T1 fan, all he wanted to watch was more Saya op play. Now we know. But listen, on Fracture we talked about, okay, well in the aim department at least, Zeta Division also bouncing back, some heroics on both sides. Here on Lotus, it's kind of a repeat of our first match where Now you're getting outclassed individually. T1 is riding the momentum all the way towards victory at the moment, and Zeta Division cannot pump the brakes at all.
Yeah, I don't really know what you do from here. Just hope that you have a better defensive side, but as we've seen, T1 very well practiced, very well drilled. Some of these entries are going to be extremely difficult for Zeta Division to handle. I think if they don't get this pistol round, this map is done for, and T1 are going to run away with it. I mean, easy to say, especially the rounds the way they are, but I think T1 have already proven themselves time and time again on this map, and if you don't get yourself back in right now, it's not much hope.
I mean, Zeta Division has lost every pistol today. They are 0-3 on pistols, so in terms of the pistol strategy, in terms of the aim, just hasn't been working out. Curious to see how their defense plays out, because here's the thing, I mean, it's not a single Omen, but Omen and Viper still at the end of the day, the goal for Omen will be to set up these one-ways, really create space. You know, maybe invest the paranoia early and then go for the one-ways, but you don't have that leisure in a pistol round. You cannot invest everything on top of getting a better pistol. So curious to see what the choice is going to be here for Zeta Division. We have a lot of very Korean-specific puns today.
I don't know, like, I'm trying to read them and my brain is just exploding as I try. I'm like, okay, this is not my level. Never mind. 6 rounds in a row for the side of T1 on the defensive side. It was 3-3 before that.
All right, so looks like it's going to be a push out of C from Zeta. Pick up the ult orb if they can. And then maybe even try to get the pinch. The thing is with just an alarm bot and the turret, I don't know how long Crow can hold on to that site. And they can't push out because the Guiding Light comes in. Now, they didn't use the Paranoia yet, so there's still a chance to do that from Zeta, but I think that ideally they want to try to save this for as long as possible.
Ooh. Depp is going to take things into his own hands, he says. But at the same time, it was only Munchkin who was over there. Alarm bot is going to catch Saya player.
So overall, I mean, you know, create the numbers advantage and then just go for the 5v4 retake. I don't mind that. Good paranoia for the retake as well.
The paint shells here, they are holding down the site as, okay, Carpian banned somehow.
Oh my!
Zero with the right click, gonna get 2, and T1 Zeta not able to shore it up. And Zeta Division, okay, able to get this pistol round and make it interesting.
Yeah, a much better pistol round. Finally, their first pistol win tonight. And I like the fact that they didn't overcommit with the paranoia early. They just slowly make sure that they're creating multiple angles here. And Depp coming back online, that allows them to keep things like the paranoia for the retake. And wow, just really good right clicks from Sugar Zero.
Nice.
It's not quite a nice yet.
It's not
just
a big one, yeah.
Just a nice, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. I see you.
One Saya player with his trusty Marshall. We know how deadly that can be. So T1, now Zeta Division this time with their weapon advantage, they're forcing everyone out of A. They basically want everyone to come in to be into the Killjoy trap. But what they don't know is T1, with Saya player on that Marshall, he's already bought enough space on C mound that they could always create a different rotation and eventually slide into either C, or quite frankly, you know, into B and then pinch from C as well. Oh my God. And both of them took a lot of damage.
Yeah. But full heal now from Laz onto 10. Same for Saya player.
All right, T1 with the one-way here. Ban just says, okay, well, the one-ways are still happening over on A. I don't think, we can really get through here too early. Ban actually finds an opening here off of the one-way timing. If he can win this duel, that changes everything for T1's rotations.
Sugar Zero's like, no, I will not take this duel. It will not happen.
Yeah, just hears me saying that. T1 in an uncharacteristic running out of time moment here. And eventually it's back to B.
Okay, well, stop them from coming in. That's the spike down. This is going to go all the way of Zeta Division, you'd have to imagine. 15 seconds.
Yeah, maybe don't greed. Try to fight Saya with a Marshall here. They're out of time.
I'd say probably not. Ban with the flank doesn't work out.
screen down.
Crow's going to hear him all the way, and that's going to be 10 cleaning it up. 9-5. Zeta Division back on the board.
Okay, and the heavy investment, sure they drop, 2 members, but they still have a Phantom and 2 Bulldogs, so with the half armors, everything, they can get right back into it here for round 3.
Toxin screen down.
Good pushes here on the defensive side as there is a guy going absolutely insane in the background there. He is like just, wow.
All right, well, that's kind of the support they need right now. They've got a long way to go. If they can win this one, though, they have the showstopper as well. They're actually in prime position to do so. If they can win here, the economy starts to break apart for T1.
Poison's off.
Sugar Zero, this time saving his one-way timings because Dep's here to support. They don't want to just constantly waste that first smoke because the Poison Cloud was here as well. Dep just spots, and now the one-ways go up. I like this from Zeta, a lot more methodical and a lot more guaranteed in the information and timings they can buy for themselves. Trailblazer comes out at the same time. It actually, I don't think, would have spotted Zeta here, but now they'll know.
All right, clearing out mounds as they push in. Sugar Zero still here.
Stealing sight.
Might be under a lot of pressure, but actually it's just going to be Saya player running out for now. But this push will come in from T1 onto A.
So, looks like right now the call from Zeta Division might be to just hold, and if it's A, just use the showstopper, right? You might maybe even use it at about 25 seconds just to buy time if T1 isn't spotted anywhere else.
Left.
Now you hear the sound coming in. Dep's hiding. Yep, he's hiding for the showstopper. A nice dodge from Saya.
He's just holding on to it, and he's going to get that kill. Not a Saya player. Sugar Zero is there to help out, but this flank from Munchkin, he comes on as 10 will rotate in and take him down. Dep going to clean them up, and they take the bonus round as well. Zeta Division are really coming out to play here on the defensive side.
Yeah, and the way they played that round, like every single member, it was actually so beautiful, right? I mean, we see Sugar Zero saving that one way initially so that Dep can spot for him, and then he uses the paranoia and just kind of fakes out Saya player, trusting that his paranoia would have hit if anyone had entered. It actually forces Saya player to bounce out as he would have lost vision and audio. And then they back off, trusting in the showstopper to just block the plant. And now they're economically ahead, only 3 rounds apart.
This is going to be, I think, a challenge from Zeta Division out here on Rubble against Aniko. Pretty common as Sugar Zero, though, is not able to make it happen.
No. Oh, it's all falling apart.
It really is. The Seekers as well getting value. Zeta with a stinger kill. And all of a sudden, this round is getting more and more interesting.
But they don't have any extra ultimates. Now Rifles over on Carpe and Saya player as well. Zeta Division. Thankfully, they're all 3 members here, so they can try to defend, but they cannot lose a single duel.
And they're losing duels to Sheriffs here. Ban's going to pick up another.
Oh,
the spray is so good from 10, though.
But they do know exactly where 10 is. Yeah, no way out for him.
Yeah. They pick up a Vandal, too. Ban just going to hold on to this angle. T1 Zeta just there with the Stinger. Oh, he's actually going to peek him. Not sure about that. It's going to be Crow!
Crow!
And he picks it up. 4th round in a row now for Zeta Division. A massive swing now in favor of them.
Crow just telling T1 Zeta, get that X out of that hashtag. It's Zeta with a Z on Zeta win. Bringing it back 7-9. And oh boy, I mean, this was T1 really just throwing everything in the kitchen sink on that rush, right? All their flashes going out just to be able to push through like a bulldozer and pick up some free weapon upgrades. It works, but Crow, listen, we've actually praised them for really improving across this season of Pacific. Looked a little shaky on Fracture, but gets a really solid round here for Zeta Division.
So T1 had full armor, and actually they all went down to the half armor. So a team call.
Oh.
In this case, they have a couple of ultimate abilities here. They have Reckoning and Pit at this moment in time, but let's see. Also, no timeouts called just yet, even with 4 rounds in a row for Zeta Division. So I'm expecting if they lose this one that T1 will pull the brakes.
Could be. I wonder if also, now that they're also going for the half armors for that extra buy round, maybe you just call it on that extra one that you get. Trailblazers crossing paths. Lots of vision here for a Zeta division.
There's the Reckoning. Gonna try to get them space on this side as 10. Uh-oh. Balaz is able to shore it up. Crow's there as well, and they are just cleaning him up. Only Munchkin gets one, but it's basically a flawless as everybody from Zeta Division was there and ready to accept the push.
Yeah, a really preemptive setup here just to defend from Zeta Division, and also being positioned in a way where, you know, other members can dodge these stuns coming up from the Reckoning. Someone will always be free to fight, and that gives 10 enough time to survive even while being stunned. And, I mean, the Zeta Division fans, they want to see this. They want to see it go to a map 3.
Let's choke them.
It's looking pretty likely at this point. I mean, 6 rounds in a row one way, 5 the other way. Still no timeout from T1.
Laz's guiding lights have been really good this map. Just now as well, he actually forces it to U-turn, pretending like it's a fake, and then pops it. I mean, he's clearly been practicing even more and more with the tech that you can have there.
Ooh, Deb trying to peek that one, but actually it was 2 members of T1. Get that going, but Sugar Zero from Tree is able to at least trade one back.
All right, Trailblazer being used in answer from Zeta Division just to see if anyone's entered into Tree. Now, no one's spotted just yet, but the lockdown will force out everybody from Zeta Division. They have their own lockdown for the retake. Now, the question is what position does Crow take on the retake? Because he doesn't have full control over that connection, over A link coming from B, so he's just going to regroup with his team.
Yeah, they are all in the back there with the pit coming down. This is not an easy position for Zeta Division to push into.
Yeah, but Laz already having that was so crucial for a potential lockdown, but now they just have to push through if they're going to go for it.
Okay, couple of swings, it's working out. Ban is alone, 1v2. And now there's a lockdown. One, not two.
Crow with another clutch in this 1v1.
And there you go, he's going to get that defuse off.
I mean,
now it's tied.
Yeah, and Ban, right with the lockdown there, your only choice was to swing out. He even gets the first, he even wins the first duel. Can't really fault him at that point, but now comes that timeout that you mentioned, Valdez, and is it too late? We'll find out once the entire map is over, but the momentum has entirely gone over to Zeta Division as he wins 6 rounds in a row.
Yep.
The loud, nice cheers have returned.
Crow is, this is just another day at work. No overreactions from him. He's like, yep, just doing my job.
I did find it interesting when we found out that, you know, he's been working on really just trying to control his emotions, not get overly excited about anything, not get overly sad about anything, just so he can stay focused. And I'll say the stats prove that it's been working out for him, right? He's been getting better and better numbers on the board, more and more impact in every single kill he does. And while Depp might be trying to make him laugh, Crow's been having great control. A fan cheering for T1 to get to Tokyo. Well, first of all, they're going to have to obviously 100% secure their spot here in the playoffs and eventually make it through that gauntlet as well.
Very similar signs, actually. The Korean one for T1 just saying, let's go to Tokyo. Not sure what the Japanese on the other sign was, but just a full sign with all the names of all the players. Cheering for everyone as Depp has picked up an operator.
Okay. And now economy, once again, somewhat broken here for T1, even with the half armors. And so they're going to continue with the half armors, it looks like, because Ban has bought, you know, down to 750.
Here.
Just to have that Bulldog.
Let's see how much room Saya player can make.
I'm curious as to whether T1's going to buy on op in the next round, given Saya player's economy, but that we'll figure out in the coming round, as they are, of course, on this losing streak. And just trying to fish for information. They do draw out some utility, right? That Trailblazer, the dog coming out from Laz.
Yeah. As now they're looking to clear out the area around C Mount, but no committal as well. Seems like they've really adopted the Zeta style of just go in A, go C, go back. We're going to B now.
Oh, but at the same time, Zeta Division, now they're taking a page out of T1's book and really using the sky to great efficiency, using guiding lights here and there just to rotate. And now, you know, the spike plant will happen, but it's going to be a tough position for T1 to hold. They have to push out.
Yeah. Dep with some decent spray hitting some feet. But it's going to be up to Satchels. No, I'm not even sure if he saw the guy on the left. As Saya just going to poke out 3 kills with the knives, make it 4. And T1 will hold on to their lead just barely with a massive super play from them.
Holy moly, Saya! I mean, the rest of the team as well, right? The way they were holding these angles, all baiting for each other with these crazy angles you can have on beast. Oh, that. No. The second and third kill are insane. Let's watch it in real time. That is insane. Wow.
I don't know what to say. Like, that was just crazy.
I mean, that's just Saya. That's just Saya doing Saya things. And now they take the lead once again. I mean, Zeta, it took them so much to catch up, and they still have yet to get the lead itself here on Lotus.
Yeah, I really loved the rotations that time, actually. They didn't wait until 20 seconds, right? They actually, once they got onto the B site, they took like 10 seconds to really clear out all the angles before they really went for the bubble plant. Now they're pushing in through rubble. Zeta actually in a pretty good spot here as Dep gonna take one down through the smoke.
Yeah, I think he shot based on his Seeker's movement. But either way, or maybe he just sprayed through the smoke as he was hit by a paranoia, I believe, from Sugar Zero as well, his own teammate. But either way, a nice kill, and now they can refresh those one-ways. A-site relatively safe. They're basically leaving B-site open, right? We already see Crow focusing more on assisting C, but now that changes things just a bit.
Yeah, and with the Harbor wall, you can really create space for yourself, but Dep is here. He's got a lot of teammates as well as they are running to C is T1.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He can only push out of one side, and everyone's already by Waterfall. They spot T1 Zeta. He is going to get the plant down, but Sugar Zero wins the duel. And now Ban so far away from his team.
Yeah, he is in no man's land. I think he's just going to let this one diffuse.
I mean, here's the thing. The original plan, of course, from T1 was to go to B site, which is why Ban was positioned in a way to easily rotate and get the flank there. Oh, man. That never has there been a scarier image in Valorant than someone chasing after they tag with the Vandal, the shorty out.
10-10. Was Sage Tasteless correct?
I mean, we'll find out.
Do we get overtime?
Yeah, do we praise him or just call him out on the desk for 10 minutes after this map?
He knows, he just didn't want to tell us.
Oh, that's true, yeah. And here's the thing, we said in this map as well, but actually overall in the series, Zeta Division yet to get the lead. They've only tied up the score a couple times. See if Zeta can finally get ahead. Now, okay, Saya player was saving up for that operator. In fact, he could buy it a bit safer since they won one of the rounds and got some free rifles.
All right, kind of faking that they're going to go on to B here. It's drawing a lot of members of Zeta Division over to B. Dep right now on the site, but that is not what T1 are doing. They're actually playing it pretty passively.
And Dep's position is hard to predict here, right? He's holding an odd off angle just in the middle of the site with the coverage from Crow as well if anyone swings close. Crow's curious, but here's the thing. You have Dep there. There is no reason to get overly curious here on the site. Oh, and what? Carpe.
Why does he keep doing that? Carpe is just like a master at checking B and getting the kill.
Apparently. Now that's forced out the pit. And now, I mean, Zeta Division, you have the Trailblazers coming to A, but it's going to be too late. They're already way up close to the site. The Reckoning as well.
Yeah, they are spending everything, but they don't check. Blast is here. He sprays down 3. And Sugar's going to get another.
Zero. T1.
Zeta's like, well, I guess I'll just plant.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's still doable. He is low on health, but It is duel. The Cove will go down.
He's taking a very weird angle here, but it's still going to be 10 who takes him down. And finally, ZETA Division takes the lead for the first time. So they will move to 11-10.
Yeah, and an incredible decision by Laz. Here's the thing, T1 doesn't check it because of the Reckoning plus the Nano Swarm. So I think they're expecting, that no one's going to push out of here. They'll get stunned and killed, and Laz just says, well, I have nowhere else to go anyway. I might as well swing out on a timing, and he gets 3. I mean, yes, could T1 have been more thorough? Absolutely, but the thing is they had every, reason to assume that it's somewhat safe.
Yeah. It was really just Laz's super play to just push through and make that possible. You could see that even after the first kill, the second guy was like, well, I don't know where he got killed from. It's definitely not from Link, but it was. It was on the stairs there. And, it's going to be a nice win for the side of ZETA Division.
Oh, and a close Trailblazer. Oh, and Munchkin just knows. Yeah, he knows his fate. Because he heard the Trailblazer activate close. But, again, very new looks from ZETA Division. And here's the thing. The matches and the maps they've won in commanding fashion were when they were able to play this confidently, right? Invest utility early to gain control, to get a numbers advantage. And they're finding their stride once again against T1 on T1's pick of Lotus.
Here.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting now as we do have Saya player lurking alone over on A. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is looking to push into B. Looks like he wants to enter through tiny door here.
Laz, he has to pick and choose here because someone could enter at any point through the door behind him.
Line comes through. When is he going to break it down? Saya player gets killed. That tiny door.
Yes, Sugar Zero covers for Laz. Laz doesn't pick up the kill, but Depp already ready. Up above on Heaven.
Man is so low in there as, ZETA can't get the kills. Depp.
Fans all alone.
And he is dead. Classic right click from Reigns gets Depp the 4K. This is all ZETA Division now. T1 have gotten 1 round on attack.
Yeah.
1.
I mean, both teams really just piling on to the defensive stats here on Lotus. But here's the thing. I think as Lotus gets played more and more, maybe we will change our thoughts about, does 3-side necessarily mean that the attackers have the advantage because of kind of how those entry points are and the agent picks that certain teams have. People are starting to figure out how they want to play. And the interesting part is, I think a lot of teams are starting to figure out on Lotus that you eventually just kind of have to ditch one of the sites somewhat, right? You have to prepare for that retake and focus on the other two. Meanwhile, in Haven, we still have certain teams that just play a 2-1-2 default all through and through, and they keep getting pushed over on the defensive side, but Lotus is evolving much quicker.
Yeah. And better time than any, I guess, to call your second timeout. Might as well use it. ZETA is in full control of this map. It's, tons of fans always coming out here for ZETA Division.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a packed crowd here for ZETA Division, even on the second floor, which we don't get to catch on the camera, but it's been a pretty full house across match 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now, match point. Reckoning available for T1 ZETA. But, ZETA Division surely aware of this. They've seen how T1 likes to use this. And T1, they're going to change it up. They're just going to go for a fast push. Maybe even really commit the Reckoning here.
Yeah, well, you talked about leaving sites open. ZETA are packed on rubble right now.
And they're going to actually push out of A main. They haven't gone for a full flank on this defensive half. T1, are they ready for this?
Saya's in a... he's able to stop!
Okay, well, Saya creates a crossfire. This does make things a little bit trickier for ZETA Division, but now it's up to 10. Can he win this duel? He does!
Well, there you go, ZETA Division. They want to win it now. No overtime for them.
2 members already in the site. They know that Saya's up in Heaven. The guiding light's gonna come out. He's full flash.
Hey, he survives, but he's got basically a sliver, and the spray is enough, and that's gonna do it. ZETA Division will be forcing Bind for map 3 with a 13-10 victory here on Lotus.
There is something about this roster of Zeta Division that when they are pushed to the edge, they just grow and evolve one more level. The determination that this team has is incredible. On paper, we can talk all about how, well, you know, they don't really win that confidently. They always look shaky even on their wins. But here's the thing, if that's a continuing pattern and they're still able to win when it matters, I mean, all credit to them.
Def had 7 first bloods on that map.
That's insane.
323 ACS. He, I think he's got my vote if Zeta Division end up winning the series. And it was all T1 all the time on defense. Like, they absolutely wiped them. But then Zeta did them one better.
Yeah, I mean,
on the swap.
The 7 first kills is insane. Out of 23 rounds, about 1/3 of the rounds, Def is opening up the first kill, and really good holds. Listen, I was harping on them a bit on the attacking side. You know, their old flaws started to show. But on the defensive side, the rotations were much more fluid. They were working much more confidently in their positioning, in their utility usage to secure space. And I think that's the key word, right? Just checking for info is not enough on a map like Lotus. You have to take over a part of the map. They were able to do that here on the defensive side.
Fans couldn't believe it when Saya player did that, but we couldn't believe it when Laz did that.
No, not at all. I mean, impressive super play decision-making from Laz. And I mean, it's time for some.
They're losing their minds in there.
Yeah, sure, there's still a third map left, but after the heartbreaking fracture that could have gone to overtime, I mean, there's never been a happier point in tonight's match for Zeta fans, as Zeta Division able to take it to Bind now. And this, you know, Zeta Division, they've played some good Bind in the past. Curious to see what their interpretation is. And Clinton talked about it on the desk. I've been talking about it, you know, last week as well. Even put up a video myself about how they use that Gecko on Bind. If you want to check that out during the break, because what Clinton says is correct. I mean, their executes, T1's execute, mind you, with the Gecko usage is so impeccable. But now, Zeta Division, they have that one tape to study. So it's not going to be a surprise.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of people will say, oh, T1, it's Bind. They'll get this. I don't think it's like that at all.
No, I don't think so.
I think the entire series has been just flipped over like a pancake, and nobody really knows what's going to happen except these two teams. So I guess, guys, we're just going to have to go to a commercial break, come back with the desk, and have, of course, Bind for map number 3. We'll be right back.
Themselves. Woo. It's either A or here into Tiny Door.
Oh boy, Carpe just here with the Spectre. It's perfect. Oh, not able to hit those shots actually.
Whoa! Oh, they haven't stopped the plan. Yeah, they've out of fight at all.
Uh-oh.
And leave the man. Everyone had to come in from
though. Maybe. Nope.
The lockdown.
And they've got a pretty good chance.
Oh, with the collapse. Oh, gonna try to bounce it off, but
he's on C.
Oh, he doesn't have time.
Yeah, he's gonna get the kill. He's gonna hold. No.
Difficult.
Oh.
And eventually it's back to B.
Bro's gonna hear him all the way, and then he's just holding on to it. Van's gonna pick up another.
Oh.
Zeta just there with the Singer. Oh, he's actually gonna peek him. Not sure about that. It's gonna be good too.
Yeah, but Lazar. Oh.
All you can really create space for yourself, but they are spending everything. But they don't.
Oh no!
Laz is here.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished map 2, and honestly, I thought we were gonna go home, and then ZETA was like, hold up, I got something for you, and showed up, caught up, and then won the round on Lotus.
It was really an incredible comeback. I mean, there was a point where the score was 9-3 with T1 in the lead, and it ends with 13-10. ZETA takes it. So in a moment that looked like it was going to be a pretty uneventful match that T1 would close out, turns out it's one of the greatest comeback stories we've seen so far at VCT Pacific.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is really interesting here because ZETA just looked out of sorts on the, or not ZETA, ZETA the team, not the player, looked out of sorts on the first half, and like the map was being really read really well by T1. They were controlling the pace, they were controlling the tempo, doing all the things you wanted to see, using that harbor utility to push space, to get information, all these great things. But then on the other side of the coin, it really felt like they weren't able to kind of push and pull the map. Like ZETA, as much as we kind of dog on them for taking their time to get, there were so many times, right, where they took forever to plant, at least like they were making the rounds close because of that, because they were moving all over, trying to find what they could, trying to figure out where the weak side of T1 was on their attacker side, whereas I don't feel like T1 was really doing that as much. It seemed like they were trying to brute force their way through sites, and that's against a team like ZETA and against players like Laz and Depp. When they're playing like that, you can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, clearly not. Now, there was a round that kind of represented very much this whole game, this push and pull at one point in the first half of round 7.
Yeah, I want to look at the map specifically on this one because they start out, they kind of contest over A. Now, Saya player has the blades, and there's some utility traded to get that kill, and then they grab the gun. So this is huge for T1. They're on an eco, by the way. T1's on an eco here. And so this is where I thought, okay, this is pretty interesting. They're still spending some time, committing some utility, using that Sky utility from Laz to keep kind of T1 in place as best as they can. And then, you can see that there's so much space gained here that T1 knows that, there's a likelihood that they're switching over to the other side, that they're switching to C or B. So they're watching that. But then Saya gets another one here, and then they're like, oh, okay, now we have to rotate quick over to A, but this is really smart from ZETA. They kind of understand that T1's going to be forced to rotate here. They switch all the way back over to the other side. This is just brilliant calling on both sides. I mean, T1, to their credit, did the best they could, but it's literally a last-second plant. Then, of course, at the end of all of this, ZETA is able to catch the Lurking Crow. It's so hard to talk about these two teams when you have a player who's the same name as the opposing team. Good God. And then the Viper's Pit has to be committed here. And it gets, it comes right down to the wire. Ban able to sneak in on the backside here. And then ZETA able to find that final kill, but there isn't enough time on the clock. But still, a huge eco round here. It is a win for ZETA. But I just got to compliment both teams in this particular round on the way that they're pushing and pulling each other, the way that they're committing utility to kind of bait out space, to kind of get information. That's a beautiful example of it.
Yeah, definitely. And there was another reason why we thought T1 was going to close this out, and a large part of it was thanks to the performance of Ban. Saya player.
Well, I mean, Ban also had his great moments as well, but this was the one we wanted to catch, was this double collat. It was crazy, and then getting a third over here. And just seeing Saya play that well, we were talking about this like, okay, if he could just keep doing that, this should be pretty straightforward. I do wonder if some of this this loss here from T1 was them maybe kind of thinking they've crossed the finish line before they have. They were failing at every peak they had at some point in time. And, Valorant, a 9-3 disparity, that can look really big, but really there's, a few very important rounds that if you drop them, the momentum can actually start to snowball up.
That's right. And it affects the economy and how they can come back, and that definitely showed here. And that particular clip was really incredible. In one single revolution of that door, Saya just demolishes 3 of them with his op. That was so cool. All right, now we did see the comeback of ZETA near the 11th hour. They really came back at the very end, and Laz has just been so good all of today.
He's been great all year. Hands down the best player on this team. Hands down the best player in Japan right now. So you know, this is looking bad. Carpe was great for these opening picks. He had a really good map, frankly, for T1, especially on this attacker side. He was getting some opening picks that were, you know, allowing T1 to do stuff. But then this is really well read. You know, even with the Reckoning here and the utility, they don't expect somebody to still be tucked into that corner. And Laz just steps right through it, just disrespects the utility and takes 3. And I mean, this is what makes him so good, is that he has tremendous confidence, he has tremendous skill to back it up. So, like, not only is he IGLing for this team, but when he's pressured in a situation where he's got smokes, nano swarms, reckonings, he's still able to find a timing where he sneaks through. T1 can't even imagine that somebody would try to do that, and he just wrecks the round, and that changes the course of the map, because if they don't do that, their economy goes in the dumpster, whereas T1's would have been really uplifted, and it could have completely swung the way that map ended.
Absolutely. I mean, like the last map and this one, he just finds that perfect moment, demolishes 4 at a time.
It was cool to see the confidence, too. He comes out, he knows he's going to get him, and instead of then getting the 2 kills and going back into safety, he actually rotates closer through the smoke so that if they do try to then clear that spot that he's in, beautifully done. He sacrifices himself, but ultimately that is going to lead them to the win. And, yeah, definitely an important player.
And that's why for us, the key player of this round, obviously this match, this game terminology is Laz. Laz is looking really solid. I think, like you said, Clinton, he's just been that consistent player, the anchor for Zeta Division.
Yeah, well, his stats aren't great. It's just, like, I was really impressed with his IGLing here, so I really want to give him a shout-out, especially on the defender side. Like, they out-T1'd T1 here on this map, where he was reading the map extremely well, putting his, you know, chess pieces in the right position, and his Carl Magnus impersonation.
He had the board out with his warships. He was little brooms and pushing them across. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. But you know, he had those clutch moments still, and he was really good on Fracture as well. So wanted to give him a shout out here. You know, despite them not getting the win on Fracture, so therefore he couldn't have been a key player here. Just a tremendous effort there at the end, and yeah, just a really smart player. I mean, I'm just thrilled with Laz. I love watching him play every day.
This picture of him is almost like, thanks, Clinton.
Yeah, he's like, but it's like a sarcastic
really think I'm
smile.
the best player in Japan? Thank you.
He almost looks sarcastic in that smile. He's like, yeah, thanks. Good, yeah.
But look, he was fantastic today. Now we are going to go to map 3 because our Sage Tasteless or Oracle has predicted this outcome.
I can see the future. I don't know exactly the future. I'm like those guys in Minority Report that lay in the bathtub. So they kind of know. They kind of know what's going to happen. Like I can't quite tell you exactly how it goes, but yeah, I knew we were going to go to game 3. And I think I'm going to get overtime. I think we're going to have overtime.
Oh, now we're really getting it. Yeah.
Okay.
We've been close.
Look, it could be close. We don't know how any of these teams play on Bind at the moment. The new Bind. We only really saw it displayed by Team Secret against T1 last week. T1 stomped, but that doesn't mean they're going to do the same with Zeta.
No, but I definitely am curious to see how Zeta wants to approach this. So 2 things going on here. Zeta hasn't played, obviously, Bind since they played Loud at Champions. They did actually push Loud with a double duelist comp. So they had 10 playing Raze, Depp on Jet. But I really want to talk about this T1 comp if they run the Gecko again. We'll see if they get to it. I have like one kind of interesting round that I could kind of maybe explain in like as short a time as possible about what they did. But I don't know what Zeta's going to bring to the table. How are they going to counter the Gecko, assuming there's going to be the Gecko? You know, is Intro going to come in, and are they going to swap roles? Because Munchkin was on the Sky, so there's kind of some swapping with roles here for T1 as well.
I hope they pick Gecko just so I can see Paper Thin start like banging at the desk in like joy again. He really enjoyed that. You're watching from Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you want to see it here in person, live in Korea.
It'd be fun. It'd be very welcome. Again, this is a map that's had some changes to improve it, and yeah, I want to see exactly, you know, what the strategies are going to be, if there's going to be any kind of unique agent compositions. I'm glad that Bind is back.
Yeah, I am too. I'm glad this is the map that we're going to close out on.
And with the attacker side on A being so much easier now, and the way you can rotate with those teleporters being so much faster for the attacker side, it's really a completely different dynamic that this map brings. So yes, the Gecko. Okay, here we go. So the way that they do this is they create like pizza slices of the map with the toxic screen and with the harbor stuff, right? And then they're going to use the staggered utility from the sky and the gecko to clear out each pizza slice, right? Like if you think about it that way. And that gives them extra space for the Rays, like Saya player, who can get way deeper with the blast packs because they're able to clear those spaces. They're able to get further forward and start the blast packs later than you maybe normally would. Like they could get over the truck with the blast packs and they can get into U-Haul. Crazy stuff they can do.
I'm just thinking about pizza now.
Yeah,
I know.
well.
I'm like, did they get garlic dipping sauce with the pizza slices? I mean, just...
All right, well, I think you're absolutely right, Paper Thin, that breakdown. I agree, and that's what worked for them last week, and I expect to see more of that. And with Harbor coming into the mix and with the reintroduction of Vine, it's always going to be really exciting to watch. Now, casters, are you ready? We've got Will and Valdez over there, and we have a question for you from the most tasteless man in Pacific.
Oh, was I going to ask him what name 5 presidents or what?
Yeah, Valdez has to name 5 presidents.
Name us 5 presidents.
All right, go.
I'm not going to do it, but I am going to tell you that I ate
Why?
pizza yesterday.
Why are we naming 5 presidents all of a sudden? If I understood the context, then maybe
Yes.
I was into the pizza thing.
Yeah, I was into the pizza
You know,
thing because
I
I
was
just
like,
had pizza yesterday at the Han River. It was a nice
Yeah.
day. I did have the garlic dipping sauce, I will have you know.
Nice, nice.
It was delicious. And now, with that pizza, still digesting throughout my body. Well, it probably should be digested by now, but
Maybe
we are
it's
getting...
pizza, you know, it could last a while in those arteries. Anyway, we are getting ready for map number 3. This is Bind, and it is T1 versus Zeta Division. Zeta Division starting off on the attack.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because we didn't get to see too many, crazy ideas from T1's defense the last time they played last week against Team Secret. A lot of the cool ideas they had were on the attacking side. And now with them starting on defense, they're going to have to kind of choose to show their hands. Now, of course, as we often like to talk about, despite the map changes, Showers and B-Long always going to be the big focal points here to hold on to those on the defensive side for potential retakes, even if you allow the plant.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the Sage making his way back onto Bind here. Obviously, a lot of spots where you can put down the walls. I think we saw it from Team Secret as well. Span has a shorty, and he ran straight into that.
Yeah, the guiding light goes just a bit deeper, so Ban can be prepared to counter it by just looking away. Now the Sage wall, of course, does make it a little bit difficult, especially on the pistol round for the retake. So even though you had Showers control initially, you weren't able to keep it, especially after the teleporter death here on the side of Saya player. Now they're just going to have to push through lamps.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes. That's one shot. Crow's going to fall off the wall, actually. Might have been on purpose.
Yeah, I think just trying to back away with the wingman approaching as well. So
Yeah.
the wall no longer a focal point here for Zeta Division.
T1 Zeta picking up 2 headshots. They have the pop flash from Laz. It's not going to work, and that should be, and it will be, a full clear on the site as Carp able to hold and pick up the defuse for T1 in the pistol round.
T1 has been doing very well in terms of pushing out of smokes, actually, in a lot of their matches. The timing they have with one person trying to jump, like we see here, to draw away the enemy fire. In fact, this time it's T1 Zeta being unspotted, and he's able to just power through. But the real problem here for Zeta Division was that they had to just kind of force the plant, right? They had to put up the wall, a classic kind of icebox composition here with the Sage, the Harbor, and even the Viper. And they can continue to get plants, sure. But can they get the post-plant position? Because if you have to wall off Showers, you're also not controlling it yourself. Now starting to put some pressure here on their eco.
Uh-oh.
Oh! Wow.
Depp, 8 health. He's got a Sky, though, as that didn't work out for 10.
How are these people alive on the side of Zeta Division? 10 surviving with 1 health as well. But meanwhile, T1 has pushed all the way out, right? Munchkins pushed all the way out of B. No one's coming through that middle part of the map, so they know. We just have to wait to see if it's eventually an A execute.
Here.
I think the last bit of that spray actually caught Depp. Yeah, he's pretty low.
Yeah, just trying to preemptively spam against the potential sneaky plant or the Sage walls as well. Yeah, the wall's broken. Plant does go down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Munchkin is just getting in behind. He kills him with a second blast pack. The Zaya player is now pushing in, gets blinded, does not care, and just sprays everybody down with the 4K. That will be T1 with the win in the second round.
Yeah, so very close to his showstopper here for Zaya player, and they're able to recover their most valuable. Weapons of choice. So even though, you know, they take a little bit of a hit, it's not too bad since Saya, you know, kind of reaps all the kills. And now you've got that showstopper to turn things around a bit earlier than you would have expected initially. Retakes because you cannot turn away from it. Oh. That's Soul Orb almost securing the kill there.
Munchkin just happy to be alive.
He is in a very risky spot. He can't get out. I mean, sure, it's a bonus round here, but at the end of the day, ZETA Division also not taking that risk.
Yeah. It's a rough corner. A lot of things to check. Don't want to commit over there with just a couple of people so big. Full rotation as a team over to a short, it looks like.
Okay, so ZETA Division, because they didn't actually push into A short, what they're planning probably to do is 10 eventually lurks into showers as they push into the site. But if Saya player is able to get a kill or two, things would be very different.
Here comes Step. Corner, he's a bit decayed, but he's in onto the site in good spot. Plan coming down. As Crow up top, they're not able to get him. Not able to spot him either, just able to pick off 2 free kills.
Sneaky wall to prevent them from coming right beside the truck, but also to get a bit of an elevated position. Excellent usage.
So cheeky. Here's Munchkin, off angle, doesn't matter. Gets taken out.
Yeah, well, Ten's just... Okay.
Interesting combo. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, T1 ZETA should not have won that duel by any means, but at the end of the day, 3 rifles saved on the side of ZETA Division. Not too bad. They now have their Reckoning available as well. I mean, this is...
They had no idea.
Yeah, that's cheeky. That's so cheeky. You love to see it. And here's the thing. Back in the day, before the Chamber era, ZETA Division used to play a lot of Sage on this map, and Depp used to play it, as 10 was still the main duelist on Raze at that time. And that was one of those times when a lot of people would say, man, Depp's so good when he's entrying. But he struggles a bit when he's playing the Sage. Now he can fly freely again as a Jet, as Crow takes on the role of the Sage.
Yeah. Well, Reckoning comes in, pretty aggressive push onto B. As it stands, they do have the Viper. ZETA still up in hookah right now with the Judge.
Yeah, but they didn't clear window. They know he's trapped in here, but they have to clear because otherwise they've got 3 different angles to fight against on the potential retake.
Well, he has 3 health.
Sugar
Zero takes a bunch of damage from those paint shells.
Showstopper coming in just to push them back out.
A lot happening. Saya able to get 1 with the Showstopper. It's a 3v2 on the retake for T1.
Okay, Mosh Pit just to buy space. Oh, and the high tide swing out. Laz all alone. The Cove's there as well. Oh, Little Bro stands right outside of it, though.
No, Little Bro, why are you there?
The Cove, you have to break it. You got to know that. Oh!
It's got a half.
But the flash. Oh, Laz! With the triple kill clutch.
Laz is just too good. They didn't clear out the window. You mentioned that could be a problem for ZETA. That actually ends up being a problem for T1 as they were trying to get this defused, and even 3v1 they couldn't get it done.
Yeah. I mean, wow, the swing out off of the high tide, things like that, those are the things that T1's so good at, but Laz, amazing concentration, does not panic. I mean, even he's laughing because it's like, that was such a difficult position for him to be in, and yet, he is the super playmaker for Japan, for ZETA Division.
Yeah. He has had so many clutches in these last 3 maps so far. And no doubt he'll have even more to come. Here's Saya player, extremely aggressive. He's going to take a head off with the Marshall.
So that's going to be a weapon upgrade as well for Saya player. Now that does allow Zeta Division to know that they can just push into the site here. But yeah, they're going to have to use the Seekers just to be sure if there was anyone window. Now they know that someone was there, so they have to push into elbow just so they have an extra chance against this retake.
Oh man, Saya player.
Now they're stuck in elbow.
Yeah, making it interesting. There's got to be a lot of movement, but Depp is pushing as Ban spots him.
Depp using his own Cloudburst just to sneak into the site.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he gets spotted, gets hit by the stun right there.
They're all blind, and Crow, he actually took out 2 there against 4 people who were looking at him, or maybe 5. At the end of the day, T1 will take it down in a thrifty win. All starts with Saya player pushing out of showers with the Marshall, getting the upgrade, getting the headshot, second kill, and getting the advantage for the team.
Yeah, and everyone gets a free upgrade at the end of the round as well. T1, a great eco round. And it starts with Saya player getting the kill, but before that, right, the main force pushing aggressively out of short. It forces 10 to just really back out in a panic. Saya able to get that kill, and Crow, he's... Fist bump. Gotta do the fist bump.
Guys, come on. Get your fist bumps together.
I love that he looks both ways like, anybody? Anybody? Yeah, but this is the type of combo. The Guiding Light and the Dizzy. What it does is you can turn away from the Guiding Light, but then you'll still get dizzied. So your options are, you got to either have 2 people or you have to run away from it. That's how they buy space. Now the pit used on showers as well. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Wild sprays as Munchkin going to take him out, and long-range Crow can't get it done.
Oh, Depp panicking a bit. He knew that he didn't have too many opportunities to get that kill. Meanwhile, Carpe providing great support, ready with the mosh pit, and now Saya getting another kill as well on the A side.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hello.
Yep.
Looking a little red there.
10 is a fellow Viper. So he's just going to plant it in the face of the pit, does not care.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not much 10 can do. I mean,
it's the mental advantage as a Viper, you know.
He does have his own pit, but Wingman just clearing close. They suspect, they suspect lamps. They had too many people on the side of T1. They could cover every angle you could imagine.
Yeah. A couple of dominant rounds there for the side of T1. All starting with, you know, a couple of picks. You saw this time over at the long orb, there was some interesting stuff happening.
Yeah.
T1 able to hold that down pretty well.
Now you've got that Thrash and the Showstopper as well on the side of T1, so retakes look a lot easier in the coming rounds. Side player 10-4-1, and he was popping off that last week as well against Team Secret. I mean, some incredible highlights on his own, putting up insane numbers.
Yeah, he is, he's evolving. Not necessarily as a player, like he's pretty much kind of just playing the same play style, but he's getting better at it somehow.
And here's that comp coming into play, right? They're playing it like they would on attack. Just cutting up the map with the Harbor utility and then throwing out both the Dizzy and the Guiding Lights to guarantee a flash, to guarantee an unfair fight in their advantage. Now the pit goes up, but Zeta Division all stuck here.
Uh-oh.
Next to the spike.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Here comes the Thrash. As,
he's detained. 2 of them detained.
Yeah, they're just able to kind of get in there into the pit, and even the Blade Storm not able to get any value. As Crow and 10, okay, making it interesting, but at the end of the day, it's just up to 10. And even a showstopper here for Saya. He's like, I'll pick up more kills, but actually 10's positioning is so smart.
Yeah, he's going around the other side. He's got, oh no, but the pit goes down as well.
I mean, okay, well, just trying desperately to stop the defuse, not gonna happen. As Lil Bro gets it done, as Carpe will clean him up as well. 5-2, a kind of crazy round, a wild round, but it's T1 3 in a row.
T1 starting to really gain that momentum and that Thrash. And again, this is why they're able to aggressively push out, right? They just know, well, we have things like the Showstopper and the Thrash. They have ways to combat that Viper's pit.
see both sides kind of almost grimacing at the end of that round. It's like, oh, that was a dirty one. It was a messy one.
Now, if you continue to trade guiding lights, I mean, T1 takes the advantage, right? They still have a Gecko on their side to push out of a different side of the map. While ZETA, they simply just have to rely on, you know, pushing out slowly, piece by piece with their smokes. But compositionally, I think T1 will oftentimes have the advantage because the Sage, I mean, on defense, yes, it can do other things. But on the attack, you're not going to find much use for the Sage until you actually get the plant.
Here.
Yeah, he's definitely been struggling just a bit.
And look at this map control. I mean, side players planted way deep away from the teleporter as well. And now backup already arrived here on B site.
Yeah, Arbol comes up, Depp is in onto the site. They got multiple members already in position. Munchkin, though, kind of unfortunate, just trying to spray. Ban is able to get one and stop this plant.
Oh! Ban gets two!
And another!
The timing on that res!
Oh boy, 10 now, trying to save it, but the Seekers coming out.
Oh, and now they're all locked in, and Saya player, he's been biding for his time to come. There's one.
Man.
Oh, well. Oh, the wall.
Oh, he's so dead. He is like the most dead. He was dead before they shot him. 6-2. And as you mentioned, Saya with the, I don't know if that was 5-head or was it 6-head. Like, he was there behind the team for so long, and he eventually gets in there essentially to save the day. It all starts with Ban, though, with a big cleanup.
I mean, the jump into the cove, and then the perfect timing against that res as well. Ban is really showing, you know, why he deserves a spot on this team here in VCT Pacific. A lot of people have question marks. Isn't it too early? Does he have the experience? Yes, it took a couple weeks, but now with the compositions and the roles they've figured out and the weeks that have passed, Ban is looking like an absolute masterpiece part of T1.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you know, Intro's not getting subbed in anymore. I mean, he might in the future. I'm just saying, like, after the last couple of weeks, I think T1 have made a decision for now.
Speaking of which, that is the change that I don't know if they talked about it on the desk. Maybe I missed it, but yeah, Intro was playing last week on that Harbor, and he did fine.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, Valdez, this time it's just Ban picks up the same role. And I think that's reasonable. Maybe it's because it's map 3, right? You're already warmed up. You don't want to take that risk. He's been practicing it together, I'm sure, with the team, and he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. Doing really well. Had an amazing fracture. And now just behind Saya player, who is on top of the scoreboard. T1, you know, once again in great position here on the defender's side. And their bind attack certainly looked better last week than we just saw their Lotus attack looked. So here comes Death.
Yeah, but they realize the orb's already been taken. T1 has escaped scot-free. Just a couple scratches on the A side, actually. They're really trying to fake here for Saya player. Now, ZETA Division, they don't want any of it. They don't have certainty, but do they know that he's going to push out, though? Oh, no, the timing. Sugar Zero was prepping his utility.
But Saya player takes out the paint shells at the worst time. Didn't expect the second player to be there. So Depp at least is able to trade it back here for ZETA Division.
And T1 ZETA actually doing a really good job of combating the potential lurk into A short, so that hasn't been providing much value for ZETA Division either. I mean, Munchkin's just going to jiggle peek. He'll send it out at right about 40 seconds. He knows that there's still members here. They still hold A short. Carpe's watching showers. I mean, ZETA Division, while T1 doesn't know for sure, they also don't have to. I mean, they're holding all the crucial areas. The Toxins, T1 is just matching the Toxin meter here against ZETA Division.
Yeah.
Oh, and the mosh pit.
Yeah, here we go. The push comes in as the defensive reckoning is forcing them into positions they did not want to be in. The Dizzy as well, and Ban and Carpe just clean up the A site. No hope for ZETA Division.
I mean, just the way that T1 plays on this map with this composition, I mean, the reckoning just makes it all the worse, but you have the mosh pit. So now you have to just dive into the site. You cannot wait, because otherwise you'll run out of time. but then the Reckoning forces you to constantly be on the move, and then a super high Dizzy being thrown, so now you have to be stationary to shoot it down. You're getting hit by one of these things, you know? There's no way to fight in a fair 1v1.
Yeah. I remember last week was also casting T1 playing this on attack, and it's just like you've got so many different animals and things that are just thrown at your face. It's like one of them will land. It just will happen.
Exactly.
Unless you're like you've got like a crazy computer in your mind somehow.
Yeah, you know, you like turn away from the guiding light while dodging the Dizzy blind and whatnot. Oh, not the double kill. That does give an option here for Zeta Division, but Thrash is just going to clear out past the cove, allows Ban to jump forward.
Yeah, he's in there, he's detained, but Crow's up here in the same spot. Will they catch him this time?
Ban potentially spots him, so Crow going to have to give up that position. Waiting for a potential combo here with Munchkin, but he's out of utility. Guiding Light returns. Dizzy and then the Guiding Light again!
Yeah, I mean, you just got so many things to throw out, but T1 in a rough spot. They're going to take down Sugar. In Lamps, they have to push Crow now against the wall. They take him out.
And you got to know that he's got to be short. Now one person has to stick it, and Munchkin gets the kill. And that should be just enough time for Carpe to hold. More than enough.
Yep. More than enough. They get it done. 8-2. T1. Their defender side. Doesn't matter. The map has just been pretty insane. As we'll take another look here. Depp, he's in good positions. Everybody's like up on the rafters somewhere against T1, and they are able to root them out.
Oh, man. And here's the thing is that, yes, the chaining itself is good for T1 as well, but because it's Gecko and Sky, they can use this early to create space, to secure space, and then they can still use it on the retake or the execute on the attacking side. And to combat this, you really just have to kind of power through another part of the map, it looks like.
Well, Depp has had some struggles over there on V-Long.
Yeah, it's been rough.
Doesn't look like he wants to push there ever again.
This defense is, I mean, there's not a single gap being shown. And here's the thing, this toxic screen coming out from 10, it is serving no value for Zeta Division. You've never successfully lurked into Lamps. You've never used a different toxic screen to create another fake. It's just there to eventually, potentially try to get, you know, force a plant with the Harbor and the Seed. Oh, and Saya's trying to block the truck.
Well, it's a one-shot kill if you're in close range, so good luck to you, buddy. Sugar Zero is at least able to get one. But
oh, the spikes dropped. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
And, oh, man. The fact that even Saya was sitting on the truck, like, that's just salt in the wounds, right? And then you have T1 Zeta waiting for the potential rotate out of A site. I mean, Laz, nothing he can do.
No. Pretty clean stuff. Zeta try to make their way in, but Ban is right there with the most annoying judge of all time. Because he just knows they've all got short-range guns. They just run straight into him.
Yep. I mean, that's one of the best spots to use the judge in all of Valorant. This is our bind, they say, and yes, it is. They're proving just how well prepped they are on this map. Well, all right, so on Lotus, the 9-3 curse did come true.
Yeah.
See if T1 can escape that fate, and they're going to try to do so with double operator, and Saya already gets one. It's not looking good, Valdez.
No, it is not. No, indeed it is not. And actually, now, I mean, what are you going to do? Double operator, do they even know that at this point? Munch is just holding on B-Long. Saya player just holding a rocket launcher instead.
Well, yeah, so now you still can't push through. Now Sugar Zero still has the Reckoning, right? And Crow can res if he gets the plant or a kill. But theoretically, there is a possibility.
Yeah, well, the wall has passed Saya.
Oh! Excellent double swing, but Crow goes down!
Yeah, turns out that Zeta was up there actually supporting Saya player on the operator. 10 able to get one from Lamps. That's two.
They still have 40 seconds. They have the numbers advantage as well. Yes, 2 members weak, but the pit. Now, Sugar Zero, does he get caught from behind? Oh no!
Not again.
Okay, he's in the pit for now, but do they suspect it? Because now they're
left.
all stuck inside the pit.
Oh, well, the spray's going to give
Oh,
away, but he
no,
gets a
the
kill!
pit!
And that's 2! And the pit is down! Munchkin may have saved this for T1.
He's waiting for T1 Zeta to get into position. They're just trying to force him out, sniff him out. They know he's in lamps. They gain sight.
Guiding light is good. Zeta has to pull off, but it doesn't matter! Sugar Zero!
Sugar Zero!
Oh!
My God!
Switching sides.
At the time that Zeta Division needs him most. An insane clutch.
Yeah, get that big clutch up there. 10 was also able to pick off 2 from lamps. That time they finally got control in there, and the spray gets the Viper's Pit and a second kill, and they still don't win.
Oh, but look at the way he positions, right? He goes so far into the corner that the person defusing has to peek up because they're not going to get covered in time. And he just waits super calm. There's something about this roster. When they're really pushed up against the wall, they suddenly just turn a switch on and they turn into superheroes one by one.
Yeah. Well, 9-3 curse happened last time, but more importantly, going on to Defender's side on Bind. You've got the Sage. You don't have a Gecko, but I mean, that's fine. You got Sky, Viper, Harbor, Sage. You should have a decent amount of stuff to just keep T1 at bay. T1 do look really clean on this map, but I don't know. We just saw that both of these teams on Lotus were really confident on Defender's side. T1 only got 1 round on attack on Lotus.
Yeah.
Can they be cleaner on Bind attack? You would expect so, but I don't know. I'm not convinced.
We'll see. Now, here's the thing, is that with the Sage, you can somewhat combat the crazy utility chaining that the T1 composition will have, right? Because you can hold a close angle on the entry points. As soon as you hear both the Guiding Light and Dizzy come out, just put up the wall, just toss out the slow orb. So even if you do get flashed or stunned, that you'll just buy time. And I think the idea from Zeta Division has to be buy time with the Sage and then go for the flank, right? Get ready for the flank and go for a pinch as soon as the plant goes down, because if you allow 10 seconds to pass after the plant, all that utility will return for Gecko and potentially the Sky as well. And well, they are looking that buff right now in this match because they're starting to try to go for another miracle comeback run.
Well, let's hop on to the pistol rounds. T1 now moving over to the attacker side. I saw a lot of pings onto that B site. We'll see just how aggressive they want to get in there. Take a look at the utility they have brought.
Okay, so yeah, the idea from Zeta is just going to be Crow buy time with the wall. It's a pistol round. They cannot power through it too fast. Now, the difference is T1, they haven't oftentimes done a double-pronged attack onto B, but he's actually just going to put up the wall instantly.
Oh, will be broken.
I mean, but because they broke it so early, Zeta Division a little hesitant to rotate too quickly. So now Zeta Division's forced back into a 2-3 split. This isn't the ideal scenario for them, but they just have to stay alive and hold on to elbow.
See if they'll be able to, as Wingman gets the plant down here. Everybody from T1 is just swarming into elbow right now.
They're really pressuring Zeta so that Zeta Division only has 1 point of entry, but they're already in.
Yeah, Carpio's trying to hold down the site, didn't quite work out. Got Frenzy to the face, but Zeta and Munchkin trying to hold it down. They take out Depth, and that is most important. Crow, the last member alive. Not a lot of time left for him.
Yeah, just powers through to see if he can pick off another kill, because otherwise it's a 1v2 crossfire, and he knows that Munchkin's so low. That's why Crow wanted that kill initially, but he doesn't have time.
Oh, the kill through the wall!
But he doesn't know. He has no idea where he's coming from.
Yeah, and there's just not enough time. A nice try for Crow, but it will be T1 at the end of the day who do pick up the pistol round win. And that is different from what happened on Lotus. T1 in firm control, and Zeta Division now up against the ropes.
Yeah, this round, that was the start on Lotus, but some excellent frenzy setups here from T1, and Now they can try to start to run away. I mean, Zeta Division, it's not match point, so you don't have to go for any crazy force on the defensive side here, but it doesn't feel great. So they will. It looks like they want to focus on trying to get these orbs. And wow, look at this. Saya making sure there's not a single attempt on this orb on B long. Depp, meanwhile, will get it over at Showers, and here they go again.
Yep. Going pretty quick. At least they're going to secure the orb for now.
But here's the thing. They have Dizzy now. They still have another Guiding Light. They can wait 10 seconds for Wingman to come back.
Saya player's got a Vandal in full armor.
Yeah, that's insane. Yep,
He's just pushing through by himself, leading the charge.
I mean, they just used all these abilities and they're all back. Now, they're not going to try to grade the refreshes just because they have the better weaponry anyway. T1 making a wise decision here. Not relying on the composition itself too much.
Depp heard him.
Yeah, Depp did hear him. He's on the flank. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time to really change the fate of this round. However, oh, he gets spotted. But if they can trap T1 in here with them.
Yeah, maybe. Although Depp is going to go down, so that's an exit plan for T1 as 10 gets one and makes it pretty interesting as that will be the win over to T1. Only ban goes down.
Saya player keeps the Vandal. Now, off of the last time they played Team Secret.
Did we get 2 kills through the wall?
Yeah, looks like it. So back off of last week's matches and then so far the rounds, I would have thought maybe they do some work over on A, but I think what's going to happen here is T1 probably once again pressuring B long. But if they are met with opposition, they can run the clock down a bit because, again, they will always come out on top on the utility trade. I mean, if they can bring out the Sage Wall, that is exactly what they would want.
Yep. Let's see it. Sugar Zero looking to peek.
Oh, no!
And that's not going to be good for them on the start. Saya player just picks off one. Munchkin gets the second. Now they've got a heal to go for the follow-up push. T1 here in the bonus round. Already up 2 members. The spray is good from last, but only picks up 1.
Depp saw 1. They're just waiting to get healed up. But do they know Depp's here? Oh, no. He can't get the initial headshot. Just trying to fake out his own position, but he's gambling here. High risk, high reward.
T1 have really slowed it down now. Against 2, they don't want to rush anything. Just wait for some abilities, perhaps.
Yeah, there's no need. T1 just, baiting to see if there's a rotate happening, and T1 Zeta. And then they're waiting for their cooldowns. The Dizzy Wingman is back! Yeah. Oh, my God. Now, while this round most likely goes in favor of T1, I just want to explain that Zeta Division, the reason they try to push out of B long is because if not, I mean, you're just allowing that space to be taken for free, and the Gecko can refresh his... Oh, well, yeah, he gets spotted.
No hope for him. 10 has taken out 1 before.
Yeah, so just to continue my thought, right? If they just back off because all the utility comes through, they would allow T1 to get B long and Garden Control and refresh Gecko's abilities. So they push out because they threw their own slow orb and they have their own Cascade close. I like that. It's clearly because they studied how T1 plays the attack. But to combat that in return, T1's like, well, no, our entire comp revolves around the cooldowns, so we'll just send another Trailblazer. Because then we can just get Wingman back. We'll still have another stun. And then at that point, I mean, Zeta just caught unawares, gets stunned, and wiped out.
Well, if there was ever a time to call a timeout, was this the best time? I'm not so sure. Maybe the round before.
I mean, I think the round before, just to maybe, kind of cool off T1's hot streak, right? Either way, it would have been an eco, so would have been a little rough, but match point, it's looking very, very difficult here for Zeta Division.
Cheering for T1 Zeta, who is laughing his way to the bank and to the win. As T1 on the doorstep there on match point. Not just match point in the map, but also in the match of VCT Pacific.
All right, well, Zeta Division, you're You gotta go with this streak. They buy down as much as they can. 10 just gonna hold on to one part. And now look at this. T1, they're switching things up, but
He only get the one, but he doesn't have his gun out. Depp is gonna pick this one up.
okay.
Two.
I mean, Depp, quite frankly, you gotta start considering maybe even running out. No, the teleporter support comes in from Laz. And so T1 says, all right, let's get out of here. We heard the teleport. Still advantageous for Zeta Division because they'll have 2 members arrive just in time.
Right, gonna try to get this plant down. They're able to hold the angle from the back. They at least corral Zeta Division into that one angle.
All right, Zeta Division's got to carefully consider what the potential setups are here. You know that they came in from window. They're trying to buy time here on elbow, but they're going to slow creep into it.
Not able to hit that shot onto Crow.
They don't expect Ban to be wrapping all the way around right now because of that slow orb. He's good for 1.
Yeah, now they got to cover so many angles, though. That's okay. Deb's going to cover that one.
All right, Ko's been taken down.
Oh, the spray's good, and they get the win. Carpe and Zeta from T1 pull out. And they get the kills on the defuse. Zeta Division not able to force any more rounds. A 13-3 at the end of it all.
An incredible showing. Looking even stronger on today's bind. And despite Zeta Division clearly expecting this composition, clearly they had prepped against it. You could see some of the ideas that Zeta Division had to counteract the timings and chaining that T1 showed off against Team Secret. However, it was not enough. And it all comes down to this. I mean, once again, too many rounds given up in the first half. You had too long of a way to go. And with that, I believe T1, absolutely 100% guaranteed into playoffs. And Zeta Division perhaps still needing to wait for a couple more results, including obviously their last remaining match as well.
This one was T1 controlled from the get-go.
From the get-go?
From the get-go, yeah. And you can see the Zeta fans, happy for the 3 rounds, And that was the last we saw from them. Basically, the last clutch was the highlight for them. After that, it was all T1 all the time.
I mean,
from get-go to Harbor.
Yeah. The comp continues to prove its worth.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy comp to use, right? The timings of how you throw out your utility and how you cycle it, it has to be meticulously done. And there's even another layer to that from T1. The way they swing off of all the utility that they throw is also so well practiced. But I think we're going to have to wait a bit longer to see if anyone can dismantle that, as T1 continues to prove that they are not to be challenged on bind here in VCT Pacific.
Wow. Well, this was a pretty fun back and forth, although T1 at the end of it kind of proving that they are the stronger team on the day just because of how dominant their bind was. You can always go back to the map pick ban and say, oh, well, maybe Zeta should have left Ascent up. Maybe they would have had a better chance on that. T1 look unbeatable on binds. But, it's hard to say that after the fact, right? Like,
yeah.
When you're doing the map pick, maybe Zeta Division has practiced a lot of this in preparation for going up against T1 to try to snake it away from them, Never really know.
Yeah, I think so. And I think maybe Zeta Division even, working on that aspect that maybe T1 won't expect the bind to be left open. I mean, there's so many layers to this. And again, it's very clear that they had studied the tapes from T1. However, T1, first of all, in map 3, we finally really started to see T1 start to run away